Ladies love the skin.
Ow.
Bring it a little bit closer. The good skin, that is. That's why having a proper skincare routine is very important, and you need to feel the Teej. The process is so easy, just 4 steps. You got your daily face wash. That's gonna clean your face up nice and right. You got your exfoliator scrub. That's gonna open up your pores. You got your AM moisturizer with the SPM 20, which is gonna protect you from the sun. You also got your PM moisturizer, which is gonna make sure your skin is protected throughout the night. Teej has tons of reviews from dedicated customers across the world. I know I said a lot, but it's okay, because guess what? It comes with an instruction card to explain to you in detail what to do morning and night.
And because Teej is sponsoring this video, they're offering you an amazing deal. Just click the first link in the description to get 30% off your first skincare system and a free gift. Plus, as a member, you'll also get 20% off for life. By the way, both gifts you're choosing from are a $20 value and a complete game changer. A silicone body scrubber or a nail and face grooming kit. Personally, I prefer the silicone body scrubber. I don't like using towels when I travel, so the body scrubber is an excellent way to open up the pores and get the body clean. So don't wait any longer. Click the first link in the description to start your skincare journey today.
Maintaining your beard isn't just style, it's self-respect. A well-grown beard boosts confidence and leaves a lasting impression. Elevate your look. Embrace the importance of beard care today.
Watching people cook stuff online and not take a bite. I need to see what that first bite looks like. I need to see your face after that first bite. You time this whole thing out, I'll watch you make this whole thing from scratch, and then you're not gonna take a bite, you're not hungry? They're cooking for clicks, they're not cooking for taste. That's a problem, man. They're doing weird stuff, mixing ingredients with their fingers because they know somebody gets off to that. Like, you got marble countertops. I know you got utensils.
I was single for most of my 20s, and I hooked up with everybody. I crushed it in my 20s. I did. I put up solid numbers on the board in my 20s. Because if you're a single woman in your 20s, it's very easy. Men are just available. They're everywhere. They're very easy to access, you know? Like, it was hard for me to turn down all the men. Okay. It just feels like, you know when there's a plate of fries on the table and you eat them even if you're not hungry? You know? I was like, someone take these dicks away from me. Like, I'm stuffed. I'm stuffed. I'm not even hungry. Take them away. I'm not even hungry. Stop. But if you'll have one, I'll have one. You know what I mean? It's the weekend. Let's be bad. It's the weekend.
As an artist, I spend a lot of time at Starbucks, right? And I'm really, like, my goal this year is to get this one barista canceled. She spelled my name Clark with 3 Ks. At the end. Yeah. How you think I felt? I walked back up to her. She was like, is there a problem? I'm like, yeah. I ordered a grande, not a grand wizard. I don't know why that's on the menu. This is what got her excuse got me. She was like, I'm sorry, but when you said your name, you stuttered. I said, bitch. Nobody stutters at the end of a word. Second, if I pronounce my name Clark, I either need a new carburetor, but I don't need a large iced coffee with a shot of espresso. You should be taking stroke protocol at that point.
Men, we're like the free download version of people. You know what I'm saying? This like a trial run. You know, like we get no perks. The nipples don't work. You know what I'm saying? You get one nut a night later on in life, if you're lucky. Women got unlimited nighttime nut minutes. You know what I'm saying? Women are like 48, 49. Man, we got a fucking musket down there. You better, girl, I'm gonna tear that ass up. You better stay right there. Girl. Bye. Did I get you?
I'm single now, I'm dating online, that shit suck. Cause everybody lying online. Everybody online be like, I'm a great catch. I'm like, no, you not. That's why we're all here. You can't be arrogant and dating online. This is your last chance to meet somebody. You gotta be humble. Like a standby passenger trying to get on a plane. You ever see them? They nice to everybody. I love your shirt. Oh my God, I'm just trying to get to Dallas. And know what you want when you dating online. It's immature not to know what you want. Like, ladies, stop saying you ready for kids while all the plants in your house dead. You killed a cactus, but you want a son. No, that don't go. And stop saying you got kids. So what? Y'all love being like, I got kids. Just so you know, I got kids. Don't nobody care you got kids, silly. We just prefer your baby dad to be dead. That make my dick hard. When he passed. People be misjudging me all the time, dog. I'm actually from the suburbs. Boom, in your face. Bet you didn't know that. I'm from Fort Worth, Texas, man. I'm from the suburbs, and I say it with pride because I'm proud of where I'm from. All my homeboys from the hood, right? They be trying to make me feel bad, and I don't. They're like, you from the suburbs? Like, yeah, like you bougie. Like, I could be, I don't know. I grew up with everything I wanted. I had incredible Christmases. My boy's like, I'm from the projects. You know what that's like? I'm like, absolutely not. You want to go? Heavens, no. And leave this great community? No. Biggest misconception. People walk up to me all the time. You ain't never been in a fight because you ain't from the streets. You ain't never been in a real fight because you ain't from the streets. I'm like, that's ridiculous. I've been in plenty of fights. They were just in really nice neighborhoods. Like one time I got beat up in front of a neighborhood watch sign before, right? It's a true story. I'm so arrogant. The whole time I'm getting beat up, I'm like, help has to be on the way. We pay way too much money for somebody not to be watching this shit. Jack, you're on duty. You know?
Anime heads are having a moment right now because, you know, back in the day, you couldn't talk about anime because everyone assumed you like hentai. And if you don't know what hentai is, you lying. You lying piece of shit. Why you fronting? You know damn well what hentai is. Yeah, I watch hentai. Yeah, I watch fucking hentai. I jerk off the cartoons. Y'all watch real people fuck. Gross. Y'all watch real people? What the fuck is your problem? You watch a motherfucker with a social security number give head to a who has student loan debt? You're the loser, not me. I'm watching a Pokemon and a Digimon run a train on Sailor Moon. That's what I watch. You ever see Pikachu come? You ever see that shit?
I'm a married person. It's cool. It's very cool. A lot of people don't tell you it's cool. They pretend like it's not. I love it. I love being married. I don't cheat on my wife or nothing. And I've been on TV. I have that right. Look how dope marriage is. A nice lady lets me come inside of her. And then afterwards, she helps me with my taxes. That's dope. I'd like to see the folks down at H&R Block suck my dick. They won't. They say it's against the policy. They say, sir, please leave.
What's going on, family? How y'all doing? Let me go ahead and introduce the crew. We got Mr. Marcus White, Sam O'Neill, Ariel, Sweeney, Bruce, Darwin, One Country Cookie, Trail, Smooth, me, myself, PJ. Welcome to the Pink Let's Talk. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing?
Doing good, man. Doing good.
Y'all doing good?
All right.
Yeah. It's got some new faces.
You got a new face. You got the same face. The people that's been around. It's good to see you guys, man. We're going to get the housekeeping out the way first. Let me do that. Shout out to the sponsor again, T. Chanley. Uncomplicated skincare for men. 40% off. 40% off along with a free gift. And if you become a member, you get 20% off for life. Go ahead and feel the T, as I always say. Make sure we get our skincare in order. It's a system. I suggest you become a member, because that way you can make sure that you get your products and you ain't got to worry about ordering them. Also, Assure Man King on top. This is for your beards. It's also skin friendly. This is an excellent, excellent Father's Day gift. It's not too late. We're still doing the 15% off the entire order or anything that's on the site, all the way up to today. And salute to all the fathers, man. I went to the post office today to go mail out some things, and I seen a Father's Day. It was like a card holder, but it was no cards on there. And I was thinking to myself, I wonder if they even stocked it, if they even gave it any thought. But it was there. So shout out to all the fathers, man. I also seen a post where somebody said they haven't seen any Father's Day ads, or it's just like it's a dull moment. So if you know a father out there, if your husband is a father, boyfriend, side guy, whoever he is, if he a father out there, let's make sure that we salute him. And hopefully he's an active father, because that's the most important thing. Them being active, that's what counts, because it's for the kids. All right. Let me see. Shout out to the chat. Harrison Davis already got the $4.99 says salute. We got Champ Talk in the house. Max, Dale. What's going on, everybody? When you guys come in, do me a favor, hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. And if you're going to be watching this on replay, shout out to you as well. I know we can't acknowledge you, but I'm acknowledge you on the front end. And make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Before we get this show started, I do want to give this floor to Ariel. She does have an announcement
an opportunity for some people. So the floor is yours, Miss Ariel.
Thank you. So I just wanted to take a minute or two just to share about a nonprofit that I am the director of. We're called the Fourth Coast Foundation. We primarily focus on education athletics, basketball at this time. So we have 9 kids scheduled to come into the country from 4 different countries. So they're from Nigeria, Ghana, Japan, and Lithuania. And they're going to be going to a local high school. It's out of New York. And really what we're looking for is for people who are generous and want to partner with us to help these kids. They're arriving here regardless of their ability to pay. So if you go to our website, www.fourthcoastfoundation.com, there's going to be a link attached to the donate button on the right side of the page, top right. And anything that you can give, if it's $5, that makes a huge difference. And people think that there's too little amount of money, but anything you can give, if you partner with us, you'll be making a huge impact in these kids' life. So yeah, that's all. Thank you.
All right, and also, do you want to give a little bit about your background for the folks that don't know?
Sure. So I'm a retired basketball player. I played for Penn State University in college, and then after graduating, I played professionally for about 5 years on and off. So this is my passion. Like, I love sports, I love basketball, and I love helping kids that are underprivileged have that chance. You know, we have a kid here who's we have 4 players who are going to be over like 6'5", 6'6". But then their families back home are boiling their water so they can use it. Like, they need an opportunity so that they can change the trajectory of their lives and of their families' lives. So anything you can give, we would really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Where was you born and raised?
New York.
Oh, New York?
Mm-hmm.
I notice the way you talk is educated. I call it educated. Some people might call it a simulation. You know what a simulation is?
I've heard this my entire life.
So do you agree with that? Because I don't agree with it. I think just being professional and educated is just being professional and educated. It's not necessarily being white. You get what I'm saying?
Right. I've heard this my whole life. The weird thing is that, so I'm a first generation American. So my dad is from Jamaica, my mom is from Panama, and they met in Brooklyn and got married. So for whatever reason, I never picked up a New York accent. And I guess it's probably because of that. Like, I learned English from them, and they just were learning English themselves. So they were super strict about being proper. So like, me and my best friend, like all through grade school, that's all we heard was like, "Oh, you talk white." And I mean, what am I going to do? This is how
do you have another voice that you use?
No, this is my
That's
voice.
your only voice? Then it's not a simulation,
No,
dog.
I don't switch up. No, this is my voice.
It's not a simulation if that's our only voice.
Yeah.
But if you, man, Joe, woo, woo, and then say, yeah, you know, I just thought that's what I'm talking about switching.
No. I like books. Yeah, I like to read, but this is,
That's good.
I don't switch up. That doesn't make any sense to me.
I don't know what made him make that point, but
it's okay.
So let me ask you this. You ain't never said, hell no, girl. You ain't never said that?
My parents would look at me crazy. So that's why I just never, no.
But you
like, what did you say?
I mean, I've said hell no, an N-word, like around my friends. But I wouldn't say
your family?
it on the phone on a professional call. You know what I'm saying? So I still don't think that's a simulation. I think that's just being appropriate. You know what I mean? For the setting.
How we even get it's not a simulation. I think you grossly misrepresented what that conversation was about. Grossly.
I don't even hear it, honestly. It just sound like a normal black girl.
Yeah.
We sound different. We come in all different shapes, sizes, and ranges.
All right. I do want to make sure that we don't forget about the opportunity that some folks can help some other kids. I did drop the link a couple times. I'm going to drop it again right now. Mods, if you can, just make sure you guys just share that link throughout the show if you can for me, please.
Thank you.
All right, Ariel. Appreciate it. All right, let's go to get this show started, man. How everybody doing? Y'all good? Yeah.
Incredible.
Anybody need any coffee? Like I'm sending virtual coffees. With the like iOS app, I can kind of create a coffee emoji. So I'll be sending it out to you guys for anybody that need any coffee. If you need some beans, let me know. I send you a bean too. No, I see y'all not laughing. Let me take the one off the list too. That ain't hitting today. Anyhow, man. Let's go
money.
get this. Huh?
If it's money, you said a bean. Well, slang for money. So there you go. So
Why is it always about the money, man? Why
You
can't
said bean.
things
We're talking about language.
from their heart, man? Like, you guys are here to serve other people, man. Y'all just be out here just with your hands out all the time, man. Y'all got to learn how to give. Ruth?
Amen. See, look,
I gotta pay for my internet.
Give to the children.
Huh? Kenneth said, Ariel, did you ball in the West 4th League?
I did. Yes. That's funny. He must be from New York.
Yeah, he stay in New York. You out here famous. All right, here we go, man. Let's get this show started, man. Hit the like button. Also, make sure to subscribe to the channel. I did see you, AP. Acknowledge that you will be doing it. What up, KP? How you doing? Our first topic, man, it's really going to just be a reaction. Some of the guys in the King Talk group may have seen it already. It's the whole balloon thing. I thought it was hilarious. I have never seen. And White said this guy probably might go viral. But I am curious about how direct he was and if it was a bit tad much. So I want to get immediate reactions. Just the icebreaker. I'm going to kick it off.
Welcome. I'll have you hold this. All right, if we can have your name.
My name's Aaron.
Aaron, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm 29.
29, okay, and what do you do?
I'm a licensed plumber.
Okay, very cool.
Yes.
And now, what do you look for in a woman?
I look for a woman that's not promiscuous and has a career going for herself.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And now, what are some of your deal breakers?
Deal breaker, being promiscuous, not cleanly, don't have a career, nothing really going for yourself.
Okay. All right. So we did get a pop balloon. Let's go ahead and go on over there and see what's going on.
Yes.
All right. If we can have your name and age and why you popped your balloon.
Hi, my name is Karma. I'm 24. Okay. Oh, sorry. I'm supposed to say the pop in the balloon proper. Got you. For me, it just did not work. I didn't feel like I had chemistry or I wasn't fully attracted to you. And I feel like that counts if we are going to be going through a dating show, you know?
Yes, the feeling is definitely mutual. So that's okay. Yeah. Thank you. You did me a favor.
You know, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm glad you have a great day.
Thank you, Queen. You too.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead. All right. We got to pop over here. If we can have your name and age and why you ended up popping your balloon.
Hi, my name is Jara. I'm 22.
Okay. And why did we end up popping our balloon?
The comment you made, didn't really. I like a more humble person. That's the one that responds. So, defensive-ish. Yeah, that's really it. I didn't really necessarily like
that's
how you
fine.
responded.
Hey, I could just all I can do is be honest.
I mean,
you know,
yeah, be honest.
I
Be your
came
authentic
over here
self.
to,
That's okay.
to find a match.
Sure.
That wasn't matching. That's
Sure, I
all,
mean,
Queen.
I 100% understand.
Yes,
yeah.
ma'am.
Sure.
And now is she someone that's your type?
She all right. You know, you're not really my type. I don't mean to be disrespectful.
No,
you know, but if I seen you in public, I wouldn't reach out to.
Totally fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right.
My eyes are up here, baby. Are you looking at the tattoo?
No, I'm looking at the hair on your arms. You know, women I deal with, they don't have hair on their
Don't
arms.
do too much.
Hey, I'm just being honest,
Don't do
Queen.
too much.
You know, I don't like that. That's all I was looking at. You trying to say if I'm looking at particular body parts,
You just wasn't looking at
that's
my
not
eyes.
what it is.
That's
No, I was
all
looking at the hair on
pointing
your
out. Anyways,
arms, Queen.
she asked me the question.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm in heels and you ain't tall enough.
Okay.
Don't do too much.
Well,
though.
you're not qualified, baby.
That's
So that's all good.
Let's move on. Let's move on. Okay. So we do still have 3 unpop, but she looking like you gonna pop? Okay. Okay. All right. If we can have your name and age and why you ended up popping.
My name is Jacqueline. I'm 25. I popped because I have hair on my arms.
Hey, just because you got hair on your arms, that's okay, though, Queen. You look phenomenal, though.
Thank you.
You know, she ain't fit to my liking. She ain't even fit to Hey, excuse me, Queen. I'm talking to this woman right here. Oh, well, I could look anyway. I could look anyway. I could look any way I want to. You know. But yeah, can y'all give her balloon back though?
She don't want it.
Yeah. Do you want your balloon back, Queen? We're not talking to you, sweetheart.
Okay.
You already been. I already let you know. I'm not interested in. You got more hair on your arms than me, baby. But anyways.
Okay, so he's saying get your balloon back, but how you feeling him?
I'm not gonna get my balloon back.
Okay.
All right, no problem. So we do still have 2 balloons.
Yes.
Do we still have 2 balloons? No. Okay, let's go over here. I saw you hesitate. That's why I had to
Tell
ask.
you with me, you a little sassy just a little bit. And since you want to come at everybody over here, I'm going to get at you too. You kind of look like a Ninja Turtle. You're not that cute. You need to relax. You stocky as hell. And I was trying to be respectful, but
Yeah.
like you was really coming out like I didn't like it. I'm from the South and I can handle like a lot of criticism and stuff like
Yeah.
that, but the way you was coming, you just ain't like you got it all like that. And I guarantee you probably got a roommate at home and it's just not giving anymore.
Yeah. Well, let me say this, Queen. I'm a licensed plumber.
So, and I do real estate and property management.
I live
So what you
downtown.
do ain't
I live
nothing compared to
downtown.
me.
I stay by myself, Queen. You know, and you're not even qualified to be even
You
dealing
say
with
everybody
me.
not qualified.
You definitely not. You know, if anything, it was one of these two. I wasn't even looking your way. You
And
ain't
the one
my
that you
type.
wanted popped
If I
up
seen you, that's fine.
So what?
That's totally fine.
Okay.
But one thing about me, I could pull 100,000 on the bank. Can you do the same?
Get this
Yeah, you
man
can't
off
do
camera.
that. You can't do that
Let's
though,
move
baby.
on.
Yeah,
Let's
in a real
move
way,
on.
you
Let's
can't
move
do
on.
that though, Queen.
All right, if we can have your name and age.
Hi, I'm Esther. I'm 23.
Okay. And Esther, you still have your balloon unpopped. Why so?
Are you done?
Oh yeah, I'm done with the rest of that.
Okay.
You know,
Okay, now we can talk, right?
in a real way.
Okay. What do you look for?
I look
What are
for
you looking for?
a woman, like I said, that's not going to be promiscuous. A woman that's going to be consistent. A woman that has a career and things going for herself. Because I had the same thing going for myself.
Okay.
You know, as well. I don't need a woman to give me her money or anything. I'm just looking for devotion and some loyalty. That's all, and some honesty.
Do you believe in God?
Oh, certainly. Yes, ma'am. I'm a God-fearing man. I practice monotheism. You know, I won't tell you what I identify as religion-wise, but we can get to that at a later date and time, you
We
know,
can.
if you choose to leave here with me.
Okay. Do you know the Bible says that love is kind?
Yes, certainly.
Are you here for love or are you here to just
I'm,
insult
I'm trying to
everyone?
create a family, you know,
Okay.
that's what I aspire to do.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
You're good?
Sure, we're good.
Oh, okay. All right. Any questions for her?
No, not at all.
Do you have any kids?
No, I don't.
Do you want kids?
I do. You
How old
gonna
are
give
you
me
again?
some? Huh?
How old are you?
I'm 29. How old are you?
23.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. You know, we might as well get up out of here right now.
Well, let's
Yeah.
step on over here. Let's step that way real quick for me. Step that way.
Okay.
All right. So it seems like there's a little vibe here. So is it going to be a yes for you for him?
God says save souls, so yeah.
Oh, and is it a yes for you
It's
for her?
gonna be a hell yes for me.
Okay, we got a match. All right, let me take this mic and y'all can go on off.
Well, man, that was hilarious, man. I don't know who put that in the chat, man. I appreciate you, man. I'm gonna go ahead and get your reactions first. One country.
I thought it was funny. I feel like that whole balloon popping show should be called the Follow the Leader show because it really just like, are you hearing the man out? Are you judging him as a human just because he got a good roast game doesn't mean he a bad person because old girl low key started it. So and then all the balloon I don't know. I mean, he was kind of stocky for my taste, but I don't think he was a bad dude. He didn't say anything out of pocket, like as far as what he wanted out of a woman. But when you set somebody off, you set him off. He started going off. He's like, ma'am, you know, women don't like to hear. They wanted to insult him and for him to stand there and be quiet, and that's not okay. I don't think that's okay. So, but he got his match. So, It is what it is. It's like the dude, Dr. Elon, that was on there. They're like, "Oh, you're too confident." Ain't no such thing as a man that's too confident. I didn't get that. The dentist dude. I was like, "What's his ad? Y'all tripping?" But they gonna follow the leader, start popping their balloons in order. I've never been that female though, so
So if you had the opportunity, would you ever go in there?
go on that show.
Yeah.
Nah,
Nah.
nah. I maybe sit in a studio audience. I don't need to go on the show for that to meet people. Come on, Jr.
I don't know. I mean, some people want to be famous. So they go in there just to get a little clout. I'm not saying you, but I'm just.
I was like, absolutely not. No, I like my little low key life, but no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't do that. No, not to find love, but it is entertaining to watch.
I don't even have the app.
Nevertheless.
I'm gonna download it.
No, I can't
It's not coming
download
on
anymore.
Gonna make sure we send a healing hand over at the roof. But go ahead, Trev. What are your thoughts about the show, man?
How you think Dr. Elon wasn't crazy? Cringe. That dude was wild how he came up there. We ain't gonna talk about Homeboy though. We're gonna talk about the matter at hand. But yeah, the dude, I feel like sometimes people just aren't self-aware, right? And that's what we talk about with the game. Like it's no problem with being forthcoming. I understand that, but as like you don't think you're gonna put anybody off coming in there like that? The result, like I think the woman that actually picked him was trolling, to be honest. And I understand there's somebody for everybody, but I honestly think she was trolling. I don't even think that she's gonna. If you just listen and watch the body language, I don't think he ended up with that chick. No way. The dude, man, when you come on there, you know what these females are kind of looking for, right? And you don't have to be fake about it, but just the thing like, I want a woman that's not going to be promiscuous. Like any one of those women would have actually told you that she was going to be promiscuous. You could have asked a much more valid question than that. Everything that he did was just crazy. And then you come roasting people. Nobody likes to know it all, for one. You don't come on there like a know-it-all, and you don't come on there without any humility. You have to have some type of humility. If you let the females find out a lot of good stuff about you, if they ask you questions, then you just answer probably, but you don't just come out there. I mean, I understand it's all fun and games, you roasting or whatever, but if you really out there trying to get a female, he did exactly what you should not do. Everything that he did, I wasn't digging the outfit. That was a bad look. I could imagine a lot of females would have been turned off by that. And then he just came, his initial response, and then she asked him a different question, and he gave the same exact response. Like, what do you mean? It didn't make any sense to me. I'm surprised he didn't get all his joints popped right in the beginning. And one thing I notice about that show all the time is that, we already know that women are communal thinkers. So once one set it off, you usually hear a lot of them in sequence. I'm surprised this went so slow. I think they just really wanted to hear what the hell else he was going to say for entertainment value. Because normally when somebody come on that poor, they get all of them popped right away. You hear them pop, 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 like right off rip. And that's what he should have gotten based on how the show usually goes. But I think everybody just kind of trolled a bit just to see how bad it really would get, right? Like for you to go on a dating show where you're trying to meet people and for you to actually get into these mild altercations is just wicked. I don't understand how he would, like, it's bad, man. To me, in a nutshell, I'll just say this. It seems like he is totally unaware of what's happening. He has no self-awareness. He's just out here. And you could be like that, but you are dramatically limiting your options. So the likelihood of you getting a female that you actually want are dramatically decreased, and you're doing it yourself. You're sabotaging yourself, and that's the problem. He needs to come out there with your best foot forward. You talk to these women nicely. You'll find out everything you need to know on the first date. You get to ask them most of the questions when you're the dude and there's a bunch of women. You get to ask her the questions so you can kind of vet them real quick. So you don't have to come out there crazy. I think it was so many different approaches that he could have had to that, and that was probably worst case scenario. I'll leave it there.
All right.
I think y'all hating on Dr. Elon.
Come on now. Dude was just uncouth. He was extremely arrogant. and his answers were crazy too. You know that. You really thought he would fare well in a group like that? His brother, who didn't have his same career or nothing, or his looks, actually was able to get a. He went on there twice and got chicks. His cousin. So I
Dr.
don't know.
Elon related to him? Dr. Elon
But
related
he's
to him?
like textbook.
Not this guy.
wasn't
Not.
as-
But there was another guy that went on there.
He's textbook like on paper what women say they want, but then when he got there, it's
Minus the
like,
game, minus the pizzazz, minus the personality.
hey, I don't see anything wrong with confidence. Could have held back on the insults?
Me neither.
Absolutely.
I think confidence is mandatory, but that's not what he displayed. There's a difference between confidence and arrogance, right? So I think
I don't think he was arrogant.
absolutely. The guy just now? Or you talking about Dr. Elon?
I don't think either one of them were arrogant.
I will say this. The only issue I had with the dude was the statements he made. It was kind of contradictory. He stated that he's looking for a woman that's not promiscuous. I get that part. And he's also looking for a woman who has her own career and have her own thing going. But then he later on stated that I don't need any money from you. I don't need you to, I guess, pay for anything. To me, that's a contradictory. Because if she need to have a career and have her own thing going, or okay, why? You know what I'm saying? If you don't need her to pay for anything, if you don't need to leverage her resources and skills she have, if you don't need that, then you shouldn't need for her to have a career already going. So that one right there kind of stuck on me. Everything else was cool, and I recognize whenever you get to let's just entertain it. Let's say he can in fact pull 100,000 out of the bank. A lot of people can't do that, which means he's at a level where a lot of men can't operate like that. And guys who can operate like that and pull out money like that tend to be more arrogant. You know, they tend to. I wouldn't say it was a matter of him limiting his options. It was more like he was filtering his options out. So when you get yourself to a level like that, you're able to behave how you really are. You don't have to show humility if you don't want to. If it's not who you are, then you're not going to do that because you've leveled yourself up to a point where you can actually flaunt how you really are. The people who are looking for women to go 50-50, people who are socioeconomically challenged tend to have to be more humble when they come into settings like this. They tend to have to toe the line on how they are so they can get a chance at a relationship. But whenever you have a lot of options and you can get it, like he stated, you can get a chance at a woman any day. You start operating different. You start really being yourself. You start, tapping into your juggler. You're like, I don't give a fuck. Look, you got to be this, it is. Oh, well, I wouldn't see him. You start to have those mannerisms whenever you know you can get it. So I can understand why his persona was like that, and he wasn't so humble. And I'll let somebody else go.
I agree with Darwin, excuse me.
Okay.
Either way, you can say either way.
I'm going to go to you, Ariel.
I think he came off a little inauthentic, just a bit.
What'd you
And
say?
then in terms of, I said, don't you think he came off a little bit inauthentic and just a little bit? And then on top of like what you were saying in terms of contradictions. So I don't know if he was just being funny, but like the one girl he dismissed because she had hair on her arms. Then the other girl who popped her balloon said she popped it because she had hair on her arms. And then he said, oh no, but you're fine. So that's also like something small, but like, it just didn't seem like he was being real. Like,
well, I think he was being real because that kind of draws back to the privilege, the pretty privilege part. Sort of like whatever, I think me, Marcus, and Sweeney had a conversation about if a woman grabbed you by the nuts in the middle of the club, you would be pissed. But if she was drop dead gorgeous, you probably wouldn't be pissed. So it's a double standard. You wouldn't hold. So if she's just drop dead gorgeous and she got a little hair on her arm, you can probably deal with it. It's like a woman being able to compensate for certain flaws in other areas. And the girl that had the original girl that had hair on her arm, she wasn't able to compensate. But I didn't mean to cut you off. You can go ahead. But yeah, I mean, like, Ariel, can't you like understand it? Have you? Okay, let me ask you this: if Sweeney was driving, okay, let's say you was looking for a man, and Sweeney pulled up to you in a Ford Taurus 98 or 99 with the mud flaps, and it was smoking in the back. But he you know what I'm saying? And he was really genuine about how he wanted to date you and take you out. But then a guy, the next guy who, let's say Morris Chestnut, pulled up in the same car. Which one would you date? You would date which one you would date? Both of them got the same socioeconomic status.
Bruh, why you calling him ugly on the low, Bruiser? I mean, Darwin. Why you put that jacket on him?
I didn't call him
I don't look
ugly.
like Morris Chestnut.
I don't think. Listen, I'm not gay, but I would say I would.
What?
I would
Boy,
hyper.
hey, pause, bro. I'm just gonna save you before you. I'm gonna save you before
No,
you.
you ain't got to, bro. You ain't got to.
You ain't got to.
I'm real careful with my words, bro. Trust me, you don't got to save me. I'm not calling Sweeney ugly. I'm just calling the other gentleman more handsome, so to speak. So, hey, you can answer the question, Ariel.
I could, but I wouldn't.
Exactly. Because you know it's a double
wouldn't.
standard, and you would have to go on the record.
Well, I'm
agreeing
also
to it.
married, so you know that's a little.
Okay, if you weren't married, hypothetically.
What?
Hypothetically. Let's just say.
Hypothetically what?
Let's just say you said you also married, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just saying, say you weren't married. Like, say that was those two men were your options. Which one would you pick? Both have the same socioeconomic status, same car, but one just looked.
Who would you pick?
Who would I pick?
Yeah.
First of all, I wouldn't pick a dude. I don't have those options.
That's good.
Okay, so I just take that as you don't want to play. One country cooking laughing. Who would you pick, country? Why she try to be political?
I'm aesthetic with it all. I ain't gonna sit here and cap. It definitely would be with the. Wait, what was the situation you said? Sweeney in a Taurus with the flaps, and Morris Chestnut in what on a bike?
No, same car, or even worse. Let's do a bike.
Oh, are they in the same car?
Not
But
in
do
the
I
same
know
car,
you,
but they
Morris
both have the
Chestnut?
same. They both have the same car. Basically, I'm saying they both have the same socioeconomic status.
Okay. Me? I'm gonna be honest and say I'm gonna pick the more handsome dude.
Thank you. That's
That I'd be lying if I didn't.
I know.
I don't do ugly dudes. So
And who is that, Bruiser? Which one of those men is that?
So you trying to trap?
I will clarify for my friend.
Bruiser, I actually got a better way to trap you here. So, now you saying, no, but think about it. You're saying that she's going to pick the more handsome guy, right? Meaning that, you know, the socioeconomic status is not as important, and that's kind of what I was getting at. Because you saying that the dudes could sit there, lead with their wallet and farewell, and I don't think so. You have to understand what type of female you're going to get if that's what you're leading with. You're going to have females who are attracted to your money, and that's fine, but that's not really going to work. She's not going to care for you the same, and if she gets a better option, she's obviously going to leave. So it's a terrible thing.
That's if you're dealing with a gold digger.
Well, if you lead with your wallet, that's the only thing you're going to attract.
Well,
it's gold diggers. If that's your best attribute.
Yeah, that's where we on two
If that's
sides.
your best attribute.
I don't believe that's where we on two sides. I don't believe that leading with your wallet only attracts gold diggers. I think women who are smart and like to date economically, and they look at looks not as the priority, but being able to thrive and build a family together. I think those women typically would be okay with a man who's leading with wallet and wouldn't try to use him for his wallet. They would still
So
consider
Bruiser,
other
this what I
factors.
always say.
Right.
This what I always say. The tangibles will attract a partner, but the intangibles will maintain and retain a partner. So that's the same thing. It's just like having a beautiful woman, right? But if she's not nurturing and she's not caring and she's not what you really want out of a human being, then it'll be hard for her to maintain you as a man because all she has to offer is beauty. And I'll put that in the same category as men with money. You'll be able to attract a lot of women, but it's not necessarily going to be for the reasons you want. And it'll be a tough time for somebody to get somebody to stay with you. I think the intangibles are what sustains a meaningful relationship.
Well, I get that. I understand that. But
I
that
think
still
ugly
doesn't mean.
dudes with bread always lead with their wallet.
But
I think they know they ugly.
you could still lead with your wallet and be handsome and show up in other areas that's necessary for the relationship to thrive. I'm just saying it's a critical part, especially in society today with not capitalism, with inflation. So I think being economically stable is important. I ain't gonna say it should be prioritized, but if I'm a woman who wants to be led by a man and submissive and cooperative to him, I would most definitely focus on not just his looks, but primarily, is he able to even be a leader, one, and is he economically sound in a way where he could provide for a family? Because a lot of guys are gonna make you want to make you go 50-50. And they still want these women to be submissive and cooperative. To me, honestly, that's a bad deal for a woman. So we may be disconnected on it. I think a woman having to bring in half of the resources is typically a man's job. But if a man is asking a woman to do half of his job and then want her to do 100% of hers, be 100% cooperative and submissive and all that stuff, I think it's an unfair deal for her. But I'll let somebody else go.
I want to try to get Shannon in there. Miss Shan Monet. Shannon's. Going once.
Sorry, I'm in the house trying to find extension cords for chargers and stuff. It's bad over
See,
here.
she had a man that was economically sound. She would already had that.
Listen, every computer in my house was on dead. So I'm sorry. What was your question?
Would you date the bus driver?
Didn't I answer this question like a year ago? Same answer. Rewind. Go back a few episodes. What was the question though? That was not the question.
No, we just kind of drifted off a little bit in relation to the topic, but you've seen the pop balloon and you've seen the way he was talking and how he was leading with his money and his job and the way he was talking to the women. What were your thoughts?
It's just not tasteful at all. Like, the women were right to pop their balloons, but they were talking smack too. They both were talking smack at each other. So, but not really the kind of guy that I would go for. I was pleasantly surprised that the young lady at the end waited it out. Maybe she's going to take him to church or something. Maybe she saw something. She felt like it was an opportunity to deliver him. I don't see it going any further than that. I think that her mission with him was a little different than maybe he is for her. So maybe she had a different vision what she wanted next. But but you know what they say, opposite attract. She seemed to be a calm.
Oh man.
She must have been able to attract the opposite.
Yeah, between Ruth and Shan, gotta see we get a tech guy over there, man.
She might need a tech guy or a plumber. She might need a plumber too.
Yeah. Like I think Shan's situation is a little bit it ain't really that major. She just need a cord. Ruth just need a whole system. She need to be updated, man. She like
when y'all start putting your mouth on it, that's when it starts.
Oh, I didn't know you was there. I'm sorry.
Talking, so I could.
I didn't see you, Ruth. I didn't know you was there.
I
My
can hear
apologies.
you. Is that way your way of saying, Ruth? Are you there? I can hear you.
No, we was just trying to get your attention, man.
I'm here.
Queen. We just trying to get your attention, Queen.
How you
Isn't
gonna
it, isn't
snap
it?
on her and then call her queen? Like, it's like queen to calm her down and then snap
What,
right
what
back.
the plumber guy did, then he talked
Yeah,
about it.
that's what he was doing. I
He
was
was
like,
talking
that
about
was really
calling the
clever.
Queen.
Well,
Yeah.
ain't the licensed plumber the equivalent of a traveling nurse? Like you got to watch out for them. Because
Yeah, he's trying to clean out pipes, man.
I think the
don't-
reason
I-
why he led with promiscuity because he was probably projected. Like he probably was cleaning so many pipes and also busting them open.
He
And
always
he's
in
like,
somebody's
look,
mouth.
I done seen these women do some nasty shit. I'd be damned if I fuck. He probably like, yo, I think he was projecting with that. Because just like, I think Trev right about that. Coming in there and saying, promiscuous women, like, even if they were, like, how would you know?
22 minutes and sex is brought up. That's the record.
Because I think a lot of these women don't even have a digital footprint for real to be able to confirm, like, how many bodies or some shit they had.
Okay. Waiting on Shan, man. She should be pulling up in a second, man.
Did Roof go?
No.
I don't know what's going on. Roof don't have no cam. We got audio, but we don't have cam now.
Oh, you can't see me?
I thought her lights went out.
No.
That's
I'm
the
like,
reason why
You thought her lights went out. God
I
damn.
can see my phone, but y'all can't see me.
Nah, we can't see.
That's
That's
why
why
you
we
be a real estate agent and your lights go out.
Oh man.
No, we just see a black box.
All right.
Man.
So y'all honestly think that girl that decided to go with him, y'all think she was?
I don't think she was serious at all.
I think she was serious.
I think she was trolling.
I don't think she was trolling. Like, I think she was more. I think she was attracted to his physical appearance.
But don't we
think she was trolling either.
argue on this panel day in and day out that women need to be like that woman who said, "Yeah, I'll go."
They should.
So shouldn't we be pushing the issue? Like a lot of those women probably going. I'm not going to even say the cliche term. Was it die alone by a dog? But shouldn't we be pushing the issue that a lot of the women should have recognized? Okay, this guy's trying to. He's clearly. I mean, obviously they're gonna have to confirm it, but he's clearly earning a living and he wants to provide for a family. He don't have any kids. I think the only.
Yeah, but at the same time, think about it now. You said it's typically a man's job and he should be the provider. He also led with, I want a woman who has her own career going on. So by your logic, they shouldn't even be attracted to a dude like that who wants the 50-50, right? And he's an asshole?
Absolutely, but the balloons wasn't popped. Nobody popped their balloon when he stated that, which was a shocker to me. I'm like, damn, women.
He
really
had one
work.
popped off the rip.
Oh, before he even had anything to say, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because he just came in with the wrong get
A
up.
career woman who got something that's going on. There was no pop, 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 pop. It was. They were just waiting on to pop their balloon because he didn't show he was humble or he had some non-humble remarks. So they kind of discounted. I think one of them discounted him for his height or some shit because she was in heels.
Yeah, she was in heels, yeah.
So if women, I'm honest, if women are discounting men for that, I get it. You want the man to be taller than you, but at what risk? At what expense? Like that you don't get a damn man, period?
They have an abundance mindset.
What is the average height of a man?
5'10" for a man.
Yeah.
You serious? It's not
Between
6
like
foot?
5'8", like 5'8". No, it's not 6 foot. You know that. You know 6 foot is not. It's like between. It might even be lower than that. Let me see.
I
Yeah,
think it's 5'10".
like 5'8". Between 5'8" and 10, man.
Oh, really?
It's like
what?
Yeah, depending on where. Yeah, that's it. The average person is not 6. Wait, y'all thought it was 6 feet for real?
No, I thought it was
Yep.
5'10".
I'm tall. I think
Oh,
most
okay.
tall too. I thought it was 6 foot.
Bruiser,
No, it's definitely not 6 foot. There's no way.
Not anymore.
No.
I think it was for a time.
For a
I'll
time,
pull
right?
it up.
People
thought
that
it-
grew
What?
up
It's
like
never
in
been
an
6 foot.
athletic setting, though, their world is different. Like Bruiser, you probably used to seeing taller guys.
Yeah, all the
I
guys
know in
we play
I
ball
ran
with taller than
track,
me.
so and she played basketball, so we're probably like 5'10", like because we're used to like the average guy.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
You know what I'm saying? So I think the average dude walking the street, it might be 5'10", but like when we talking about track and basketball, hell no, no, it's not even
5'10".
close.
So you
Yeah,
telling me
but
that
women feel like that. Women actually think when they say 6 foot, it's an average man because most of the men who they encounter are pretty much invisible to them. There's men that they just look right past. They're not even a qualifier. They're not a candidate at all. Men are disqualified. Women actually have an abundance mindset. We should, but women do. Women are the ones who have an abundance mindset, particularly women who are young. They don't feel like there's a finite amount of men. They feel like it's infinite. Like they can just get another one and get another one. And because men validate them so much and hit them in the DMs so much for nothing, right? And compliment women all day and night for nothing. And they never have to produce anything and trick on women for nothing. This is what the result is. When you overvalidate and overvalue women, they get an inflated sense of ego. And so it's hard to blame them because we are responsible for it as in for giving them false inflated sense of ego. That's them that have it. Us created it. If we never dated them, where's the idea from? They got the idea from us because we. Am I?
She doing it again.
It is. I don't know what to tell you, man. I gotta.
I think
He didn't. Maybe he didn't.
I think your internet
Because
got
I don't know what the hell you was talking.
I think your internet got a cap on you. Like if you get long winded, it automatically start.
No, it got
I'm
a
getting
cap
throttled.
on him when he capping.
You think so? What did I say on there that was capped then?
I didn't say that.
So you're saying because women have all these dudes in their DMs and that men are invisible, basically it's our fault that we believe that, like a lot of women believe that the average man is 6 feet. I don't know if that is even true, but I know that demographic area where you live, there's so many other factors that go into it other than men in the DMs and our egos being inflated. That's all that I'm saying.
It's
like,
absolutely. It's more than that. But so you telling me that men generally don't compliment you who you don't know, or that doesn't happen? You don't get compliments. You don't get validation.
But that doesn't make me perceive
How much do you
them
think
like,
it? How much do you think it happens in comparison to men?
way more? Because that would be, you know, when you're growing up, your parents tell you, well, when you have good parents, you're not supposed to really just go on out talking to random men. Like
Most of us don't, but carry on.
Yeah.
So you don't think that would give you some sort of an ego boost? Just like if I told you you ain't shit every day and I said you ugly as hell, you would probably start looking at yourself differently. Now, just the same effect would happen if somebody says, "Hey, you're beautiful." Hey, well, that's what happens with many women out here. If they hear they're beautiful and they get the attention.
Because my dad, he was good for telling us how beautiful we are every day before we left for school. Every single day. He never missed the mark on that. So there's not a man on this earth that can tell me I don't look good. But as far as like men out here in these streets, like just being like, hey, it's all, I mean, that's not comfortable as you think it is for women. Like for us to be getting like, ooh, I was at the store and this man told. I don't know if y'all can vouch for me. Like,
I never said it was cool. Like it makes it. All right, so I said it gives you an ego boost, meaning that you feel like there's a lot of men you have access to. Not to say that you're gonna like it every time, because if you're in a committed relationship, it really doesn't. It's meaningless, right? But it'll still make you feel a certain way. Like okay, well you understand that you're beautiful, you look good. You can probably obtain men very easily if you wanted to.
okay, I'll make a deal with you. I think that's an ego boost to a certain type of female that I cannot relate to. Does that make you happy?
Well, let me Cookie. Don't you think your father rate your beauty or your looks on a father scale, not on a attraction scale?
Yeah, Right, absolutely. And
So
it was
you said
because
no other
he
man
liked
could.
himself.
So if somebody told you you were ugly, and they were rating you on attraction scale, you wouldn't take it into consideration because your father
No,
rated you.
absolutely not. I'd
Why?
tell him you're insane. But I look at myself every day though. So I'm not I know I'm not ugly. If I
So
might
you
be
don't think
ugly to
you don't
you,
think
sir,
attraction matter?
have a good day. That ain't
Right.
gonna make me feel bad though.
So
It's
attraction
not.
don't matter to you.
Huh?
With your logic, attraction doesn't matter.
A stranger telling me that I'm ugly does not matter to me, no.
Well, if he's telling you your physical appearance is a 5 or 4, you said it don't matter.
No.
So basically, what you're saying, if he got to know you, your rate, your scale from a 5 will go up to a 9 because your appearance would change if he got to know you.
So you trying to say that if somebody looked at me that I don't know and said I was a 5, that I'm supposed to go home and at myself and look in the mirror and start drawing
No,
lipstick?
well, I'm not telling you. I'm not
I'm
telling you
trying
gotta
to
have a
understand the
response.
question.
Well, I'm not saying you gotta have a response to the extreme to where you gotta go judge like how you're grooming or whatever. But if somebody, let's just say you were stinking, and somebody said, "Hey, girl, you stink,"
I'd say thank you for
you
letting me
wouldn't say,
know.
"Hey, you got to get to know me. Some I
No,
smell
I'd say
can
thank you for
dawn
letting
in
me
or
know.
grow on you."
If I'm
Huh?
stinky,
I'm
thanks
just
for letting me know
it's
because
a
I'm
similar
probably
concept. Is what I'm saying
leaving
is
the
that,
gym.
huh? You live in the
I would
gym?
probably be leaving the gym because I don't stink. That's what I'm
Okay.
saying.
All I'm saying is if there's a such thing as somebody being able to recognize beauty and on an attraction scale. And what I'm trying to understand, do you recognize that? Like you even said it
Their
yourself. You
attraction
even said it yourself
scale,
that you would choose Morris Chestnut
yes, their
over Sweeney.
attraction scale. But see, when I picked Morris Chestnut, Sweeney did not say, "Oh my God, she picked your Morris Chestnut. That must mean I'm ugly." That ain't how that works.
Well, I get that part, but you would choose Morris
So,
Chestnut because he's a more attractive person, right?
I mean,
But to her,
Yeah, to
to
her.
me, I
yeah.
mean, maybe he okay. I prefer the prefer Silver Fox, Denzel's, and like.
So basically, what you're saying, you do recognize that there is an attraction scale.
Yeah,
You just don't
well, I
like to
wouldn't say a
apply it to
scale.
yourself,
There's a preference for different people. Yes,
right? So you
I
just
call it a preference, not a scale.
okay. So you just don't apply it to yourself. You don't take in consideration on how people feel about your attraction.
Absolutely not. I
All
never
right.
have, and it's worked for me. I don't
Okay.
give a damn what you think about me. I know somebody that like it. That's usually what I say.
I get it.
But I've
Listen,
never really been insulted
by any
by
means, I ain't
men. It's
saying
usually females, actually.
by no means that I didn't judge you by your attraction. I was just trying to make a point. So
No, no, no,
I
no.
just don't want nobody in the chat to be like, "Oh, what are you trying to say, bro?" You know what I mean? So
No, no, I know Bruiser. He's trying to prove a point, but what I'm letting you know, there are some women on the planet that like themselves. You know what I'm saying? And I grew up in a household where self-love was it was important. It was a must. And our family was that family. And if somebody was to look at me and be like, you put on some pounds, I'd be like, okay.
oh, I'm gonna need you to work on them triceps too. You got a little dangle under them arms.
Yeah,
On the
I'm
bicep. Yeah, you
42.
got
I just turned 42.
okay.
And I lost weight. So
Oh,
it's
this
gonna take
area. Area, what you with? 48? I mean not 48, I'm sorry. I meant 38. I meant 38.
Not even close.
Bruiser, just shut up, Bruiser.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead.
Oh no, it looked like it might affect it just a little bit now. Hey, Darwin, don't it look like it affected just a little bit now that you done trashed it a little bit? See, that's all I'm saying.
Who? What? Where? What'd you say?
No, I said
I was referring to him calling her 48.
I do not look 48 years old.
No, I meant to say 30.
I don't think so either. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm 32.
Okay, yeah, I knew you was in your 30s.
How you gonna go from? If you talking about my arms, I don't care about that. I know somebody that like it. I already told you how I am, Bruiser. I'm not. I don't come on
No,
here to
I was just
lie.
saying. You said you stay in the gym. I'm like, shit. Did you hit them biceps?
That's why. No, I haven't
Triceps?
been in the gym in like 3 weeks. I got a new athlete, so yeah, I'm slacking on my pimping, but I know somebody that like it, so a few people actually.
Get a few DMs. Okay then. All right.
All right, I'm
We was waiting on Shan to go right and Ruth. Shan, did you go yet?
A roof?
What did Ruth
So
go?
wait,
She'll be back.
I was just.
think
Did
Miss
you
Sweeney-
did you just say you get a few DMs? Oh, okay.
I don't judge who I am by DMs. That's the problem with this world today. I'm 42. I was born before any of this was even a thing. Like, I don't.
I have a question. So, what is the right? What would be the right answer you guys are looking for from Cookie? Like, do you not think a person should be a? So, let's just say this: attraction is different for everybody, right? Most people are dating people who are the similar of similar attraction. That's just reality. So even if she says, "Oh, Morris Chestnut," I mean, the guy she's with, you might be like, "Okay," you know what I'm saying? Who the guy with? Like, okay, it ain't like she's saying, "Oh, he's got to be this god," right? But you gave her a choice, so she chose between two people. But what would you ideally want to happen? Do you not want women to at least have some attraction to the guy they're with?
What?
Like, what is it that you guys want to be said?
Well, because she was arguing against Trev's point about women having an ego boost regarding how much attention that they get. So when Bruiser started asking her the questions about how would she feel if other people found her attractive and whatnot, and I kind of put it in the back check. I said, how many strangers will have to tell you that you're ugly before it starts making you question how ugly you are? And because Trev was talking about how women think they're more beautiful based off of the fact that so many people call them beautiful over and over and over again, that they have a abundance mindset because there's so many people attracted to them. So that's what the whole debate even started from. That's why they was asking her. So they was expecting her to say, you know what I mean, give an answer regarding that. But the only thing I would say to Trev and Darwin regarding that is that I don't think people meet enough people in their life to be able to determine for them to feel well. No, I don't think the ratios for someone who's relatively look okay will ever be enough to make them feel not attractive. So if you fall somewhere around the average category or slightly above average, there would never be enough people to make you feel like you're absolutely unattractive.
Bro, I disagree. I think women have some of the lowest self-esteems in the world. Unfortunately, they a lot of those things affect them, and that's why, like as a father, it's extremely important to me that I tell my children they're beautiful every day and pump encouragement into them. Women internalize stuff differently than us. They don't. They may say that they're a 10, but what they actually believe about themselves is not the same thing. That's why it's kind of like taboo to like go at them, because it can tear their confidence down and have long-term effects.
So if your
I
child is,
agree with that.
so if your child is
That's
overweight,
definitely the majority of women.
Pop
They don't
Tarts all
really.
day and sluggish, you gonna tell him he's still.
You say if I have a child that's
so you
a
saying
girl,
I would be wrong? So would I be wrong if I had a son? I got two sons, and one of them is just eating too much and not working out and not watching his weight, and he's getting fat. And am I wrong for saying, "Hey, look, bro, you getting fat, bro? You ain't gonna."
But that's a question of health, not of attractiveness necessarily.
Well, you
And
don't
as
have
a
to
father,
have
you
all
would say you're unhealthy.
and that depend on the relationship with the child and knowing that child personality. Some kids you can say that to and it's gonna motivate them. Some of them is gonna depress them. It just really depends.
I would argue that your health is a direct result of your attraction. Like, obviously, you're not gonna have the fake. You might not have the angles. You might have a round jawline. You might not have that square jawline. But if you can keep yourself in shape within your weight, you have flattering areas on your body that make you attractive versus being overweight. So we're not trying to reshape your structure of your nose and your eyes and get the symmetry going and all that other stuff so you can be, perfection. But your health most definitely has a play. That's why people tell you to go to the gym. Nobody tells you to go to get surgery. I mean, I know they're telling women to do that because there's a discipline issue and a laziness issue. So men tell women to get in the gym to become more beautiful. Women tell women to go get under the blade to become more beautiful. It is a matter
Who are
of
these
health.
women?
What? Have you seen the world?
I've seen it, and I think is that common, and I know it's a thing with celebrities,
You have to
but I just
understand the difference between like your personal conversations and what is being said via the media, which is what most people consume. So while personally you may not necessarily see those type of things, when you look online, when these women look online and they see that everybody's going under the knife or is being pushed to them, advertised to them, their favorite celebrity went under the knife. That's what he's speaking from, is that they're being told this. Whereas, so you have to take yourself out of it and just look at it from the
I'll
perspective of
try. I've been gone for a while.
Yeah.
But I agree with what Bruiser's saying when it comes to the health part, because my dad was a coach, and after I had my daughter, he told me, he was like, "You need to go work out," and I was like, "Okay." He was my coach my whole life, so
I've seen some big women. They got a lot of weight on them, but they look like they would just be flat out gorgeous if they can cut 40, 50 pounds off. Like I've seen it. I mean, the woman is 250 pounds. She's cute as hell, like in the face and all that stuff. Her proportions of her body are just right. But she's just holding too much weight on. Like if you just go to the gym, you can.
Yeah, I seen some of them glow ups when people like transform and lose 100, 150 pounds. But in regards to that video though, so I'm conflicted because I knew from the beginning dude only wanted them first two. Like I watched that clip over. I'm like, yeah, he only was interested really in them first two women. I don't think he had to roast them. I wouldn't have done it, but I low key the clip before, old girl was saying she want a man who know what he want. So that personality type might not be attractive to 90% of women, but 10% might really, really mess with that. Shorty just might have fell into that 10% that say, I like a man that act like this and talk like this. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's some people that want a DMX personality type or want a aggressive in your face personality type. It turn them on. They feel it. It's easier to be dominated by that type, but that's what they view when they think of a masculinity and ideal man. He may act like that. It may not be for everybody else. I personally wouldn't have went on them like that. I would have kept it smooth, like the dude from Chicago who was like, all right, Shorty, you still cool, but you just
before the world got soft. This is how men was. This is what men were. They were outspoken. They were honest. They were blunt. They were straight to the point. They came from the juggler. Only until things got more Me Too and all this other shit and policing what you say and attacking your brand for being on. Men have now got to be honest. They got to be in the shell about how they say. You notice he called her queen. Back in the 80s, she would have been called probably I'm not going to even say it.
No, so look, hey, I think that men did speak that way, and I also think that a lot of kids got trauma behind that stuff too. And there's a lot of kids who never heard their parents tell them they loved them, and the next generation tried to recorrect it because it was a lot of tough love, but not enough nurturing love that went into them. So it may have been even an overcorrection in the next generation. But so it worked for dude though. He went on there and said whatever he wanted to say and still got the one he wanted, one of the two he wanted. So
well, technically he didn't. Later on, she went in the back and got the number of another dude when they went in the back.
Oh, why he always spoil it, man. You just brought.
So Sweeney, who was right on that one? She was just out here trolling.
How you know that? How
So
do you
because there was a guy named Beast Mode, he reacted to that very clip, and he was like, he went to their Instagrams to find out, like, because he didn't want to wait until they did like the after show to see if they actually dated or not. So he went to both of their Instagrams. One, she said that she went on a dating show and came out still single, which means that she didn't get nobody. And then he went on and said, yeah, this chick was tripping because as soon as we went in the back, it was all cool until we went in the back, and then she got the number of somebody. She got another dude number, which made him say, "I'm cool off of her."
How about that? How about that?
But like this, all right. So
look at Trip. How about that?
So the balloon show
You can't put us in a trip. What do you call it? Trip bag or whatever, a trick bag, because we didn't have all of the details. But you can't use that, Trev.
I can't use that.
Hell no.
All right, I got you.
I think JR should make it a rule that you can't dismantle his topics by
that's not admissible.
No, you can't do that, man.
It's okay. I knew it the whole time. So when Trev said it, I already knew. I knew the whole time, like, yeah, this didn't actually work out that way. Like she went back there. But no, like
everybody looked like assholes who was agreeing with the dude.
But
I look like an asshole.
The show, I believe, it started out in the right place. Like she had her heart in the right place when she started the show. But after 7, 8, 9 episodes, and y'all notice this across all the dating shows, they start to devolve into clickbait, just trying to go viral type of, and that's what type of time dude was on when he walked in the room. He was on go to roast people. He was trying to go viral. You know what I mean? So like even when he was looking at the girl, she said, "My eyes up here." He wasn't looking at her. He wasn't looking at her sexually, nor was he looking at her arms. He was trying to find something to roast her on. Like, so like that's kind of what I'm noticing about that show. Like me and my wife sat there in the shop and we watched like 5 episodes in a row, and you kind of watch it devolve. The first episode you seen everybody was genuine. The second one, when I think it was when the guy's turn, it was pretty genuine. But after that, it started to get worse because most of the people on there are just there to go viral or get likes or promote their brands or something like that. Because even when you start watching the follow-up shows, most of the time they don't go on dates afterwards. The people who match never wind up going on a date. And you know what I mean, for one reason or the next. Like most of the time it's the woman who says, "Oh, well, I got busy," and the guy just be like, "Well, if you're busy, I'm just gonna leave it alone." So I think it started in the right place. I think old boy went on there to cook, you know what I mean, to cook some people and make a, you know what I mean, and go viral. I don't think anybody up there is serious anymore.
Well, now that you say that, I think it was foolish of him to be picking at a girl's hair in his arm. That should have probably been stated in one of his things that they said, "What are your deal breakers?"
Well, he didn't see
being well groomed. Being well groomed is if that, and then you're gonna make that a deal breaker when you see her. Like it's kind of like you're not giving us all the information we need. Because
we do got to get Shannon now, Marcus. Too. Let's get Shannon now.
Yeah, I could ask Shannon this question in for her. So taking away from, since Sweeney said what happened, right? If a man is that direct minus the insults, is that a turn on? And could you see yourself dating somebody that operates like that? Yeah, minus the insults, remove the insults, and just the directness, the direct way in which he was answering those questions.
I like gentlemen. I think there's ways to say things and not come across, quite the way he did. And so you can turn somebody down. I've seen guys on that show and they're very pleasant. They're like, okay, it's a way to, say thank you, but no thank you in a kind manner. I don't do rude. I don't do but they were going back and forth. So I also feel the same way about some of the women who were coming at him. But I just don't like that type of behavior because I feel like I can't take you nowhere. I don't want you beside me. But confidence is okay. But again, I think that you can tell people things without necessarily being rude.
I think all of those
Disrespect.
women look good. All of those women were in shape.
Huh?
I mean, I think all of the women were good looking. I think the lineup of the women, all of the women were in shape and looked put together. I didn't see nothing wrong with any of those women at all. I mean, even I think my man Jordan comes in, even the one with the hair on her arms, if she's a cooperative woman and she get in a relationship, she could groom that.
You would have dated all the women on that show?
Hell yeah. All the women were decent. The only issue that with me is whenever once I get past that first layer of attraction, okay, she look good, she's decent. She ain't even gotta be all that. You know what I'm saying? If she ain't all that, or she got things that she gotta work on. If she's one of those ones who's receptive to the information I'm trying to give her, granted, I can articulate myself in a way where she won't feel offended for the changes I think she should make to make her look more flattering and more beautiful and more attractive and more feminine, then we can make it work. But if she's one of those women like, oh, take me as I am and all this other shit, and I don't need it. I can find somebody who like it.
For me, the only one I actually could have dated
I'm messing with you. I'm messing with your cookie.
The only one I could have dated in real life would be the last girl. The one, I don't know if you've seen it, but she was very airy and extremely feminine. And potentially the first girl, if I didn't know she was giving her number out to people and all that stuff. Outside of that, I couldn't have done it.
Can I say? Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Shan.
So I have a question because I this is back a few conversation I think Bruiser brought it up. I have a question because it's coming up over and over again, the attractiveness of the woman, and we talk about obesity and stuff. Do men have this much concern for obesity when it comes to themselves, or is it just for attraction? Are we really concerned about their health, or we just want them to look good for
I got a 6-pack, so
personal reasons?
I got a 9-pack.
Because I hear a lot of people talking about, oh, she's overweight, she's obese, but sometimes the men who say it, not necessarily on the channel, are obese themselves. So I'm wondering, is it really the health that we're concerned about, or is it just you want her to look good? Just say you want her to look good for you. Don't be like, oh, her health, but meanwhile you eating burgers. Like, because you can be slim and unhealthy. People are slim and have heart attacks every single day.
Well,
how you got a 9-pack? I just thought about that.
You know the other ones.
I'm just
you know the other ones around the
when
rib
guys
cage.
say that on their channels, are they really concerned about the person's health, or is it they're just saying, I want you to lose weight because I want you to look good, and that could be
well, Stan, to answer your question, if you go on most of these men's channels, they all talk about men getting in the gym. That's first and foremost. I'm sure Trev talk about it. Marcus, he talks about it a lot. Darwin, he talks about it. JR talks about it a whole lot. I'm probably the only motherfucker that don't talk about it because I don't give a shit. And as you can see, I'm healthy down self. But I think the reason why women's shape comes up so much is because that's what men are attracted to.
Okay.
So if men are attracted to in shape women, then that's what we're going to talk about. We're not going to until it becomes like y'all have to talk about it. So if women start talking about how they need their men to be in shape, then that's what y'all like. Y'all know what y'all talk about on y'all side of the table. That's what y'all talk about. But men, they gonna give advice, but we're not talking about men's body shapes because we don't give a shit how men look to us. We talk about how women need to make themselves look for us.
And to me, that's an honest. So when you come on here and you say, okay, I want a girl to get in the gym because I want her to look good for me. That's a very different conversation from I want her to look good. I mean, I want her to be healthy. You're taking it. Just say what it really is. You don't really care that she's healthy. You just want her to look good. If she putting burgers in her body every day, as long as she look good for you, you like, oh shit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you also have to understand that in this nature, in this in the nature of today, it's hard to talk about a woman's weight without applying something like health to it, because you can't just get online and be like, man, I don't want no fat bitches. Like, and it
well, you don't say it, you just say I don't like women who are overweight. I prefer
so men bringing health into it is just a dialed down way of saying I don't want no fat bitches.
We're being tact.
They're being tactful.
Oh,
So they try to stay healthy, but what they really mean is we don't want no fat bitches.
okay.
So do that mean the dude did it the right
Makes
way?
sense.
Because us putting a finesse on it could potentially be confusing.
But you
Like
notice,
trying to make
you
it
notice,
smooth.
It's
The dude would have been said, "I don't want to."
Marcus is correct because if you're
Is
sitting
it not
there
the same
saying,
thing?
listen, it's not. Because if I hear a fat dude say I don't like because of health, I'm gonna look at you like, look at the like, what are we doing? I'm not, you're a joke, right? But if you say as a bigger dude, look, I like women who are in shape because that's who I'm attracted to. Okay, you are attracted to that. But to sit here and say health, and I'm like, sir, what is your BMI? Stop
But
talking.
how many people do we know that are slamming burgers and are fit?
yeah, I don't know that.
I know plenty. I go to.
Yeah,
I'm a
you
teacher.
probably have high metabolism. You are the
Listen, I'm a
exception, not the
teacher.
rule.
They go.
People will
I see it all the
slam in
time.
McDonald's every day.
With youth, you know, your metabolism is
Yeah,
pretty even in
yeah,
college.
Shan, but we're not talking about youth. We're talking about like adults.
Well, we're so even in your adulthood, I mean, even you go to college, if you talk, I mean, obviously not as old as we are, but we're talking about early 20s. How many people? Those people are not eating. A lot of people are not eating healthy. They're not
Yeah.
healthy eaters.
Some
Even
girls
if,
also go to school and run track too after eating all those burgers.
even if you run track, that does not mean just because your external is fit doesn't mean your internal is fit. You
Well, we can deal with
two
you.
different two different things.
I think y'all missing Shannon's point, and I think this will answer it. It's a fat guy can go out and say he don't want no fat chicks or some unhealthy chick, and not consider his own weight, because that may not necessarily be the thing that disqualifies. Now, if you see a fat broke dude say that might be, who might look at him, he might have to consider his weight. But a dude who got money would come out and say, I don't want no fat chicks, and or I don't want no unhealthy chick, because it doesn't necessarily disqualify. In the same way, you can hear a broke woman come out and say, I need a man that got his finances together and could give two damns if her own finances are together. It's the same thing. We just expect two totally different things. So on one side, you will see there you can set that double standard, because that doesn't necessarily, a woman having money or not having money doesn't disqualify her in the date market. Whereas for a man, being fat or not fat doesn't necessarily always disqualify, depending on if you got money or swag or you charming or whatever. You know what I mean? There's other things that men can do outside of their weight. So it's.
And I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is, like Marcus said, it can become a little, when you don't say what you mean and mean what you say, people can be confused by why.
Fair enough.
Here's the truth, Shane. Here's the truth. A lot of the stuff Sweeney said is correct. But here's the truth. The guys who are fat, that have money, and go out and say they want a woman that's not fat, those guys are okay with dating a woman that's going to date them for their money, solely for their money. These guys are well aware that they need to be, that a woman has a preference of attraction. These guys are well aware that they look at men as attraction just as much as we do, or if not more. And because of that, they're okay with, okay, look, she just need to be good looking. I got money. They're using their resources as leverage for the type of woman they want. We still tell men to go out and get in the gym so you can satisfy her preference for attraction. That way y'all relationship can thrive past the resources, or when you become more desensitized from the resources. Because once you get in a relationship and you got all the money, all that stuff, okay, what else is there? You know what I mean? I want to be able to look at you and want you. You know what I'm saying? But that's the difference between the guy that's fat and got money and the guy that's fit and got money, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? The guy that's fat and got money probably don't even care about changing his weight. He probably don't care about you being attractive. Just do what I say and I'm gonna pay you off, so to speak.
So what about fat and no money?
Well, if it's
normally has to have.
I mean,
he probably can't make that argument. If he fat with no money,
I don't see that even happening, Shane. I don't even know where you're hearing it.
Most if you fat and ugly, you're not going to be that demanding. I don't know many men at all who like
give
that.
me a second. Are y'all saying most men got money?
No, what we're saying is that
we're saying that men that are broke and fat pretty much are not demanding
Are not the
anything.
ones
They
making
take
the
whatever the hell
decisions.
they could get.
I
They
really
know
think
better.
you're intentionally
That
targeting
no money, you're not hearing
creator.
that. As a matter of fact, you
You're
said fat
targeting the
dude with
creator, and you need
don't
to
wind
stop,
up with a fat
Shan.
chick.
Because most of the big dudes I'm talking about, I don't think they got money like that.
Which big dude are you talking about? That's out here talking about I need a fit chick and ain't got no money.
I know who she's talking about, but I'm not gonna say it. But what I will say is,
It's not in this. It's not. So the people I'm talking about are not on this. Are not on this panel. They're not on any of these panels. But what I see.
Oh, really?
What I see in chat, and then you go to profile picture, and you be like, "What are we talking about here, young brother?"
I'm not gonna say it, but I will say this. You notice there's a difference between what we state out of our mouths to women on what they can apply to make themselves more suitable for a relationship versus what a woman does. A woman will say, "We don't need no man." Notice we never say we don't. Even if you're fat and whatever, we don't never say we don't need you. We always try to give you something to apply so we can want you. So it's never the case that we don't need women. But that we don't get that. We just get that, oh, I don't need a man. I just do it by myself. When instead y'all can if I'm fat and I want you and I want to treat you right and I want to do these things for you, I want to create a family for you. Instead of you just dismissing me, just tell me, hey, can you work on your weight more? You'll be surprised. A lot of men would be like, I mean, if that's what it's gonna take, I'm gonna do what it takes to get what I want. A lot of men are one of those. A lot of the men are like, okay, if I want this, I'm gonna go get it. If she tell me she's willing to consider me getting in a relationship, whatever, if I just touch up on a few things, maybe my breath stank a little bit, whatever. Boom, boom, boom. Here I am. Take me. But y'all don't want to do that. Y'all just blow a nigga off.
Also, Shan, when it comes to men, it is very easy to judge us by our results. It's not hard to see. A man that makes demand of the baddest chicks on the planet better be able to pull the baddest chicks on the planet. And you can see it. Like we can't make demands and then it just and it not be obvious whether we can live up to those standards or not. So even if you like go to these guys' profiles and they say I only want chicks that are skinny, and you don't see no women around them who fit that demographic, 9 times out of 10 he probably can't pull them.
All right. Got to transition, y'all. If you guys just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. So make sure you hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Harrison Davis, 499 says salute. Brethren? Is that how you say that word?
Brethren.
What does that mean?
Man, you ain't
It's
never read
like
the Bible?
making word.
Brethren. That's like my brothers. My brothers and shit.
You ain't go to church, did you?
JR, go to church, baby.
I mean, we just say brother, man.
No, they don't. They say brethren. You know that.
Nah.
When you be reading behind it, follow me on the scripture. To all my brethrens.
Nah, I ain't heard that. Harrison Davis and 499 salute to the ladies. Federico said cheers to Ariel, aka Neck Bay.
You know him?
Hink Basement, $2 says JR, here's a couple of dollars for Roof's internet. Juicy Works Shaw, $9.99. What's going on, Hamp? This might be risky. $9.99 says salute to the general. Thank JR for pioneering real conversation. Salute Bruiser Trev Sweeney. Rude to the good bros. Evenings, ladies, and #grind. I think everybody has contributed to the platform thus far. Let's make sure you hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Let's go ahead and keep it moving, man. We're going to talk about the TikToker that used the N-word. So let's go ahead and dive into this. I'm curious about you guys' opinions.
But that's the exception. I'm the rule. Everybody I know who's married right now, they're married to broke-ass niggas.
So a recent video of mine seems to have upset members of a certain community, and all the backlash just really made me, just really do a deep dive, like do a soul search. And after all that, I still couldn't find a care.
You're going to call us racist? You're going to call us potential Timothy McVeighs? Fuck you. War.
Gold diggers, but that's the exception. I'm the rule. Everybody I know who's married right now, they're married to broke-ass niggas.
So
Marcus, you remember that conversation we had earlier? She's only saying that because she's safe behind the screen. Because you wouldn't be able to cross her.
She better have a white. I'm sorry. She better have a black man.
So, like, how do y'all feel about that? Like, are y'all okay with her saying that?
Absolutely not.
Hell no.
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Who authorized her?
I think it's funny.
No, that ain't shit
No
funny
white
about
person
it,
should
man.
be authorized.
Sweeney, you the first one laugh when you heard the shit.
You know people can laugh nervously, right?
Nah, hell no. I saw all your gums. Pause.
No, seriously though, man. Nah, it's not cool. Now, I mean, what can we do about it? She's some random TikTok online.
She look like she got a lot of following based on her aesthetics.
She got fired from her job, and from what I understood, the person that owns the company, the CEO or whatever, was a black woman. So, yeah, that was dumb, but she was fired. They actually posted the letter. So yeah, she's out of a job now, and that's what happens. And that's the things that we don't think about. You know, we're held responsible. So you have to be, if you're still in that world and you're double dipping, you're in the content creation space and you're in the corporate world, you have to be savvy about how you use your words. You can't. There you go. Yeah, yeah, busted. I can't read that. My eyes ain't, but hopefully I can.
That's a double standard. If a black woman that said that when she got fired. Okay.
I think the rules should be the same.
That's what I'm
Rules should
saying.
be
So, no, I don't think it should be the same. It's a double standard.
Well, it depends on the company. I think that it all depends on who you work for. And I mean, because there's a lot of things people do. Sometimes people get fired. Sometimes people don't get fired. But I think that when she said broke it, I think she just mean broke people. I don't think that they married.
Nah, hell no,
I'm gonna
man.
tell you,
you can't do that.
Maybe they
You can't do that.
No, she was.
I think the word has lost its black touch. I think that now it's just people.
Nah, we can't be just. Nah, we just can't be letting people get away.
I
with
need to see her friends.
No, listen, all of her friends.
But that's the exception. I'm the rule. Everybody I know who's married right now, they're married to broke ass niggas.
So a recent video of mine seems to have upset members of a certain community, and all the backlash just really made me, just really do a deep dive, like do a soul search. And after all that, I still couldn't find a care.
You're gonna call.
She did. Do y'all notice she don't even?
She
give
doubled
a fuck?
down.
You
She
know what she
doubled
did?
down.
She wore. You know what she did? She wore the American flag during her last statement to let you motherfuckers know. This
And
is.
she don't care about
our-
that job either.
She wore the American flag on her chest to let y'all know.
Well,
this is our country, y'all. My thing is, maybe she is correct in a sense if all of all of the women she know are black women.
Bro, she don't know no black women.
That's cap.
She felt safe behind. She felt safe behind her screen because can't nobody do anything to her. And I mean, I'm surprised that, and I don't think she cared enough. I don't think she worried about her job in that way.
She should be worried about her friends coming at her for telling them, exposing her
friends. She just said she ain't got no black friends.
She probably
I'm
doesn't.
just saying,
Yeah, she probably doesn't have
She
friends.
exposed
in
her
general.
friend's husband's salary level, bro.
So
Can I say something as a woman of color, please?
Go ahead.
The way I know that she don't have any black friends is the way that the cadence of the way that rolled off of her. It just didn't. It didn't roll off right. It was robotic, and she just said it to become viral, and maybe
said
she
it to
wanted
rile
to quit
people
her
up.
job.
She tried
But
to go
don't
viral.
throw black friends into it because
She
that ain't
knew.
it.
She knew this was her 2 week. She probably put a 2 week notice in already. She probably already knew she
Yeah.
wanted to leave her job and get fired so she can get paid severance or unemployment instead of just quitting.
JR, you got that other info about what she said after that? or no?
No, you got it.
Shit, I'd have to find it, but I know what she said. She basically said to all you, to us who may have cared or made us think about it.
Hold on,
Thanks
wait, did you
for
say to all you
launching
niggas?
my conservative career. Thanks for launching my conservative
Yeah.
career. So that's pretty much what it is. She wants to be like, I guess maybe a Fox News correspondent or something. I don't know.
Kyle
Like,
Rittenhouse.
Yeah, she didn't think. The thing is that she's in an area where it's safe. She couldn't go
Iowa,
out. Like she's
Kansas.
in an area where me and
Charlottesville,
Marcus talked
Virginia.
about this. Me and Marcus talked about this earlier because he asked me a question. He said, if somebody calls you the N-word, you know what I mean, what would you do? And then I was like, man, if I'm in an area where somebody's safe enough to call me the N-word, I'm in a spot I shouldn't be in. Because white people don't just come
on white folks?
they-
Or you talking about? You just only
White-
talking about white folks only?
Yeah, white folks. Because most of the time, white folks couldn't come in a room with all 8 of us in there and just start calling black folks the N-word.
I will say
But
this.
they,
Wayne.
but they would. But if you walk into a country bar and it's a bunch of them in there, they might feel boldened enough to say something to you.
So if you don't like the word, then why is it okay for black folks to call you that?
Because it's our word.
Well, I will tell you this, Sweeney.
Why
Black
is it
people
our
do-
word?
Hold on, Bruce.
that's
So
crazy.
it's a cultural disconnect about to happen. If you're not a descendant of American slavery, this shit probably don't matter to you the way it mattered to us. And in New York especially, right? It's a lot of people who first generation, second generation, they immigrate here. Don't always understand the history. Some do, but a lot don't. And then they give passes to people in the surrounding areas due to them having black skin and people thinking it's fine. You come someplace like Chicago where people have came through the slave thing and migrated to Chicago, to California, you're gonna get the brakes beat off you. People, it's segregated out here. We're not playing with that stuff.
We're not playing.
Like, I think it's a lot of people who we are like, we have an interconnectedness through a struggle that a lot of people pretend like doesn't exist and diminish, which was one of the reasons why I care about the reparations thing, even if it's not about money. The way in which the Nazis had to move post the incident that occurred there, it removed the ability to be able to be out in public doing a lot of this stuff. The way that we get disrespected by the people who did this to us is because there's no historical ramifications or no result put in place. They trying to take slavery out the history books just so they could say we don't want to put our kids through knowing about what occurred because it's gonna create division. You shouldn't have did this shit. That was the fucking division. Now you want to pretend like it's done with all the resources from it? That's crazy to me. And I've seen a lot of black male content creators, right? I heard black women say this before. Black men, the new white supremacists. Some of them are. I seen them champion this little white girl like, yeah, call those niggas. Go ahead and say it, Becky.
Wow.
I'm proud of you. I'm gonna stand up with you. And them same goofy ass black men that do that shit be the ones getting slapped at conscious community events and all type of other shit. These dudes just weak as fuck to me. I swear that shit blow the fuck out of me. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Well, I will say this. I noticed I used to be called the N-word by even my own people whenever I was at a certain level. But once I start progressing in life and became more successful in the way I dress and carry myself, I come around those same people and they call me sir. And I was like, why did that change? Because when I was actually not, on my square, not doing right, you know what I'm saying? And I look like typically a broke nigga or whatever, I will be called a nigga. But then when I level myself up, I exceeded all of those, terms or whatever people would use because they would look at me a different way. What I would say is people watching her shouldn't take offense if it don't apply to you. First of all, I don't even know why you're watching the girl. Secondly, I would say once you take care of your image and stuff, you'll be surprised on how people address you. People start categorizing you more on your socioeconomic status more than your color of your skin. So it's more like capitalism now. You know what I'm saying? Versus racism.
So
Wait,
did you see Paul Pierce just now where he was talking about the player right on First Take, and he used the N-bomb. Or Stephen A. Smith, he was talking to a man in a suit when he said N-word, please. You don't remember that? He said it twice, but that was one instance. This was Stephen A. Smith on live.
Please, I think when you use N-word, please, that's more like a actual phrase, like nigga, please. You know what I'm saying?
So what about Paul Pierce?
What did he say?
He called another player the N-word.
I don't know what dog.
What context did he use? Like, what did he use? He said, "What up, nigga?" Or what did he say?
No, he's like, "Look at this."
Right
he said it to he was yeah, exactly. That's exactly what he said. And the dude wasn't even in his presence. He just said it, and in front of Skip Bayless, who's obviously not black.
He said, "Look at this,"
you know, and everybody, on live.
It was something.
First Take.
One of the ball players.
He said it to Skip Bayless, and it was one more. It was another co-responder, and Skip Bayless was on his Skip Bayless show.
He said it to Skip Bayless.
No,
yes,
represent another ball player. I thought he was representing a basketball player.
He was talking. No, he didn't call Skip Bayless that, but he was talking about a ball player. He was talking about his stats, and he was clowning him.
He was like, "This nigga scored like 2 points in 20 minutes." Like that's what he said.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
But like, Bruce, are you gonna sit here and tell me you went back to your old hood neighborhood to the same like they didn't call you a nigga?
No,
like,
all the guys
like the way that they used to talk.
That's atypical. That's atypical. I gotta say that.
Everybody was calling me sir, and it was like
that sound like cat, bro. Unless I mean, two people.
They saw me in a suit. They saw me with a tie on. All this other stuff. Sir,
that was a lot.
The very first thing they probably said is, "Look at this nigga right here."
No, they called me sir, man. Called me sir, bro. I was shocked too.
That was a lot.
What? I said, "What is like? Why are y'all calling me sir?"
The same hood that called you the N-word, that called you nigga before. You came around in a suit, and they was immediately
these
like
guys I went to school with, all that stuff. I grew up with these guys, so you know I wouldn't take offense if they called me the N-word.
Hold tight. Yeah, hold tight. Let me get Ariel.
Bro.
Go ahead, Ariel. It's on you.
I was just wondering, like, why we as Black people just don't give the word, just give it away. Because then you know who people are, right? And people start to expose themselves. I don't know what the obsession is with holding on to it, like why we fight so hard for it. I don't feel respected when I hear other people called that. I don't know if you feel respected when people call you that. I mean, I just don't understand why now in this time, this year, 2024, why we as Black people can't just say, y'all can have it. But knowing like if a white person is saying that, they've exposed themselves. Now you have to guess, is this person racist? Is it not? Is it funny? Are they trying to get clicks? Do they want attention? When it used to be when a white person said that word, we were clear. Oh, I know who you are. Now we have to guess.
No, I'm still very clear. There's no guessing involved. I
think you feel that way. And like we said, like there's like New York has a different culture. Like in general, yeah, white people in New York can't use that word, but Hispanic people can use it. Indian people can use it.
I explain why that is. Because a lot of the people in New York are first or second generation immigrants and don't care about the word. They share similar sentiment to what you just
expound. See the inconsistency and why it's a problem, and why wouldn't we just say at this point, y'all can have it? But understanding, like, if you're using that, I know who you are.
Well, because I think what Marcus is saying is that by what right do you have to make us give it up?
It's not a making. I said, why don't we? It's not them making.
It's not a we thing. This is a term that Black Americans use. And then to Marcus's point, the reason why you hear it so casually said in New York City is because a lot of people in New York City ain't from here. So they don't care about who uses the word. But if you go to Chicago, you go down to the South, they clearly recognize Nobody else can say it outside of us.
And this is my point.
So that's
It's like
ignorant. And
you're
I think
intent
Ariel's right.
on keeping it. And that's a lot of black people.
Yeah, because
We
it's
are
our
so
word.
intent on keeping that word.
Correct me if
And
I'm wrong,
it's
Ariel.
not a huge deal.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Ariel. I think what you're saying is, we've been called niggas so long in our life, we want to hold on to that motherfucker because it's stuck in our bloodline, it's stuck in our veins, it's stuck in our history. So we got to keep it, and you can't take it away from us. But I dare you say it against us. Is that so? What I'm thinking is maybe if we don't like it, if we didn't like it as much for the people who created the term for us and called us it, why don't we rid ourselves of it altogether? Because it's a contradictory. You know what I'm saying?
It's not contradictory.
It's like a woman saying, "Oh, all for hundreds of years we've been calling women sluts, slut this." Men been calling women sluts for hundreds of years, and then all of a sudden it stopped. They banned it. You know, they said, "Oh, men can't call women sluts," but then y'all go around calling each other sluts. But the time we say it, and it's a problem. But if y'all want to use it against each other as a term, I think they call it a term of endearment now. If you feel like it's that bad for anybody, especially the people who create it, you should probably rid it out.
People aren't allowed to gatekeep. People aren't allowed to gatekeep things.
So basically,
why do you want the
basically
word?
what you're doing is saying, I'm gonna.
I can say it and you can't.
So basically, what you're doing is keeping the slave whip on the mantelpiece.
That's
as
not
as a token.
No, that's
That's
not
basically what it is.
No, it's not. I mean, you know what?
We live in a country
Hey,
that
safeguarding something that was
you can
was
say
used
whatever
to
you want.
degrade you. You're safeguarding the term.
So, do you know that there's terms that people can say in their families that can't nobody else call them? There's other races that call themselves certain things that we can't come in and say.
What is that?
Everybody has words like you can't. If you walked up to a Mexican and called them a what's the word? A beaner or something like that. They can say it to each other, but we can't. You get knocked out if you go over there and say that shit to them, or you call people cholos and shit like that. They have a problem with us. So we can we have the right to gatekeep the words that we decide to use. And if you can't,
Hold on, sweet, I got a question. Would you allow your husband to call you a nigger? Ariel, would you allow your husband to call you a nigger?
No,
Why not? It's just a word, right?
that's not what I said.
No, I'm asking you. Would you allow your
But
husband to call you a
that's
nigger?
not what I said. So what
I
I
mean,
said
it's-
was we shouldn't have ownership of the word if it's a problem. And I said it will expose you if somebody uses that word. If my husband called me that word, that would expose him as what he would be, which would be a racist.
But if he was a black
So I'm
man, would
saying
he-
I don't understand why black people feel so connected to this term that was never a term of endearment or respect. Not really.
you wouldn't, because we reinterpreted the term and took the power from the word, and so much other people want to be called it and use it. And then
What if a white person reinterpret the term?
You say what?
What if
This is
white
what I
people
always
take the
hear. This
term
is
and
the
reinterpret
explanation I
it the way
always
you did and use it?
here for it. Is that
All
the
right.
taken
All right,
and turn it into something
Hold tight. I got a little clip I'm gonna play, and then I'm gonna go to one country. Hold on.
Viral. This girl is mega viral, and it's because she said something that the people of the melanin always have a problem with somebody that ain't of the melanin saying. I don't understand how one can say, man, we took the word back. It's our word now. That's why we say it to each other every day. It's because we took it back. We got the power back. You got the power back, but as soon as a white person say it, you mad. She said, your rappers, the people that y'all like listening to, that be rapping every day, they listen to it too. They can't like Drake and them. They can't sing along to Drake. They the ones paying Drake. Y'all ain't bringing in the money. The white folks bringing in the money from the hip hop music. You want to bet me? White people buy more records than y'all. They sell out more stadiums than y'all. And these rappers are all over the world. You think when they go to Europe, it's packed with black people? No, it's not. No, it's not. So if the white people paying the money, they should be able to say the words. But if the words you've taken back and it don't offend you no more, so they should be able to say it. One thing I love about this girl, we can't find on social media. I don't know if any of these social medias out there that are real, I'm not going to even mention them because I don't know if they're real. If she watched this video, reach out to us. I'd love to interview you or whatever the case may be and find out what your real platform is. However, I love the fact that she just don't give a F about what people say. Roll the clip.
So
I will
a
ask
recent
this.
video
I
of
will ask
mine
this man, who is his people? I swear to God, I would.
I would too. That's what I
Who
was
is
sitting here
this
wondering
Say
the
the
whole
N-word,
time.
I don't like it, even if they're black. When I hear white people say the N-word, I don't like it more. However, I have to look in the mirror and say, bro, why does it bother you more when white people say it? Like, just focus on the individual person. What's the difference between this individual person that wasn't alive during slavery, that never owned a slave, and a Negro that never was a slave, and understand why is there a difference? And when I talk to the mind of Brandon Tatum, I say, Brandon, there is no difference. You making it more than what it really is. A person can say whatever words they want to say. We live in America. And she didn't say it to a specific person. She said the name in general or the word in general. Also, she got other content out. This is why we can't find her. And let me tell you what, she gonna go viral because she looked like that. But can I just be honest? You see how she looked? Now, I can't stand women with potty mouths. I can't stand women that curse like that. However, look at her, and she's spitting facts. She will be viral tomorrow. We need to make merch for her, okay? We can cut your videos and everything, young lady. We'll help you. I'm just
This nigga right here,
So
bro.
all those nerds in high school, like the weird theater kids and the
This is another
Black
video that's
card
going viral,
revoked.
just so you know.
anime people and you know who I'm talking about, the people we didn't hang out with. So they've grown up now and they're the ones making the laws. They're the Mark Zuckerbergs. They're the Faucis of the world of nerds. Those dorks that never got in high school and they've got a major chip on their shoulder against the normies. That's why you see all these making laws. Oh, you can be obese and anorexic. Okay, sure. They're the ones inventing clown world. They're the ones in media. They're the actors. You wonder why actors are so politically leftist? Oh, right. It's because they're theater kids. They're the theater kids who grew up and now they're telling me and you what to think. They're telling me and you what to do and they're making the laws in this country. Well, it's time to stand the up and stop being scared. Like, why are we scared of these people? They were massive losers in high school and they're massive losers today. It's time to put the nerds back in their place, stand the up and speak. So
now I don't know who this woman is. I don't like the cussing.
I would love to see her go to a black woman and say that shit to her face. Just do it. If you so brave, take your ass to a black neighborhood and scream it from the high heavens. Like old boy said, when y'all remember that clip, y'all remember that clip when old boy was like, "Why can't I say it?" He said, "Go ahead, say it." And the dude was like, yeah. If you're so brave, get from in front of your camera, go record yourself going to a black neighborhood in front of a bunch of black folks and scream it to the high heavens. I would love to see you do it since you're so fucking brave. And I'm tired of niggas like this who platform crazy ass people like this. Like, nigga, take your bitch ass on somewhere.
Wow.
Black card revoked.
Revoke that bitch card. I'm with you. Fuck him.
Fuck that dude, man. Because it's clowns like that. That's the reason why it's clowns like that, nigga. No, it's ours. And we can determine who gets to say it and who don't get to say it. And you want to sit here and tell us what we can and can't do, and then you want to sit here and platform her and give her more clout, man. Take your crazy ass on somewhere. But he's exactly who Marcus was talking about. He's the exact person Marcus is talking about. Dudes who don't know whether they want to be conservative or not. Like, man, screw them niggas, bro.
All right, let's get some other people involved. I know we got Trev and Shan. I think Dara wanted to say something. Let me make sure that check back with Ariel. Did you finish your point, or did you speak on some of the things you was referring to? No. Okay. All right, Trev.
I don't have anything else.
Only thing I can ask is, okay, so what do we do? Like, what can we do about the white people using the N-word? Is there even anything we can do about it?
Get their ass fired. She lost her job.
So the only thing we can do is if they got a job.
And if they in your face,
they ain't got a job, we fuck. We just gonna be some bunch of niggas.
Or if it's recorded, because if they just say it to you, there's nothing you can do.
So I want to just ask anybody. I want to ask a question real quick. Who here has ever been called that to their face by somebody who's not black. I'm I'm gonna just say that never happened to me ever. Like never. Nobody has ever done that to me. Never. So
I
and
went to school in
but
Alabama.
if the first time I really started hearing it crazy before Instagram and all that was in the Xbox Live chats, right? You know how like you'll have like a back chat there, the room they call it whatever room, I don't know, whatever waiting room, whatever. Before you about to go match or whatever, if they see a black name or they just hear you and you sound like you black, they start throwing it out like
Oh
crazy.
yeah,
They
Halo,
can't help
especially on
themselves with
Halo.
the M bombs. Right? Oh yeah, yeah, or you know, Call of Duty or whatever. They would go hard with that,
Lord have mercy.
and you know, the same thing happens now on social media. You see a bunch of people with blank profiles or private profiles who go ahead and use it and bugging out, but nobody who's willing to face you ever do that. So when you think about it like that, most of those people who use it like that are cowards, straight punks, because they never say it to me. Never. That never happened, and I don't think it ever will. And I know that that's going to happen sometimes. And if they did, if somebody was wild enough to do it, like you said, Marcus, they paid severe consequences and probably never did it again.
And like I said, if you have
What happened to you, Cookie?
I have been called that before. I went to an all-white school, so
where they safe.
were they safe? But they wasn't safe. That's all I'm gonna say. She wasn't as safe as she thought. We were in the locker room. But back to
Beat
what
her
I
ass,
was gonna
didn't you?
say. Huh?
You beat her ass, didn't you?
Man, I put her in a locker. And just twisted and walked off afterwards. But anyway, that was old me. What I was gonna say was my father, when he went to Vietnam, there was still a lot of race. This was the 70s. There was still a lot of racism going on. And what the coon in the other video didn't understand is that the reason that black men, this women didn't have anything to do with this, took that word away and turned it into a term of endearment between themselves and even changed the way that it sounded was, and this is way before any of us, I'm sure, maybe not JR, and I'm just joking, but they took it and turned it into a term of endearment after Jim Crow, after all of that stuff that popped off, and it was used as a derogatory word for so long. If you go back and look at the Latin base of that word, it means the exact opposite of what they were using it for. Now, am I saying that everybody black running around using that word because they know that? No, but what I'm saying is that the original OGs that decided to take that word back and use it the way that it was supposed to be used is the reason why, and especially in the South, I can't speak for all regions, that it's used as a term of endearment. My dad used that word. Called his brothers that sometimes. Sometimes it can be used negatively amongst black people. It just depends. But the fact of the matter is, like, I can't remember who it was. There are words like that in every race, and there's a unwritten code that you don't call a Mexican certain things. You don't call white people a certain things, and when you do, there are penalties for doing that, and hate crimes in the law for that. And that's not our fault. It's a hate crime at this point, you know. But I don't know. That's just what I wanted to say. That the history of it rolling over into it, and the reason that it's wrong for me to hear her say it is, first of all, she was talking about somebody, her best friend's husband's, and it just sounded bad. Like, did you hear when Sweeney said it a second ago? How fluent she was, just real. You could tell she was trying to stir some shit up. So it also depends on the context behind, why are you saying this word, ma'am? Oh, thanks for launching my conservative career. Okay. Well, I know a lot of black men that's voting for the same person she voting for this year. And now you see, but y'all finding excuses, and it is what it is. I just, hey, don't call me one, and it won't be no problems. But if I want to say that, that's just how that is what it is. What it is.
So y'all know the dude from the Wood, the dude that was the girl's big brother that would come to school and
Yeah,
what was his name in that movie?
I
Y'all know
can't
he
remember,
was a
but I
gangster,
remember who
right?
you talking about.
He was a gangster, right? So okay, so we know who that is. Do y'all know who the dude is? The dude that do Allstate, like the black dude.
Yeah,
Which out of those two, which one would you feel more comfortable calling nigga? The dude from the Wood or the dude from Allstate? I just want to test something out real quick.
depends on what we talking about.
I'm
What
just
you
saying,
mean?
like, I'm just saying, who would you feel comfortable saying, "What up, nigga"? The dude from Allstate or the dude from the Wood?
Either one of them motherfuckers. I don't care. You asking the wrong female,
Okay,
Darwin.
okay. Well,
Quit
I was just
asking me
trying to
stupid
test.
Are you trying
questions.
to say that you believe that the guy from Allstate is more respectable, so you won't use certain terminology around him?
No, well, sort of. I'm trying to
That's
think. Like,
that
I'm trying to
bullshit.
see if y'all see something I see. Maybe I'm the only one to see this.
That if you assimilate enough, then you can remove yourself from being of the ranks of niggas.
You know what I'm saying? Whenever you see a person and how they present their image,
Yeah, I'm not black. I'm
could make,
OJ.
could make you feel like, okay, this guy's probably gonna be offended if I say the N word versus this guy's probably gonna be like, yo, what up, nigga? You get what I'm saying? Y'all don't see that in black people. Y'all can't discern. I don't know. I could see black people in different
If
ways.
Denzel Washington, one of the most, just stop.
No, I'm
It's
just saying.
cultural. Leave it alone. Everybody has their cultural things
There
that
ain't
they
been a
do.
black person I've met yet, regardless of their stature, that I have not been able to use that word with. Not
I didn't
one.
say I wasn't
Did they
able to
leave a
use it.
Oh, no,
building and say,
no, but
and
what I
what's
mean by
up?
that,
Yeah,
Bruiser,
absolutely.
is that they understand the context in which I'm using it. Even if I've talked to people who've actively been against using a word, who hear me say the word and they don't get the same reaction, and I don't get the same reaction as if, say, for instance, that white lady was to get up there and get in front of them and use the same word. So, and I mean, like, Bruce, you just said it yourself. Like, you're an upstanding man. You done went back to the community, and they started calling you sir. How many times have I called you a nigga? And not once have you looked at me and said, whoa, 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 now there.
No, but I get it. I'm not talking about how do you think they're gonna respond. I'm just talking about how you see them. Like, do you think
I
like
don't see them through the lens in which white people see us when we use the word. That's the difference. When if I call you a nigga, I'm not saying you are a nigga through the lens of white people. When they call
I
you
get what
that,
you're
it's
saying.
totally different. I don't see you that way.
Well, I get it. I'm saying I see certain people, and when I look at them and I see how they carry themselves and just how they are,
If
certain
this is the
terms.
theory, explain why some white people would not dare be caught dead saying that word.
Well, I'm just going to give an example, and I mentioned to you before about an old coworker that I work with. He was an older guy, and when the young men would sit around and have conversations, they used the N word, and when he used it, he checked them. He said, "Don't use that word around me." And they was looking at him because he said, "I don't want to hear. Don't ever use that word around me," because he come from a different era. So, like, he didn't. I mean, he was one of the people that stood up to black folks saying it. He don't want to hear the word at all, no matter who's saying it. Whether you black, Mexican, white, he don't want to hear the word because that word carries a certain level of trauma for him.
And you know what I noticed, and that's another thing I noticed. I have a father-in-law that's.
Say what?
You say he was a manager or something, right?
No, he wasn't a manager. No,
Just a
no,
regular dude.
He's a regular dude. He was a crane operator at the railroad.
Oh,
he was just sitting there.
That's trauma.
He was just sitting there.
I've heard some people say don't use it around him, but you can't. If black people, I'm sure he ain't go out his way to make sure these black folks didn't say it, because it's not the same. Like, you ain't gonna. I'm sure that he's probably had it said around him more than his fair share of times, and there's a difference even when you black and you don't, because it's always been a class of black people who don't like the word. There's always been it. We've been fighting about this since since black people took the word back. Some black folks just don't rock with it. But it's still a word that, like, for us to make the argument, for people to be saying, well, if y'all can say it, why can't we? Or why don't we just give the word up? No, because we reclaimed it. It's ours. We allowed to gatekeep it at this point. Are there some black folks that don't like the word? Absolutely. Do they use the word? No. Do they check people when they get called it? Absolutely. And I would hope that black folks respect that person and not call them that. If they, like, if JR tells me, hey, bro, I don't want you calling me that, I'm going to respect his wishes and not call him that. However, if JR tells me don't use the N-word around me, he probably going to get a different reaction, because it's just not going to happen. But I'm sure JR would be like, okay, it is what it is. But he's not going to be like, I'm going after that dude. I'm going after that nigga job, or he ain't going to see it from the same way that I see it when I'm saying it. So it's just weird that we're trying to have a conversation about why black people should be gatekeeping a word that we reclaim that is unique to us and our situation in this country. And then we have people coming around us telling us, hey, look, why don't y'all give up the word? Or why do y'all want to say it? Because we can, and we can gatekeep it.
So do you think?
Hold tight. I'm gonna play this one clip and let's go to Shan. Then I'll come back to you because Shan ain't said nothing.
If we change the genre of art, right, and we talk about literature, and we talk about love and the N-word, it's in there.
It's in there.
Yes, right?
Yes.
So I think.
Do you think there's a difference there in some way?
I think what it is now, it has become
the consumerism part of it.
Yes.
Okay.
It's become such a marketing thing, right? You didn't. There was we've been using the words forever. We were using the words in the civil rights movement, but every song did not have the word in it. Look, man, Martin Luther King. Okay, used the word regularly.
You're better.
Did you hear it regularly? Was he out in public using it regularly? Was it in his speeches?
It had a home.
No, but was it?
it lives somewhere.
And again, him and Jesse was talking about. I'm not. So I think what I'm more against it now is because it's such a it's used so gratuitously, right? It's used without regard. It's so, at this point, for me in hip hop, I think I think nigga and bitch there should be a moratorium on both of those words in hip hop, because it's low lying fruit. It's so easy. Everybody fucking does it to the point that it's corny. Like there are MCs who I love, who I cannot listen to anymore because I love J. Cole. But I had to stop listening to J. Cole because I got tired of hearing nigga and bitch
as much
every 2 sentences, because he's proven himself to be such a incredible lyricist
that you think it's just too low hanging fruit for him to use those words.
I feel like with the gratuitousness that he does and the regularity that he does, for me, as an artist, it feels lazy. Again, I think that it's a cultural. And I love J. Cole.
Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Hold on. I got to get Shannon in there first. Let's get Shannon in there, Sweeney.
Go ahead, Shannon. But Cole?
I'm sure Cole is a great rapper. I'm not really familiar with any of his music, but I'm sure if you play it, I'll recognize it. I stand with Malcolm on this one. I think that's the reason probably why I don't listen to his music. Now, don't get it twisted. I drop the bomb, when I in my house, I may say it to my, what I'm saying, just casually say it. But when I walk outside the door, if I don't know you like that, I'm not using the word. It's just very tacky. It's very distasteful word to use in public. Now, we're family. We are friends like that. You'll know my comfort level with you if I say it. But just to be saying it out in the street, in public places, just the people I don't know, absolutely not. And I don't want to hear it in every song like Malcolm, like every single song. Like, let's look in the dictionary and find another word. There's another way to say what we're trying to say. Let's be creative here. I'm just tired of it. It's just over and over and over. And that's all.
Cole?
So white people can't be ghostwriters.
I don't know Coley.
Right? Can you
J.
imagine
Cole?
that? A white person can't be a ghostwriter then. That's what that means. Because if a white person had used, like, look, go ahead and say this. And they
A
got
white
nigga
person
this,
can,
nigga
a
that.
white person can be a ghostwriter without having to say
So
the
if a
word.
white person, so if a white person
They
hands
gonna
you,
put an N word.
hold on. If a white person hands you a sheet of paper with the word nigga on it, you gonna turn around and punch him, ain't you?
My question again, Cole? He can't listen to Cole because he said that Cole uses the word over and over. Like Cole?
Yeah, yeah. I can see that from J. Cole.
You know what?
J. Cole, have y'all listened to J. Cole? What?
Now I'm gonna listen to him. I'm gonna go see.
Well, I mean, I think he's
Hey,
talking
unless
about
you
like
want
the
me to be
radio,
clear,
his
Chief.
popular songs. Like, it's a couple of them where I'm like, did he say that 3 times in the same sentence? But I get what he's saying, but I also get what you're saying. Like, you can't pick and choose. Like, as a whole an artist as a whole, that's the least person he need to be worried about. But
You
he
know
said
what's
that's somebody that he liked that he can't listen to anymore. So
you know
there's
what's
worse
crazy
people
though?
out there.
You know what's
Absolutely.
crazy? Out of all the stuff black people could have became unified on and took back and protected, we chose the word nigga instead
Actually,
of economy.
we
could have
unified
chose
around a lot of
economy.
stuff.
It's a lot of stuff,
And we
dude.
out here
If
defending
y'all
come
think
on,
that
This
man.
should be
that's
so
all, then
disrespectful.
there's
The
a
fucking
problem.
arguments y'all make, like y'all just
Right. This is
super.
I'm just saying, y'all don't see
And
that. Like
these same
we
motherfuckers that say, "Oh, there's no such thing as black
So hold
culture."
on.
That's
So
disrespectful.
we
Black
can be
culture is
unified.
bad.
We can
That's
be unified on the
disrespectful.
N word, but
Then
we
had a
can't be
nerve
unified on
sit here and be
anything
like,
else.
"Well, white people should be able to say it because
Oh, yeah,
X,
one
Y,
mic, y'all. One mic, they can't hear us.
Fuck that. That's the main reason why y'all say this. We just need to forget about slavery shit. Everybody else can protect themselves, draw cultural gates, and do all those things. The moment black Americans decide to do that shit, it's a huge fucking problem because everybody and their mama feel that they entitled to enact, pretend, cosplay black American culture, and then turn around and say, no, that's everybody's culture. It's not just yours. That's the main reason that these motherfuckers want to say nigga now. And then pretend like it ain't no fucking culture. Like, this is some bullshit. We need to have been drew the fucking lines around the shit. It don't mean nobody's wrong. Right? This is what we do. Don't come over here and tell us what the fuck we gonna do with our shit. Do what you gonna do with your shit.
You
With
can do whatever
your
you want to
thing.
do on that side.
Don't come tell us about our thing. I don't go to no other community and try and dictate how that shit work. I don't go to no other community and comment on their music. I don't go over to no other community and be thinking about none of the shit. I don't want to live around no other community. I'm not. Look, let me calm down.
No, tell him, bro. Tell him, bro. Because this is wild.
So, Marcus, let me ask you: Do you think you should do it in the presence of people who are not black? Do you think they should witness it?
About them people. I don't give a fuck about them people at all. No.
I say this: I don't think that they should say it at all. But at the same time, I feel like they shouldn't even witness it. That's not, if it's not for them, it's not for them, right? So, like, I did a whole. Listen, I did a.
You hear me?
I did a whole web series, right? And because I realized that there were going to be other people watching it, that was the one word that I banned, because I'm like, nah, that ain't for them. You know what I'm saying? I'll literally ban that word. If somebody said it, I did the takeover. It was as simple as that. I don't think it's for them. If we want them to stop it, then and you want to say, yo, listen, you can't say that, whatever, then they shouldn't even hear. They shouldn't hear us say it then.
Bro, they not
whatever we do.
Mark Trev.
It don't matter if they're oblivious to it. It's not about being oblivious to it.
Always,
but if we want to take it away from them,
they've always known they couldn't say the word. That's why they don't say it. But what they're trying to do is they're trying to convince.
Who don't say it?
White folks. They don't say that shit around.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. White folks. Most of the people on this panel said that they have never been called a nigga to their face.
No, I've never been called one. No.
Unless the white person felt safe enough to use it, i.e., they were the police who had power over you, or they was around a bunch of other white people who didn't think you would do something about it. For the most part, they understand that they can't say the word, and we say it. So why is it that we shouldn't have to?
Mine was a hard R at the end, so
Yeah.
she got.
Hold on, go ahead. Ariel was trying to say something real quick. Go ahead, Ariel.
I was just gonna say I've heard white people use it like to explain a situation, like what a black person said. I've heard that. I've never been called it, but they have said it in my presence. I've heard that before.
I ain't never had that happen to me.
And then even in the comments when I was looking at some of the videos, like I think you'd be surprised how much that word gets thrown around. I haven't heard it too much. I don't think I really hear it, but does it happen? I'm pretty sure it happens more often.
Yeah, and online, a lot of white folks feel safe to say it online because
Not
they
online. I'm just talking about at bars. It doesn't have to be necessarily online, but if you out there in the real world, like they're loosely throwing that word around.
who white people.
Yeah.
I've never, unless you in a country bar where they don't encounter many black folks. That is not a thing that I've seen. They normally do it when they're safe, when they feel safe.
So I'll say this for sure. Like there's a lot of people who are like even Asian or Latino who would absolutely feel comfortable saying it. That's an entirely different issue, right? So white people that don't say it as much, but other races they absolutely use it a lot more. Not necessarily in a negative manner or like they're trying to get at you, but you'll definitely hear them say it, or they might even call you that.
Because they've been around people that appear to be black American, but aren't actually, they're in America, but they're black. And then they be like, it's not that big of a deal. They be around them and then they be okay. And they just keep saying it and they ingrained it in themselves. It's no black people that's black American that be like, hey, white people, call me a nigga. It's all good. And if they do, they goofy as fuck. They goofy as fuck.
I just think that I listen, I get the whole N-word and the gatekeeping. I just don't. It's just confusing to me.
What's confusing about it?
I wonder at what point in time what do we decide what's valuable to us to be unified on?
Bro,
I wish I could have. Hold on, let me finish. I wish I could have been in that meeting when black people said these are the things that we're gonna hold dear and gatekeep and be unified about. Because I would have been yelled out, hey, we probably want to be unified about money and putting that together and gatekeeping a strategy or a method on how to.
You remember when we did that and they came through and shot our leaders and they burned towns and did all that shit? Y'all be acting like history don't fucking exist. All of this conservative fooling is fucking crazy.
That was an isolated issue.
They're not isolated issues.
It wasn't
There's
all
a
of
black
them. It
town
wasn't
under
all.
Waco right now.
Those were listen. Those are
they're not isolated.
Let me finish. Okay. Oh, we agree to disagree. Just so for the sake, I can continue what I was saying. I've been in this world just like y'all. I know all the history. I done read books and all kind of shit. I heard about Black Wall Street. In fact, I even sent this shit yesterday about how they just dismissed the last case for reparations for the Tulsa incident. I understand all these incidents, but that still don't mean that just because we get a setback or we face a challenge or obstacle, we can't continue. Because once you have something that you gate, even though like the N-word, regardless of what happened, even in 2024, we're still unified in gatekeeping that. All I'm saying is there's other things that's more important that we can be unified on and gatekeep, so that term won't even be effective.
Like
You
what?
know what I'm saying? But we can't even do that. I'm
Like
saying that's
what?
why I said I wish I was there when they decided what they want to be, what black people decided as a whole they wanted to be unified on. If
Like
it was
what?
me, I would have picked economics.
Like what? So economics, right? So you don't hear conversations about black people keeping the black dollar in the black community all the time. That's
Yeah.
literally one of the top things that black folks say when we have our conversations with ourselves is how to keep the black money in the black community.
Nope, I hear more. I'm telling on the panels, I hear that, but in real life, all I hear is about okay, you getting a Hellcat? Nah, I got a scat.
Come on, bro.
I promise you, bro.
Bro,
Listen,
you can't be
discount what I'm
serious, bro.
saying, but I'm just telling you what I see from my perspective. I don't see it as a whole, and I don't witness it as a whole.
Apparently, you're not in black spaces.
Listen, even millionaires and billionaire black people are not creating a narrative that, hey, look, what we're doing is instead of creating a big three league, or what we doing with this money, we gonna put this shit in here so we can create a trend amongst black people that, hey, look, we're gonna have our own market, we're gonna have our own stocks, we're gonna have all this shit, and we're gonna put our money in an area where it circulates throughout our community. I hear the conversations, but I don't see that being done. But I'm saying for us to be unified and take offense to the N-word, we kill each other all the fucking time.
Oh
But
my
you
God.
get what I'm saying? We're not unified on that. We're not talking about black on black crime or none of that shit. I get it. People, I get the N-word thing and stuff outside of
Who
Jesus.
is this dude, y'all?
No, I'm just saying I'm just being real with you. These are the things that I think are important to also discuss, but we don't even talk about that shit.
That wasn't the topic, but we do discuss it.
That's like what?
That's why I said I understand the N-word term. I understand gatekeeping that, and certain people shouldn't say it, specifically white people. But I'm also saying that I wish we had the same amount of passion and the same amount of sense of urgency on other things that is more important as far as our community growth.
Where do you stay at?
I think you should change your circle, Bruiser.
I have changed my circle. My circle is the truth. What are you talking about?
Where do you stay at? Like what?
Then you know what you're saying is not true then.
Who?
If you've changed your circle and it's good, then you know what you're saying is
It's simply
just to
not
rile
true.
up the crowd. It can't be true then, Bruiser.
No, there's a lot of black brothers in my circle and they thriving. They doing the same. They out the
So
same.
you know black people
So
that
you
actually
know
do
for a
this,
fact that this
and
is
then you're gonna
happening.
sit here and get online and say it doesn't happen.
I didn't say. I'm not talking about some black people. I'm talking about all. You know how most black people are offended by it being called the N-word? I'm saying, what if all black people were offended by it? Damn, where was our money going every night, every Friday night? Our money ain't even circling around. Can you imagine the same amount of passion for that and the things that can trickle down after having that amount of passion and that amount of negative energy towards knowing that our money is not circling around in our community, but maybe in 24 hours and it's all gone?
That's literally at the top of any black space that you go in where we're having conversations about the black community. That's literally at the top of the docket in every last one of them. That's the top one. How to keep the money in the black community.
It can be at the top. It can be at the top, but the shit ain't happening. In 1860, white people own 98% of the wealth. 2024, white people own 98. I don't give a damn if it's at the top. I don't give a fuck if they tatted on their forehead. That we gonna try to, unless you go do the shit, it don't mean nothing. That's all I'm saying. And if we don't have enough passion about that, we don't have enough passion about it like we got passion about other things. And it ain't even got to be specifically the N-word. It's just other little bullshit that we participate in as a black people. We don't have the same amount of passion and energy towards building our community as a mass. It's all isolated and everybody separated. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to specific things like the term the N-word, it's a lot more people more joined on that. I'm not listening. I'm not saying that people are right for saying it. I'm just saying I wish that we had the same energy.
You're simply wrong, bro. You're simply wrong.
Okay, well then we can agree to disagree.
All right, man, we got to transition to the main topic, y'all. Got to get to the main topic. Might be risky again. 499, what's going on? Hemp. Good bros referring to Marcus for the GDIs. Into the Black Dragon, $5 says the word is only power we've taken from white society. Only we've been robbed of everything else. It's ours because we took it from someone else. AP Accountability Partner, $5 says Officer Tatum's, that's the guy that you guys didn't like, point is how can you have taken power from the word, but yet it still holds so much sway on you emotionally? Ing in the Basement says Sweeney, white folks created the word.
No, they didn't. But okay.
All right, hit the like button. Also, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Let's get into this main topic, which is it a woman's responsibility to ask for clarity during dating?
Tell you one thing, the moment that a man does not give you clarity, the moment that he does not give you clarity, because I'm not going to throw this on him, it's your responsibility to ask for that clarity. And if he still does not give you that clarity when you ask for it, it's your responsibility to analyze yourself and realize when this person is stressing you out or making you anxious or creating confusion. And then it's your responsibility to walk away. Stop worrying about that damn right move. We don't give a shit about that. Worry about the fact that this man has already put you in a position to where you have been confused. And in any dating or relationship, there should never be a moment of confusion because that's going to trigger your anxiety and it's going to make it worse for you. That's all I got for you, honey bun.
All right. Is it a woman's responsibility to ask for clarity during dating? I'm going to go to you, Shan. And then I'm going to go to Treya.
Yes. I do think it's a woman's. Well, I think it's anybody who's responsibility, whether you're the woman or the man. You need some men need clarity too. Shit. Um, but I do think that response most of the time women are the ones who want the commitment. They wanted to go towards something. They're dating for intent. So I think that yes, in this day and age, women should definitely ask for some clarity. Especially if he's not showing you shit. If he is showing you, I still would ask for some clarity, because they'll have you in these relationships for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 years. And it never leads to anything but wasted time. Especially if you know you have a goal. You want to make sure that he knows your goal and that is what you want. And you will settle for nothing less than that. So I think it is the woman's responsibility. Especially when she's giving out the goods. Before you give out the goods, especially find out your place, okay? And even do a little research.
Research. Go ahead, Trev.
The ladies know what I'm saying. But
Yeah, for sure. And like Shane kind of said, not just the woman, but if you care and you do understand that men are the gatekeepers of relationships and marriage, then you kind of need to find out where that's going. Like when you decide that you first want to get serious with someone, then you should be discussing timelines. You should be saying, okay, what is it you want to do? Where is it you want to go with this? Do you like children? How's your credit? Like, where do you want to live? Do you like pets? Everything that's you would be able to find out if you can live with this person forever or not. Because I mean, if you're just dating, just make sure that you both have that understanding. But once you decide that, hey, this is somebody that I want to be with long term or permanent, then you absolutely have to have clarity, because once you start assuming things, it gets muddy and you give people excuses to say, well, damn, I never said that. I never said we was going to be, and I didn't like that. I never said we was going to be together forever. So you never leave any room for that. And you have to be able to communicate that to your partner. I couldn't understand why people would just stay lost. How could you be with somebody and then be wondering what your status is? That sounds ludicrous to me. Why wouldn't you want to talk to them and say, look, where we going with this? You need to know if you're on the same page, because they might have a completely different idea of how the relationship is going to go. They might have plans for you. They might be like, all right, because I know some dudes who just deal with women for like a year or two, and then they expect them to get a certain way. Once that honeymoon period is over, then they just reset, get another one, right? Some people really do just like keeping girlfriends. They have no plans for children or, the white picket fence and the 4-bedroom, none of that. They don't care about any of that stuff. So you need to know who you're dealing with. If you're not clear about it, if you don't demand clarity, then you bugging out. The dude usually is going to set the pace for the relationship. Any responsible man who's serious about you is not going to leave you in the dark. So if you were not clear as to where it is going, then that man is probably not serious about you, because I would absolutely articulate that to any partner of mine. That's just what I would do. I would make sure we know where we're going, because I don't like to think that I'm doing something that you're not trying to do. If not, then we need to just like separate, because we don't have the time for that. We're both getting older. So if I want to be with you long term, I'm going to articulate that to you for sure. There's no aspect that you shouldn't feel comfortable talking about with whoever you're going to be with. Because if you don't, just imagine how are you going to resolve conflict? If you can't even state what it is that you want from a person, how in the hell are you going to ever resolve a problem if you don't even know what it is that this person wants, this person needs, you don't know this person's expectations? How can you serve a person? How can you have a partner that you want to serve, but you don't even know what direction that they want to go? That's crazy. All right,
I'm gonna go to Ariel. What are your thoughts about it, Bam? Do you think women know what's going on? They just choosing to ignore it and just hopeful?
I think sometimes they are. Not always. In general, when you mention the word communication or you're saying like to get clarity, you're mentioning communication. So there's a messenger and there's a receiver. So realistically, you have to make sure that whoever is delivering the message is clear. Um, and then you have to make sure the person who's receiving the message has to make sure that they receive what they said correctly. So if somebody is saying, I'm not really looking for something serious, do you understand what that means or you don't? And if you don't, you should ask what you mean by that. Does that mean you want to be my friend? Does that mean you want to be friends with benefits? What does that mean? And then depending on your values, what you want, that's when you make a choice. So that's kind of how I look at that situation. It's not necessarily a woman's job, it's both people's job.
All right. Go ahead, Marcus.
Let me see. Is it a woman's responsibility to ask for clarity during dating? I think we should. Relationships end up better if, as a man, you kind of give your intentions in the beginning. I'm not saying the first day you see her, you just jump out and say, I don't want anything but sex from you. But when tactfully have the conversation with her about what it is that you're looking for so she can properly plan in alignment. I think a lot of relationships fail because the parameters in which is acceptable to exist in aren't set from the beginning. And people veer off on those roads, and the other person has an expectation on how you were supposed to behave, but it never was expressed, and you never got clarity that they understood. So what you'll take that as disrespect, whatever they're doing, or selfishness, when in actuality it just never was discussed. So they never had an actual way to say, I just want to have sex with you, and we never discussed it. So we 2 years in, still not discussing it, just letting the vibes flow and go with the flow. And now you feel taken advantage of, or like something has been done wrong. But if the man starts off with clear instructions on what he expects and how he wants the relationship to go, whether it just be sexual or not, tactfully, then I think you fare better, and you don't get women cutting your tires and stalking you and doing all type of crazy stuff because she was confused about where that relationship was gonna go.
All right. Go ahead, Dara.
Yeah, I think men should make it clear. Men control who get in marriage. He control who's getting relationships. Women control who gets the vagina, who get to come in and beat it up. So they should be the clarity of whether you're gonna get sex should come from the woman. Because you can't just take it. You know what I'm saying? The clarity of whether you're gonna get a relationship, whether you're gonna get married should come from a man. You can't just take a man as a husband. That don't work like that. Men take women as their wife. They take women from their fathers and make them their wives. So the clarity most definitely should come from man. If your intentions is just to come in there, you know, and beat it up, then you need to let that be known. You need to let it be known because a lot of women, especially moving without a father, without moving without a circle of women that they can yield the same results that they can get inspiration from. Lacking that discernment, it's important for you to be clear so she won't, stumble. And I think that's a healthy way of moving, especially with men. I've seen many examples, women not being able to use correct discernment, picking the wrong man, getting into relationships and screwing themselves up dramatically. Because we know that women have a struggle with this, it should make us give us even more energy and effort to be clear on what we want. We don't have these issues as much because we're very logical as men. So we can tend to go out there and hunt without help. Women, sometimes they need you to help them understand what are they in for? Are you stringing them along? So I think it's important that the man should start moving that way where he could be more open and transparent so the women don't, find herself running into a wall. And I yield.
All right. I'm going to go to you, One Country Cookie.
I agree with Ariel and Shan. Ladies, that was pretty packaged in a Bo Darwin, but don't listen to him. Do your research and ask questions. Because let me tell you something. Darwin's married. Not everybody out here gonna be honest. So when Shan said do your research, absolutely do your research. Ask questions. Ask questions again. Because he might change his mind in the middle. You never know. Ariel stated that communication is between two people. Make sure you understand. Don't go into Delulu land. Make sure you understand the answer that he's giving you.
In the name of Jesus.
Make sure you are asking the right questions. Make sure you're being straightforward. If that annoys him, that's probably not the man for you because relationships are communication. Now, the timeline part, I do believe should be set by the male. But the questions and the clarity, absolutely not. Don't put your trust in it. Don't do that. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not saying all men are like that. I'm just saying men will do what you let them, and it also depends on what age group you're in. So younger ladies, men are gonna do what you let them. So make sure you ask plenty of questions, but make sure you listen when he tell you. Make sure he's clear when he tell you. If you don't understand, ask again. And make sure you do your research. Especially these days, you can find out a lot of stuff on the internet.
There's a video that was going around for a while of B. Simone. I don't know if y'all have seen this. And she was talking about one of her guy friends and she had slept at his house. And then basically what he said to her in the end was like, if I was married, I would tell my wife that I couldn't cut you off because that's how much you mean to me. And I just laughed because I was like, does she think that's a good thing? Like, what is she? And is that type of like nonsense that is allowed to go on when you don't ask questions and don't listen? Like, he just told you he doesn't want you. Not really. But you still going over there. That's crazy. But that's what women do.
And that's what I'm saying. Like,
That's what I say. Don't be deluded.
Country said, "I'm married, so I can be honest." Like, are you saying man can't be honest?
No, I'm saying you're married, so you haven't been out here like in these dating streets. So all I was saying was that's a good thing that you married. I will never say that you being married is a bad thing unless you're telling people that are dating that men are totally the time that they are for the clarity. That is not true. That's not true, Darwin.
If I'm telling, hold on, what did you say?
Maybe the men that you are producing in your coaching sessions are those kind of men. But out here in the regular world, it is very imperative that young women and women ask questions about timelines, relationships, and what's going on in them for themselves, and they listen and hear it for themselves. If you go in blind, letting this man lead you down a road of side chickness, it's your fault because you did not ask if you were the side chick or if there were other things going on and what was happening. So there are men out here that will not, even when you ask, be honest. And that's where Shan's part come in when I said that sometimes you got to do research. So between asking the right questions and listening and comprehending and not being delusional and maybe even doing some research, you should be safe. But it's still some slick people out here. Now, I'm not saying you completely wrong, Darwin, because there are some good dudes out there, but just letting a man provide the clarity, some men be full of shit. Like you can't just sit there and be like, okay, that's not how that works, and we both know that.
Well, I'm talking about clarity for as far as a relationship or like, what are y'all? Are we a thing? But if you gonna
Yeah,
throw,
but
but if you
men,
gonna, if you gonna, hold on, if you gonna throw that ass, what kind of clarity do you need? I
who
mean,
said anything about throwing ass? You
come on.
keep bringing up throwing ass. Are you okay?
I'm just saying, women out here having sex without having any clarity. Let's just be real. Women are out here busting it open and they ain't got no ring and they don't know what a relationship going. They
Well,
having
yeah,
fun.
no, that's true. That's why I'm saying get your clarity for yourself and not wait for it to come from someone else. That's
To
all I
his
was
to
saying.
his to his credit, country, when he's talking about the whole throwing ass thing, I think a woman who ain't throwing that ass probably ain't as pressed to find out where y'all at, more so than a woman that is throwing ass. She probably more pressed because she gave her body up and all of that than a woman that ain't got shit into it except for conversation. Like
I'm
y'all know
not
y'all.
going into that because I know people that don't do
You
that.
so you tell let me clarify. Let me ask this. So you mean to tell me a woman who ain't gave this man no ass, all she's been doing is dating this dude, getting taken places, and having conversations with him, is as concerned about where she is in a relationship with that guy than the one that gave it up to him?
No, I ain't gonna lie and say that, but I can't say that she not concerned.
I'm not saying she's not concerned, but she's less concerned than a woman that's throwing ass.
She should be less concerned, yes, but we know how women can be.
I got another problem with that. See, if it kind of feels like you're presenting it as if most men play games, but I think I venture to say that's atypical.
That's not what I said.
I feel like there's it really. I mean, that's the impression I got just from the way you delivered it. That's all. So it seemed that way, and most men really aren't trying to play games. There are men. Most men would certainly rather a relationship, so they articulate it, and I even take it further to say that more men fall into confusing situations than women, at least in modern time.
There go God again.
I don't think it was always that.
Well, you kind of break it up again, Trey.
Yeah, so I would say that I think men fall victim to that confusion more than women, right? At least in modern times today, being that women are presented with a lot more options as it is. Men are falling victim to that confusion. Most men that I know, they are trying to date seriously and they want to have a wife, but they may not be afforded that opportunity.
Let me go to hold on, y'all. Let me go to Shan because she's been having her finger raised. Go ahead, Shan.
Okay, so I understood what you were saying, Bruiser, and I absolutely agree. It would be great if men could do that. A lot of men. What we're saying is we're in this dating scene. You guys are married, bless you. You're not out here. So it would look like this, Rev. You got friends who are married, right? They're looking for marriage, but that's not stopping them from dating a girl until they find their wife. And so for that girl, it looks like, oh, she may really like him, but he's looking for his wife, and she doesn't quite know that he's not seeing the wife in her. So, because most people aren't just sitting there single, not doing anything. So I know it's easy for us to look over the person that we don't want, but we're talking about that person because that person could be you one day, So, and that goes for men and women alike, because there are women who go on dates with guys and she has no intention on being with this guy. She's just liking the free meal. So I get it. It can definitely go both ways. But if you are in a situation as a woman, before you give up your body to a man, I would definitely make it very clear on where it is I stand. I think that what happens is women think that they are a little stronger than they are after sex. And they'll be like, oh, I'm not looking for anything either. And then now, caught feelings because open your legs to them and it doesn't change the whole game. When you should go in and say, hey, I'm looking for marriage. Now, I'm not sure if it's you or not, but just know that I move forward with you. That's what I'm looking for, something like that. So when you get behind me and you understand that you asking me, I'm sorry, everybody ain't crazy like
you
me.
talking about doggy style?
That's how I Hi.
Lord have mercy, woman.
You're not touching my body without. I'm just not open
You
for
said
that.
we get behind me. We know what your position is.
So what I'm saying, it's just I'm using it. That's not me. I'm just giving you an example.
No, that's
Women
you.
so
For the
let
paper.
me put it back, okay? Women should not be, in my opinion, if you are looking for marriage, you should not be so easy to give your body up to a man. You need to make sure that this guy is in it. You guys on the same page at the same time. If he's still saying, well, I'm not really sure what I want, but I know I want, this is the problem. They go, I'm sure I want married. I know I want to be married, but I'm just not sure when. Oh, okay. Let me know when you're ready. I'll come back around, because that's what they do. They'll put down like, oh, I want to be married, just not right now. So she's like, okay, he wants to be married. So she stays in there and for years and years, and that right now never comes. When in actuality, it's just not with you. So with that being said, it is so important for women to close their legs until they've gained that clarity. You're not as strong as you think you are, young lady, unless you've just been out here in these streets. And you should definitely ask a man and make sure you guys are on the same page throughout the entire process. And then real fast, I'm so sorry. And Bruiser, you're absolutely, it will be so.
Oh, good God.
Did you just kick her off?
Lord.
No. But I mean, to be honest, there shouldn't really be any objection to what Shan said. Like, there shouldn't be no objection to her telling women that they should get more clarity on where they are in a relationship before they give up their body. I don't know how any of us can object to that.
I can, because some women is just not in the situation to where, well, I get it. Needing the clarity is important. But going around and ask, it depends on what you're asking for. If you want to be married, you know what I'm saying? Yes, you need to be out here trying to get some clarity. But if you just want to go out and have a good time and stuff, and you're getting that, and that's cool, but this dude feel like he wants to be married to you and you don't, then you need to let that nigga know, look, I'm just here for a good time.
But that's what she said. She said she's speaking to a specific group.
Oh, so
of women.
is that what she said?
Yeah, she said if you want to get married, it's important for you to get clarity on where you are in a relationship. That's literally
Okay,
what she
so
said.
if that's what she said, then yeah, she said she didn't say that.
So no. I said if you know that your goal is to be married, right? Don't get yourself involved in these situationships. Don't go into a situation with a man who is on the same page as you. He is ready for marriage as well. Don't do that pending. Oh, when the time is right. Listen, now I'm not sure it's going to be with you, but I need us both to be on the same page, as that's what we're looking for in our lives. That's what we are. And if this were to work out, if we see each other like that, it's a great possibility. People be jumping into stuff too fast, giving their bodies out, and then it doesn't work out with this person. It's the next person. We gotta stop this. This is ridiculous.
Here's my only caveat. If a woman is not a virgin, she shouldn't be so pressed about getting clear.
What?
Excuse me? So if your daughter loses her virginity, she just give it to every man who comes her way.
A man is not gonna be. If a man know you've been busting it open on, and you 34 years old, you've been busting it open all your life. It's gonna be difficult for him to give you clarity up front. He need to see if, okay, does your trauma affect you? He need to date you. He need a little bit more time before he give you clarity, and you might just be a bust down because of your track record.
Why can't he get the clarity with your legs closed? You can keep your legs closed when he's getting that clarity.
I'm just saying. Some guys, you got to understand where guys are going to come from. I'm not saying that's not. Listen,
we have
let me be clear.
Please.
Let me be clear. I'm not saying that's who I am, but I'm saying I'm from listening to guys, knowing your track record and your history. It's gonna be hard for him to be very clear up front. He gonna need a little bit more time to vet you out, to figure out where your mind at. Like, does your past affect you? Like, how many kids you got? Like, how are we gonna mess together? He need a little bit more time. He can't just be clear, because then he'll be dishonest in the beginning. So he probably, but if you were like virgin or something or close to it, then he probably can be more clear.
What does that have to do
you
with,
haven't had a history, huh?
What does that have to do with the woman getting clarity before she busts it wide open?
She already done bust. That's what I'm saying. If
Hey,
she don't
Sweeney,
already
please
been
For him,
answer that
like,
question
what does that
again.
have to do with? What does that have to do? Like, you, I understand you talking about the man having to go through the vetting process. I understand that.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with her behavior and what she
Well,
needs to be doing?
So does it make a sense that after 30 dudes, now she need clarity? Like on whether or not she's just a bust
people?
down? That's what I'm trying to figure. I'm trying to figure out the logic in
Not
this.
with these outrageous
You don't
numbers.
hold on. You don't bent it over 100 times and now you need clarity. Like
Let's say for the sake of
your
argument,
ass
she
need
did.
to take
Hold
a
on.
break.
I
That's what
grant
it
your
needs.
argument. I grant your argument. Hold on, wait. I grant your argument. Let's say for the sake of argument that she did get bust down by 30 dudes. If she's ready for marriage and she tells old boy, hold on, wait. I'm just saying. Hold on, wait. Hold on, hear me out. Humor me.
You gotta hear how that sounds.
I know. Let me
say it
humor
over.
me for a second. Let's say for the sake of argument, she did get buzzed down by 30 dudes, and now she's ready for marriage, right? And Shan comes in and tells her, hey, before you bust it wide open for him, get clarity on whether that guy wants to marry you or not. How does that discount what she says? If dude comes up to her and say, hell nah, chick, you just gonna be a side chick because you've been buzzed down by 30 dudes. Does that mean she has to say, oh, well, damn, I've been buzzed down by 30 dudes. Might as well bust it wide open for you. Or does she have to keep trying it back to figure out if somebody gonna fall for it or not?
If she
I ain't saying it's gonna work for her, but how does that discount what Shan said?
And let me ask you, this is the
Well-
problem. This is the problem I have with that, right? It's so funny. First of all, 30 people, y'all watch too much. I understand there's women out there. That's a lot of people. Okay. First and foremost, everybody who has a past doesn't have 30 people. It could be 1 or 2 relationships, long relationships,
At
right?
40?
And even if they got it, huh?
At 40,
what now?
2 relationships, 2 bodies at 40? No, come on.
It's possible. People be in long relationships. What are you talking about?
I think it's somewhere
And so
between that
the reason-
average
so
15.
clarity, you be in relationships. Listen, I know lots of people who be in long relationships. A lot of them. They shouldn't be, but they have been in long relationships. So, with that being said, even if she was in, let's just say, a couple of relationships, how do you even know that you are even doing what that person did to into her body in the first place? Like, you're even that dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, compare yourself to her past. Are you even, you're assuming that you even have what they have to have gotten that far with her or did the things that they did for her to get
bless
to
your
where
heart,
they
Shan.
are. You know what I'm saying?
So you think Vivica Fox need clarity?
That means.
Or
You
she
said
should be
you
throwing
think
that
Vivica
ass?
Fox needs what?
You think Vivica Fox need
I don't
clarity
think she
now?
should be throwing her. No, I don't think she should be lead. I don't think any woman should be leading with sex. I don't.
I ain't say lead.
I think
And Shane,
that women should be more. I don't think women should be as accessible. Like I say that all the time, as accessible as they are. Every man should not have access to your body. End of discussion.
And she not
that
saying
makes sense.
you-
But you see
and she
how you made that comparison, and you were like, okay, you might not have what those 29 other guys might have had. That's
I don't
why
think
men.
First of all, I don't think women have 30 bodies. I think that you guys be just exaggerating because you hear those.
Depends
people
on what generation. Maybe not your generation. Maybe not your generation. Because I talk to a lot of females that are way younger, and the numbers are high. They're high. When you're talking about chicks deal with somebody for like 3 months, and then switch it up, and that comparison that you were making, that's why dudes avoid that in the first place, because they don't really want to deal with that comparison and all of those other guys and stuff. That's why we say, oh, body count matters, because we don't want to compete with all of that. And when you think about it, her being able to bond with you is different. Like when a female goes through so many dudes over time, she just desensitized, and that's not something that you really want to deal with, and that's problematic for us.
I think that's a certain type. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Sweeney. Go ahead.
She never said that we're not talking about women waiting until like these chicks being buzzed down and waiting until marriage to have sex again. All Shan said was make sure you got clarity that the motherfucker that you about to give it up to actually wants to be with you. That's all she's saying. Like,
Is that
make
not
sure.
what's happening though, Sweeney? So you don't see that that's a trend that women are going to go had a in their 20s.
Let's say for the sake of argument that is true, right? That they
Right.
had their fun in their 20s. How does this discount her saying the next person that you give it up to, at least make sure the motherfucker want to be with you before you give it up to him? She ain't saying be a born again virgin and wait till marriage. She's just saying make sure the person that you give it up to next, if you want to be in a relationship, wants to be in a relationship with you. Or are you or Bruiser, are you simply saying that once a hoe, always a hoe, you might as well stay there?
Well, I'm just saying, just be consistent with your standards. If you gonna bust it open all the way to 40, and then you turn 41, I'm a celibate to marriage. It's just kind of like
nobody said that.
Let me say this though, and people gonna get mad at this, right? Because people like to say I be counting, you know. Why would you want to be with that person? What is y'all's obsession with women who have high body counts? There are so many women who don't have that many body counts. Just date one of them. If you in your mind know that all these body counts is gonna bother you later on, why are you even involving yourself with her? Just walk away. She's not the one for you because the body count, you can't do anything about it. You can't go back and erase it.
Yeah, you can't.
You can swab it all you want to. It's still there.
I concur.
I get that, but like, isn't it an issue with I don't know if somebody used this on a podcast. I mean, not a podcast, but said something about an imprint or some shit. She always gonna have my imprint or something like that. Because I think, and then she spoke. I forgot what interview it was. She spoke. She said she been married for 7 years, but the man she met, it was one man she met that just that's all she think about or some shit like. The dude she's with now will never get there, and she understand that. She never hold it over his head, and you know he understanding that he's okay with it, and she respectful. But she said if she was to be honest, like the dude blew her back out. You know what I'm saying? And then she never had that experience, almost like getting crack or some shit and trying to look for that next hire. You know what I'm saying? Isn't it safe to say, ladies on the panel, if y'all can be honest? I don't know if y'all allowed to. This might not be safe for work, but is it a such thing as a man putting it down so well? It's kind of hard for you to get that feeling in the next man if he's not in that same type caliber. Because I hear a lot of guys argue about it, even in the gym, like man, something about an imprint, something about putting it down, and then all of a sudden,
y'all put too much focus on Barry.
I'm just asking, just for clarity. I'm not siding with him. I'm just.
But
The only imprint I ever heard of was on Twilight, and it was about some werewolves.
But Bruiser, her advice to women has nothing to do with our advice to men. Right. Like there's nothing wrong with us as men still telling men be careful about women who have high body counts. That still holds weight. You know what I mean? Like that still holds weight.
Yeah.
However, how does her advice towards women counteract our advice? We say don't worry, like, because at least, and like to Shan's point, if you don't want to be with a hoe, just don't be with a hoe. At least she gonna know right off the bat you ain't trying to fuck with her because she a hoe. Or gonna know right off the back, all you want from her is hoe type behavior, which is I'm just trying to blow your back out and skeet and keep it moving.
But can the ladies be honest and say is that really? Because let's just be honest, ladies. Y'all really want men to be honest about whether or not they just trying to get some pocket change? I mean, not some pocket change.
Yes. I think that would save. So that would be. And I
Y'all
want
saying
women to be
that.
honest when it comes to the men wanting men for money. Like I'm just using you, homie, for this. Like I think people should just be honest with people.
I agree.
That works for some men. If you're desirable and you one of those guys that they are physically attracted to, then you can get that off. Average guy, no, that's out. But if she really like you, she digging you.
The yes or the no.
Yeah, but a lot of dudes would be rejected, right? That's why they come in with that strategy. It's not good, right? I would consider it to be nefarious. But if they came in leading like that for real, most women would reject that man trying that unless he is hyper successful or genetic celebrity, somebody who is out of the ordinary. That really.
Do you send her telling women that's telling you right now that we would rather men be honest, that there's always some kind of agenda
Well,
behind it.
it's the reason. You have to
So
understand.
did you hear what
We'd
did you
rather
hear
you
what
be
I said?
honest, no
Did you hear
matter
what I
who
said
it
when I
is.
said that the average? So if a dude come to you right now, right? Let's do that then. If a dude come to you right now and then he's honest with you and you say, "Yo, I'm trying to bust it down, man. Like, what's up? We gonna get it or no?"
One.
What you gonna tell him? What are you gonna tell him? What you gonna tell him? You gonna say yes or no?
Oh my God, how rude!
The answer is going to
But
be
what are you gonna say? What are you gonna say? Is your answer Is your answer gonna be yes or no?
The answer is going to be no. Yeah.
So
It's a no. Okay, great. And and any lady beg to differ? Would anybody say yes to that?
Typically not. Most women will say no.
Exactly. Okay, thank you. So that's why I'm saying that's exactly what I'm saying. You making my point right now. That's all I'm saying. It won't work for most men. It won't work for most men. That's why men ain't honest.
Yeah, country. Y'all confusing. Y'all confusing.
Let me tell you why Trev is right.
No,
the reason why
you
Trev
don't
is
have
right
to.
is
He's not
because
giving enough context.
well, I'm about to give him
Because
context.
the
I'm about
fact
to
of the
give him the
matter
piece.
is he are we have we been talking already and he come up and be like, oh, I'm trying to bust it down, or is it just like, hey, can you jumping in my inbox talking about
But
we
that's the
trying to
reason
bust
why
it down?
the men do the talking and all of that, and they go through the rigmaroles because they're
Miss.
trying to. Because that's you got
And
to
then he
understand.
say he trying to bust it down.
No, you got to understand the difference because what Trev is speaking to is men's mating strategy when they're trying to get ass. He's saying, yes, for women, it is great for men to be honest because y'all get to weed out the ones that y'all don't want through their honesty. You want them to be honest so you can have the ability to say no to the shit that you want. What Trev is speaking to is male mating strategy, where being honest is going to get you a whole lot more no's than lying.
Sure.
So what he's saying, so
I
if you're
agree with
talking
that.
about, so if you're talking about a guy who's trying to get ass, and that's all he wants, and he doesn't have, and he's not top tier, then his
But that
mating
don't
strategy,
matter either, though.
no, yes, it does because a
It may not
man,
matter
No,
to
it
you,
doesn't.
but well, it may not matter to you and maybe the people around you, but there's enough evidence that suggests otherwise as well. Because we do know we have
And
seen
those the
women.
ones with them high body counts y'all talking about, and then it don't
no,
matter.
hold on, country, you not understand. Hold on, wait, Shane, y'all gotta
There
let me walk this down.
are some women that will lower their standards for the right man.
Yes, but y'all got to understand. Y'all got to let me walk this down. You got to understand who Trev is speaking about is your regular dude who don't have the option to just walk up to women and say, "Hey, look, in all seriousness, I'm just trying to knock you down." That's not more than likely. He's gonna go through the talking to you, taking you out on a date or two, speak some sweet nothings to you, bring you some flowers, and just to get some ass from you, if that's his goal, because more often than not, being that brutally honest is going to get him way more no's than doing the other thing.
And I figured out. Listen, let me say one thing. Let me add the punch on there, because the reason, and this is why a lot of men finesse or whatever. They would, if they, let's say a man asks you, "Hey, I just want you to throw that ass," and you be like, "Nah." I'm like, "Okay, or let's just take it back. I'm only here to just have a good time. You know what I'm saying? I just want to have a good time casually." You probably gonna say no. But if he say, "Hey, look, I want to get to know you," but in his mind, he want to have a good time, and then y'all go on a few dates, he buy you dinner and stuff, y'all have sex, and then he say, "You know what? I'd rather we just stay on a casual level." How many of y'all women are gonna continue to bust it open after that? Probably all of y'all, because y'all done already had
This
sex.
is the example of why we were telling you to ask questions early.
Yeah, but the thing is, hold on, let me land the plane. Let me land the plane. Let me land the plane.
Ask questions.
Let me land the plane. So, unless y'all women are, in which most cases women don't, unless y'all women just stop right there and say, "Oh, I'm cutting off the whole relationship." No, what y'all do is y'all understand that it's just for sex, and y'all continue to have sex. So that's the reason why men take that route instead of just going and get an upfront no, because he know he can get a yes if you don't already saw him as a potential mate. You get what I'm saying?
I got even better.
Like we stated earlier, they be out here lying.
Didn't we just say
Make
that?
sure.
Yeah,
you ask questions, ladies.
Fair. And to help y'all understand this, you know women who just want niggas for foodie dates, right?
She
Right?
said that already.
Have they ever, if you ever asked them to tell that dude straight up, I'm only here for the food. I ain't fucking you. I ain't dealing with you. Just know all you're getting used for today is just the meal. Tomorrow you better lose my number. If she did that to most of the guys that she was with, how many foodie dates would she actually have?
None.
Exactly. It's the same thing on the other side.
We agree. Didn't I say that?
Well, I think the woman who usually
I just thought y'all was on my bad shit. I just thought you might have been confused on why we was why. No, I think it might have been Cookie that was confused, but that's all it is, Cookie. It's
but
just
the woman who would usually typically say no up front if a man say, "Hey, look, I just want to have a good time." The women who would typically say no up front are insecure about whether or not they got good coochie.
What?
So to protect
What
themselves.
time is it? 'Cause I
Yeah, it's time to go, man.
I thought you was going someplace completely different, Bruiser.
Bro,
Look, because like the women who like you talk to, and they be like, if they say you're not getting no pussy tonight, 9 times out of 10 they gonna give you some pussy. If they like start off a conversation by telling you that, like
I must
like-
be that. I must be that one.
What?
Because I usually mean what I say. You might as well just go on
Wow.
the date, not even thinking about that.
Marcus, you had people tell you that before.
like, yeah, I'm just coming over to hang out. I don't want to have sex. Then in the middle of the night, they get the arch in their back.
We're the sound boys.
Why is she there?
That's totally different.
Man, come on.
They
now.
always
This
say
nigga-
that. Like,
first
oh
of all,
no,
good
I
health.
just want to hang out tonight. I'm like, all right, cool. We come chill.
Fellas, if you listening, man, I've said this
Now,
before
Mark
on
has been
this
married for
panel.
a while though, so maybe
I said this on this panel.
That's
If you listen,
Marcus was a ball player who was 6'7" with a 6-pack and good hair. You
we
know
talking
that
about
nigga had,
college years.
this nigga, no chicks was showing up trying. They was trying to be. Oh, I'm not doing nothing, and then they get over there. And well, college it was even more easy. Like nobody wanted to come off as easy in college, but all of them was going.
That's just like when somebody say, "I never done this before."
Yeah. College.
So ladies, tell me if this would work. Tell me if this.
I
Would
don't
work.
usually.
Tell me if this would work, ladies. If I told the guys, I'm like, hey, look, guys, if you know for sure you're not trying to get in a relationship with this girl, and you only want to knock her down, never ask for her number. Always give her your number. While you're handing her your number or giving her your number, let her know, hey, look, hey, I like you. You know what I'm saying? I want to hang out with you and have a good time. Take you out, have a good time. Here's my number. Call me. That's a good idea because if she call him, right? If she call him, she know what she getting into. She can't sit here and say, "Oh, I didn't have no damn clarity." That's a safe way to do it without coming off too upfront or too disrespectful. That's a good way to come off and be like, "Okay, look, you got my number. You can use it." But as soon as you choose to use it, you coming to throw that ass.
Okay, let's go with the elephant in the room. Can we please, real quick? It'll take 5 seconds. Now, Bruce, you know there's a such thing as athletic, tall guy, handsome privilege as well, right? Because in a regular situation, a dude coming up and saying that is creepy.
He is not getting away with that, bro.
Yeah.
So, Bruiser, don't tell
Away
nobody
with
to
that,
do
bro.
that.
But if he say it like that, hey, here's my number. I want to have a good time. Take you out.
She gonna call him creepy.
You're a
We can get
stranger.
we can get some champagne and go.
Now
to
you get it.
In college.
I'm like,
And that's and you know what, Cookie? That's exactly the point I was making when I said average guys don't get it, but exceptional men will be able to get that, and they are able to be honest because they will yield the results that they want.
I'm talking about straight up looks. So
Yeah, that's what he's speaking
Well,
to.
I said that's not. I definitely said that too. I said a desirable man.
If you 6'3", got 6-pack abs and good hair and shit, of course you might be able to get away with telling a chick that shit. But some regular ass dude who work at Starbucks gonna get up there, get to a chick, say some bullshit like that, and she gonna be like, "Yeah, okay."
How
Yeah,
you
throw
know,
that nigga
Sweeney?
number.
How you know? No, I'm just.
Yeah, because I'm a regular ass dude. I done got rejected enough to know that shit, bro. I done got rejected enough to know that shit is. I
This,
speak
Sweeney,
for
this
the,
is
I
the
speak
issue,
for the
though.
regular men. I speak for the
Sweetie.
regular dudes.
This is the issue, though. Why don't men who want these types of things just go seek out women who want the same thing as them?
Because all y'all dress
It's not
the
enough
same.
of them.
Hold on,
All
wait.
y'all
not
look
enough
the
of 'em.
same, dress the
No.
same,
Let's
walk
see
the
the
same.
tea.
Finish saying.
Except
Shan,
Ariel look
to
like
answer
a
your
mystery
question,
opera.
Let me
to
just say
answer
this.
your question, for the dudes that do, I mean, for the dudes, for the women that do, they're either the night fighter at the end of the bar at the end of the night, or they hookers.
So can I finish my statement?
Hookers dress like regular women now. I mean,
So
Hold on,
regular
she's
women
trying
dress
to
like.
tell you, y'all. She's
No,
trying
can
to
I
keep you
finish?
saying.
Listen, but that's what you're looking for. Why would you go disturb the peace of a woman who is looking for something when you are really looking for a hooker?
We
So
don't
what you
know.
looking for?
We
Listen
don't.
to what I'm saying.
We can't
Bruiser,
determine that by how you dress.
Bruiser,
All y'all dress like y'all
Bruiser.
gonna
Hold
throw
on,
it.
no, Bruiser, you're taking it further than it has to be. Shan, you have to
Listen to
understand.
what I'm saying.
Remember
Listen
what I said.
So
The
listen to what
what?
I'm saying.
You want me to answer your question? Let me answer your
I
question.
wanted to finish it before you.
You already asked it.
But go
You
ahead.
already asked it. You said, then why not go be with the hooker? You have to understand, if the only option is the night fighter at the end of the bar, you know what a night fighter is, right? It's the woman, it's that woman that you walk in your house and you cut off every light on your way to the bedroom because you don't want to look at her. It's either the night fighter at the end of the bar or it's a hooker for the regular dudes. So if your only options on this planet is somebody that may have every disease known to man or the booger wolf, you might have to lie a few times just to get the bad chick.
Yeah, I ain't
And
gonna
this
lie.
is why we said.
And this is so listen, Cookie, but this is why it's so hard. You can't, this is the issue. You want women to feel sorry for you when you're getting used by women for money. But then you sit here in your mouth and say men are doing this. It's like everybody using each other. You know what? Y'all could just have it.
No, that's the truth, though.
Nobody
That's
should
the ugly
feel
part.
sorry
That
on
is
the
the
other
truth.
side. It's absolutely ridiculous because you can, if you want some coochie, just go to the chick who's willing to give it to you.
How do
And
we
be
know
honest
that? How do we know? How do we know who's willing to give it?
You
When
ask
all
that
Yeah,
question.
they don't wear signs.
like
It's
it used to
rude.
be a time. It used to be
Yeah,
a
they
time
do. They
where
come
only
up and
hookers.
talk to y'all.
It used to be a time where only hookers had see-through fishnet leggings in the closet. Now every woman got fishnet leggings in the closet,
I
except
can scan my
Ariel.
Hold on, wait,
closet
no,
right
Bruiser.
now.
What
I ain't
she's
got a
saying
damn
is,
fishnet, sir.
what Shan is speaking to is
Fishnet
why not?
panties, something?
What Shan is speaking to is why not go after the women that's willing to give it up that fast type deal, right?
No, the women who want, listen, the
Yeah, that
person
wants just to give up. Yeah,
who has the same goal as you. Why it to me it is very you have trifling character, and that's on both women and men. You're a trifling individual. You will go after somebody, you want to lie for something. You go, it's not even honest coochie. You sit here lying for it. Like how do you look yourself in the
Shan,
mirror
is
at
it
night?
true?
You go to
Is it
church.
is it true that a woman can have the mindset of she just wants pain from this one guy, but then for this guy she like, I don't want, I'm gonna require you to do a whole lot more because I'm not trying to do that with you? Do women delineate that? Like for the attractive dude, they willing to give it up because that's what type of time they on. But for this guy, they may not give him that same type of action.
I'll make them all wait. I don't know.
Man,
Well,
there was a time where
can you make
strippers worked.
can you say that it's safe to say that there are women out there who, for one guy, it's all go because she's attracted to him. She like, oh, this is what I. And then for other guys, it's I'm not on go.
I'll
She
agree with
just
that.
said
There's
it.
some
She
women
said
like
that
that.
earlier, Sweeney.
So with that being said, for the guys where it's not on go, she may be a type of person that can give it that's on go for a lot of different people. But for that one nigga who has to lie to her, she ain't on go for her.
She said she would get into Ford Taurus with more chestnut.
Listen, I think they
Before
both they both need to go to church.
But no,
Hypothetically,
and I agree
not
with you.
fuck him.
And I
Treat
agree with
people
you,
like
Shan.
crap.
Most people out here are on games. I give it to you. But
A
that's
lot of
the
y'all be
reason why
playing yourself though, man. A lot of y'all women be having niggas flying y'all out, getting all dressed all spiffy. He get a hotel room and then y'all go to sleep next to him and not try to bust it open. Like I be hearing these stories, man. Be telling me like, what? How does that even happen? Like, what kind of world are we living in now? You can't be no clear. You can't be no clearer than that you want to smash. If you gonna fly the girl out and get a room and all this shit,
it doesn't matter.
As a matter of
It
fact,
doesn't
I
matter
bet you
because listen.
Some of the men burn
You can't
themselves.
just, like you said, you can't take it. You can't take it. So they understand that there are harsh consequences for anybody who tries to take it. So back in the day, it was a little different. I'm not saying no, and I'm certainly not saying to take it, and I'm not saying that you saying to take it, right? But what I'm saying is that we know that's something that we can't do. Women are protected by that now, much better than women were protected before.
Man, if I
So you can go ahead in today's world, entice a man completely, and there are no consequences for it because the men know, like, oh no, I ain't doing that. Nah, you already know how. And like I said, there are some places I've seen them try to do that on college campuses now, where they can retroactively take consent back. So, she can entice you as much as she wants, and if she ain't with the shits, it ain't happening at any point.
I get
so
that.
they feel very confident about that. That's why they would behave like that
part,
and
but
think
I'm
it's
saying,
funny
I'm
to
saying don't
entice
go.
you and say, well, you can't have none.
Well, I get that part. I get it that you got to have consent. By no means necessary. Don't get twisted what I'm saying. I'm saying if I the next day air some coochie and I don't get what I want out of the package, I'm sending that bitch back and get my money.
As a matter of fact, to drive my point
Too
home,
late.
to the
That's what I'm
fellas on the
saying.
panel. To the fellas on the panel.
And that's why men finesse. And that's why men finesse, because women finesse too.
To the fellas on the panel.
So
have
y'all
ever had a chick that was on go for you, but like your homeboy had to work hard for it?
The same chick?
Absolutely.
Same chick.
Absolutely.
Same chick.
Absolutely.
That she gave it up to you in 30 seconds, but for your homeboy, you saying that he had to take her out and they probably still didn't get it.
I'm a good friend. I put the word in for him too.
I mean,
in these situations.
What is
Hey,
happening?
shout out to Marcus. Shout out to
Yeah.
Marcus.
This is the problem. Y'all talk like that's the normal
For the
woman.
team.
Stop doing that. Most women
That
are not
is the
doing
norm. Yes,
it. Is
there-
not.
What?
The only woman
Stop
that's
doing
willing
what?
to give it up to everybody and don't delineate between
But
men
doesn't that
are
narrow
hookers.
down the whole girls that's busting it wide open, the 30s and 40 bodies y'all talking about?
Some
If y'all
women-
all sharing the same female, because I don't recall that ever.
Because you're not a man, so why would you know what?
No, I don't recall seeing a girl getting past like.
What was the longest? What was the longest you ever made a guy wait?
You're bugging.
Oh,
I mean, what was the shortest amount of time you ever made a guy wait?
Ooh, I don't. 3 months.
3 hours?
Have you ever made? Hold on.
3
Have you ever?
hours? Yeah, right.
Have you ever made a guy wait longer?
3 hours?
Hold on, wait. Have you ever made a guy wait longer?
Then 3 months?
Yes. Why?
Steve Harvey said so.
Because he was too far away and I didn't feel like I knew him that well.
If we were closer, we would have been hitting, huh?
So if he was closer to you, it would have probably went down in 3 months too.
I feel like 3 months is.
Why does 3 months is that the Steve Harvey not think like a man?
No, I was doing.
Where
that
they get the
before
3
that.
months from?
What about you, Shane?
I'm just very guarded, and I'm a relationship person though. Like,
What
I
was the
don't just
shortest
be-
amount of time you ever made a guy wait?
It'd be lengthy.
Even if it's lengthy, what is the shortest amount of time?
I'd probably say, I'll give it take 90 days, 95.
So y'all wait 90 days for 2
Have
minutes
you-
of pleasure.
Hold on, Bruce, it down.
What's the short?
Some of them say, look, some be waiting 2 years.
What's the difference between a guy that had? Why did you make one guy wait 2 years and one guy wait 3 months?
Ooh.
Well, the one so the one I made wait 3 months, I knew him since college, so I kind of knew him for years.
Okay, somebody you don't know that had to, like, what was the shortest of a guy that you didn't know for years?
Okay. Like, I think y'all got the role play, so Twinny can make his point.
Like, what was the longest of a guy that you didn't know? He came up to you, hollered at you, didn't know him.
The longest?
The shortest.
Oh, the shortest. probably a few months. So most of the relationships I've been in have been through something like I even work with them or we've known each other from college. There has to be usually I'm referred to them like I've known them. I'm not really a street grab a dude off the street kind of person.
Okay, what was the shortest amount of time?
I told you.
Pretty much. Okay. Outside of the dude that you knew from college for years upon
I know
years.
all of them. That's what you're not understanding.
Yeah,
So even the guy that you made, what, 2 years?
for me.
We're going to tap out, sweetie.
Hold on, wait. Even the guy that you made wait for 2 years?
You said
You
the
know
guy
him
that
for-
I met?
The guy that you made wait for 2 years, he also knew you from college?
No, I met him through a friend.
What about you, Ariel? What was the shortest amount of time?
I make him wait for 2 years, and he still ain't got it.
question.
Like he's still waiting.
Why do women feel so insecure about being open? And y'all want us to be transparent about what we want. Y'all can't be transparent about what y'all had.
Oh, I'm transparent.
I don't care, but she said that
Being
you can't make that
transparent
woman
about what
answer
you
this
want?
question, Bruiser. She said she ain't answering. We answered.
I know.
Two
So whenever a man
Hey,
say
look,
he ain't
go
gonna
ahead,
be,
leave it
so when a
alone.
man say he ain't gonna be honest about what his intentions is, you can't be mad if you can't be honest about your history.
You
So
can
what
be
are you
honest
saying
with
not being
that
transparent
man.
about?
You don't
just-
need to be honest with every man that is watching a show.
Okay, so we all right.
My husband can know that information.
Well, it's not really
Right?
about it. It was
And
just
if you're pursuing a woman and she wants to know that information, you should tell her that information. But you don't have to go tell every woman what you want. You tell the woman that you're in the situation with what you want.
There you go, Sweeney. Echo your answer.
I mean, well,
Probably not the answer you
Y'all
want.
gotta watch.
I think an
these
easier way to
questions.
answer your question, Sweeney, would be to ask us if we had to wait and what's the longest we waited and what are the reasons we think we got it that fast and what are the reasons we had to wait.
honestly, I think I asked y'all the right question because I don't even think it matters. We've all of us have had girls that gave it up to us that didn't give it up to other people, which just proves to my point that there are like women treat men differently depending on how they feel. So for the guy that may actually still want to deal with you, that want to have sex with you, and that's all he wants. Just because you gave it up to this guy doesn't mean you're going to give it up to that guy, and that guy might have to do a lot more to get you to give it up. So that's my whole point because like it was, yeah.
So what it sounds like you're saying is there are some guys who you're not necessarily immediately attracted to, but as time goes, you become attracted to them because they a relationship.
You learn to love
each other. There's not an immediate attraction, right? So again, when you speak of women, like the women in that situation, those are the women I'm telling you should go have a sexual relationship with because those women do exist. What I'm saying also is the women who don't do that, who have never been in that situation before, leave those women alone.
How do we know? Like,
how do you know that?
Because you said you do know, right? Because you just
no, you don't.
Listen to what I'm saying. You do know it because you just said in your mouth that you didn't have to give up anything. She did it within a few. Most women aren't doing that.
Yeah,
they're
but
not
that's
just giving you something
you're
to
missing
you
my
in the
point.
first week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Like, who does that?
But you're missing my point. She might not do that for me. That doesn't mean that she doesn't do that for other people.
But you're assuming.
No. What I'm saying is it's not me assuming that about her. It's me doing what my mating strategy is what my mating strategy is. It is what it is. What you're trying to say is well, if she doesn't give it up to you, that means that's not something that she does. That's not necessarily true because if Morris Chestnut came down the street and he was on go and she was really attracted to Morris Chestnut, she'd be ready to drop the jaws. But for me, I might have to put in a little more work.
Or you got to show what your bank account look like.
Or I might have to buy a few days or something like that.
Okay,
as my mating strategy, and that may not. And the thing is that the end result may still be all I wanted was the draws from her, but I have to do a little bit more to get the draws from her than another guy may have had to. It doesn't matter what she does or didn't do in her past. It's not my point. My point is this is my mating strategy of how I'm going to get what I want. And now it's her job to figure out what my intentions are, just like it's my job to figure out what she's trying to do.
So you don't see any problem if your mating strategy is to lie?
Girl, say it again.
All is fair in love and war.
Oh wow.
Hold on. So if
And
she
he's
hold on, wait.
with the
I don't.
problems that we
Sweeney,
have.
let me
He's
correct.
the reason why we
clear
have the
something
problems
up.
that we have.
All is
Let me
fair in
clear
love and
something up,
war.
Sweeney. Are you lying? Are you lying, or are you not being transparent? Which one is it? Because I think if you don't say that, if you don't
I
say,
would
They're
argue that
they both fall under deceit, right?
Yeah, they both fall
lie
under
by
manipulation,
omission.
right? Manipulation, yeah. But so let me ask you this: if a woman know that if she reveal her sexual history, she wouldn't have a chance in a relationship.
She would probably lie.
It's a
about
form of manipulation if she hold that on to that information, right?
She would probably lie about it. Yeah.
No, that's what I'm asking. I'm not saying lie. I'm saying not even talk about it.
Yeah. Yeah. But all is fair in love and war. It's your job to figure out what a body
It's the
count is.
equivalence. It's the equivalence of a man. I'm not gonna say a man had a lot of bodies because that probably. It's the equivalence of a man saying, "Okay, 10 years ago, this man was bisexual." If he withhold that information, he's withholding that information because he know that would discount him from ever having a relationship with a woman. It's the same equivalence of a woman not sharing her sexual history.
I'm not disagreeing.
So
with
women are so women by default If women ain't a virgin and they don't had
everybody's manipulative
sexual history,
everybody does it.
No,
Everybody.
that's not the same.
Everybody has the capacity to.
It's not the same.
They
You
have the
guys are-
capacity to, but they shouldn't. Like
So-
we're talking about
so-
the ideal. Like,
So when
I
a woman
still-
just
I
wants
don't
to
don't
say-
have
tell
conversations like, girl, don't tell him that he's not gonna like you no more. Y'all don't have those conversations.
The example that I gave earlier about a woman who just wants to
I
go
see
out
what
for
you're
the night. She just wants to go out for the night. She's not interested in dating nobody. She got one dude who wants to take her out. She don't actually want to be with the dude, but he wants to be with her. She goes out with him. You think if she told him there ain't no way, man, you will ever get together and all I'm using you for is a good time tonight
That's
and I'm
wrong,
never
though.
going to see you
That's
again?
the point.
Yes, it's wrong, but that's the game that these people live
It's the
in.
game.
Well,
It's
I'm
the
glad I'm
game.
not in it.
I'm not in it either. I'm just
It's
saying
not
that
right.
that's the game.
It's not right. Period.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not
it's
right
not
to
right.
lie. It's not right to use people for their wallet. Like, and then you wonder why everybody's getting divorced and nobody's getting married because nobody's honest and nobody goes into relationships with pure intentions. So
That's not the reason why they're getting
And
divorced.
your blessings, you be blocking
That's
your
one of
blessings.
the reasons.
That's
The
why
wallet,
success,
the wallet. If the wallet is full, that is not the reason. It's because the wallet ain't full and the nigga's cheating or she cheating. The wallet being full and being on intact always been a keeper of a woman.
it didn't
Stats
have
show
a
that.
Gates.
You are
Jeff Bezos would disagree. All these
Okay, so
cats.
that's one case, bro, out of a billion.
Ariel.
Cases,
But that's the reason. That's the reason why Shan gave her prescription for the situation is because people lie. So she said, make sure you know who's intentional with you and who's not intentional. For that very reason, it's not the person who's gonna lie to you job to make sure that you know what the fuck you supposed to, what you getting into. It's your job to figure out what's going on. Just like for us, when we talk to men, we tell them vet the woman that you're dealing with. Why? Because you don't want to wind up being foodie in her phone. You want to be able to make sure that she's into you before you start doing all this shit for her. It's the same thing. All we can do is give people prescription for the game that they got to play. We can't tell them flip the game on the head and the game doesn't matter. They got to play the game. So all you can do is offer advice on how they can get the best out of it and figure out what it's supposed to be at.
Did you know there used to be a time where men didn't have to finesse? Men didn't have to play a game?
Why does it matter?
It do matter because women were pure. Yeah, yes, it does matter because women were pure. Women were pure and they were coming off the assembly line.
We should do that
from their
again.
fathers. It's not like that no more. So men can't really come out and be clear like that, knowing that a woman she's not coming off of the assembly line. She's coming off a bunch of, I ain't gonna say it.
I think you have a tendency to romanticize the past that you didn't even grow up in. Like, I think that
Shit, I grew up in that.
think that people, listen, I know of people who used to get shipped off because they got pregnant. They was doing the do. They just didn't let
Me and
nobody.
my twin sister, my cousins would always look up and hear the goddamn
How old are you?
mattress in the goddamn bed rocking all the time. Trust me, I grew up in it. Them women, my aunties, mamas, all them motherfuckers was nasty. Trust me, I grew up in it.
How old are you?
How old am I?
33.
39. About to be 39.
You a millennial like me, bro. You ain't see the romantic era of
Hold on. Don't get it twisted. I saw the romantic
No,
era.
you didn't, man. You grew up in the same generation I grew up
No,
in.
I did witness the romantic era. And I
It's
also
80s and 90s. It ain't been that type of shit. They ain't been on that time in almost 60 years, man.
I'm saying I've witnessed it. I've witnessed relationships. I've been around relationships where a man and woman genuinely love each other. That's how I learned how to do it. You know, I didn't learn it.
Hey, y'all, hold tight to Ms. Parker. She want the gentleman to answer the question that Marcus had.
What was the question?
It was, what's the shortest you had to wait, and what's the longest you had to wait, and what do you think those reasons was?
The shortest, 20 minutes. The longest, a couple months.
Why?
You got to remember, man, I was doing this in college, bro.
One girl he actually liked, the other one he didn't. Tell the truth.
No, it wasn't that. It's just some girls got higher standards than others.
20 minutes?
Oh, shit.
Is it my
20
question?
minutes? Is she a problem with the standard?
This was college, man. Like, either you was going or you wasn't.
It don't take much. It don't take much.
Y'all got to remember, my dating days was in college. It was either you was going or you weren't. Some girl you might have to talk to a little bit longer to get her to go than the other ones. Like, and I was a broke college student, so it wasn't like none of us had money. All of us was broke. So the most you had to do was just you might have to talk to her and come to her dorm room and chill with her a little bit longer with some girls than you did with other girls.
Y'all's college
the
experience
longest I had
was
to wait
weird.
was
I kept a boyfriend. I had a boyfriend in college, so
as long as I had to wait.
The one that had me wait for 2 months, a couple of months, was the one that had the boyfriend.
Well, now you know why you had to wait.
He had to wait him get out of the box. That's what it was.
You had to.
He had to wait his turn.
Yeah.
He was in line waiting 20 minutes. Look, here it is, man. The longest I had to wait was 2 weeks. And the reason why I waited that long, because I chose to wait that long. I saw the woman as somebody I wanted to marry. And I waited. I was like, you know what? I'm not in no rush. I know how I am. You know, I know I can get the cheeks whenever I want it. Saying I'm just bam, bam, bam. You know what I'm saying? But the fastest
Take 2 weeks. You said 2 weeks?
Yeah, I waited a couple weeks.
That was the longest?
Yeah, that's because I wanted to wait that long. It's because I wanted to wait.
That's not though. 2 weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks ain't long. I met the girl and then 2 weeks. Bam.
That ain't long enough for you to sit here and say like that. You might well not even a cent.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, that is a long time, bro. That's a long time, bro.
That's pretty goddamn. You barely even went on the first date.
2 weeks.
No, I went on like 8-9 dates. You know,
in 2 weeks.
Yes.
I'm ignoring you.
Yeah.
What you say the shortest was, bro? What you say the shortest was?
The shortest. You know what? Damn, I don't even know. Maybe. Okay, so I went.
Bruiser, you married.
Yeah.
No, from meeting them. Listen, from meeting them to home run. Like, yeah.
Don't do it, Bruiser.
The moment you met her to home run.
Probably like okay. So the quickest was, I'm gonna be honest with you. The quickest was I went out one weekend, bam, met the girl. All right, cool. You know what I'm saying? She good, she solid, got a number or whatever. Talked during the week, and then hung out the next weekend, and then it went down. That's the quickest. It ain't never been no quicker than that.
Damn.
It was
That's
always
the same.
paid.
That's like the same as your wife.
No. Listen, this is my second marriage. This is my
Bruce
second marriage.
has standards, man. I give him that.
So you don't know which wife
Should
it
men
is.
not have standards when you're doing something?
Oh, I didn't know you had two.
Bruiser has standards.
No, listen. I have standards on how I do it. Like if I want to marry a woman, I'm gonna take my time. You know what I'm saying? And
2 weeks. I'm taking a whole 2 weeks. I know.
It ain't even necessarily got to be 2 weeks. It just it wasn't. That I said,
the longest you ever had to wait was 2 weeks.
I made myself wait 2 weeks. I made myself wait 2 weeks. I could have got it.
So you're saying you could have got it earlier?
Hell yeah, I could have gotten it early.
That means even with your wife, you only had to wait 2 weeks.
But I'm saying though, like, what is this thing? That's why I don't understand this thing about 3 months. Like, if you want to fuck, I'm saying, you know you're gonna get married, and I propose, you're like, go and bust it open.
I'm a demisexual.
Yeah, but nobody's gonna propose within 2 weeks, man.
Shit, I would if I want to marry.
Man, bullshit.
Yeah, right.
If I'm rich, shit.
So you propose to your wife in 2 weeks?
So you don't believe in vetting?
Yeah, I believe in vetting. Yeah, if I'm rich,
In 2 weeks?
If I'm rich and I'm a millionaire, let me be clear. If I'm rich and I'm a millionaire, and I meet a man who's rich, his daughter's a virgin. You ain't see how y'all just ain't getting the whole story. I meet a man and he's rich and his daughter is a virgin. You gotta be clear. His daughter is a virgin. 2 weeks, yeah, I do it.
No, you not, bro.
Yeah, I would.
No,
That's
you
the
not.
listen. That's the
I
only
hope you
case.
won't.
That's the only case where I get married that quick. Is if she's
Just because she's a virgin? What
and
if
I'm
she an
married.
asshole, man? What if she stink? What if she like has a lot of bad habits? And like 2 weeks, you're not gonna find out a lot of stuff
She
in
got
2
a lot
weeks,
of bad
man.
habits. I can deal with all that. I can deal with that.
Just because she's a virgin, it's not that deep.
Well, yeah, if she's virgin and she's cooperative and all these things, yeah, I can deal with it.
How would you know if she's cooperative within the first 2 weeks? It takes at least like, a few months, and
Father verifies it.
And
He
you know,
said-
a woman could. How could he verify? How you can co-sign that? Like, is your man's in them? You marrying your man's daughter, or like what?
No, marrying like he's saying that if he went to like
a rich man's daughter who's handing his daughter over, usually, typically in those situations, these women are completely submissive and cooperative, given their culture, their history. You don't see it a lot, but those women are bred to be wives and shit, coming out of the gate, coming out from their fathers. So I would assume that those women are already naturally cooperative and submissive. So any other little nicks, I can deal with that. But these women out here, man, I get you. You got to take your time and vet these women out.
Hell yeah,
Bruce,
Marcus, did you answer that question? Marcus, did you answer that question or no? You asked it, but I don't think you answered it.
So the distance from the door to the room.
Oh Lord.
From meeting them to home run, like,
Yeah,
I guess
so
in minutes in your case, right?
Yeah, so I mean, even not even the door. One time we was passing out tickets, like, and then they used to camp out in the tents, like for they do like 3 weeks, not 3, but the time in advance before the season start. I walked in the tent before and smashed, so that was pretty fast, probably.
I smashed somebody in the goddamn medical tent.
No, not a medical tent. You look, when
the women need to be asking about body counts too, ladies.
you know how the people be outside.
Yeah, but women don't care as much. It doesn't affect us the same way.
And then they had like the tent. I went in the tent. Yeah, I went in that tent. And there's been a lot of type of crazy.
Man, what was that, like 5 minutes?
Probably less than that, honestly. That's what I'm saying.
You say you was in the tent?
Yeah, like they be outside waiting, camping for tickets and stuff. Then we go out there, pass out pizzas.
Hold on,
and
wait.
it's like,
You talking about the lady? You talking about the people who be out there waiting to get it, the tickets to get into the game? And
no,
and you seen somebody who was standing outside, and you just walked up on her and was like,
I passed. So we had these pizzas we was passing out. I'm walking by, past the pizza, and then she gave me that look. I'm like, you look like you want to do something. Then she smiled, and then we went in the tent.
Well, you a nasty motherfucker. You know
Y'all
that?
nasty. Oh, y'all nasty.
Did she eat the pizza?
I don't even remember. I don't remember.
No, shit, hell yeah, they ate the pizza. They ate.
Y'all looking at smelling like booty and pizza. Y'all some nasty motherfuckers.
Y'all don't see how nasty that is.
Yeah, y'all are nasty, yo. For
They
sure.
got a
All
stomach
y'all
full
is
of pizza
nasty.
while you hitting, bro. She probably got
Y'all are nasty.
What's
and everything.
What is the difference? Hold on,
Y'all nasty.
Hold on, wait.
Nah.
Time you waited?
You say what?
Huh?
What was the amount of time you said you waited?
The shortest or the
Oh, I
longest?
didn't say.
You said 5 minutes.
Oh, that's the shortest?
Yeah.
No, I didn't say. I was trying to avoid it. All right, so the longest might have been about a couple months, right? But this is It's probably because, I didn't do like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 dates a week like, Darwin doing. I ain't had time like that. So this might have been, a few meetups, a little talking on the phone type shit, whatever. But the shortest ever was I got introduced to somebody and they really was feeling me, like off rip. And it was a few minutes, man.
It happens a lot.
I'm
actually,
sorry.
It happened a lot actually.
Hey,
Unless you count it like
the problem.
How do you do that for?
No, well, being that we're having heterosexual relationships in most cases, I think that men and women are both the problem.
I agree, because somebody had to let you.
Man,
well, she never. I don't want to get graphic, but she started it. Let's just say that she absolutely initiated. I would never come at nobody like that. I wouldn't get away with coming at people like the way she did.
So to what Shan was saying, why don't y'all go find these minute women and leave? You know what I'm saying? Like,
you think that
they're not out there like that?
I did. So look, if you was a virgin and I met you in college, unless you lied and told me you wasn't a virgin, I'll leave you alone if I ain't had no intention to messing with you for real.
Yeah, I don't think I done met
this Asian girl did trick me one time, say she wasn't a virgin, then I found out she was afterwards. But that's the only time, and she didn't say it. Like, well, I didn't ask her, but she could have told me like, "Hey, I'm a virgin" beforehand, and that shit was the same day. That was the same day.
That had to be bloody murder.
You gotta leave the virgins alone for sure.
I agree. I wouldn't have. I just thought it was because she was 8.
Because you want them to win, bro. Like,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, most guys tend to leave virgins.
That's crazy though. The girl busted open for.
We do. We leave it alone.
You know what I think it was? She was around girls who was telling her about sex. She didn't want to hold on.
She wanted to experiment.
Yeah.
There must be some pepperoni and goddamn pineapples on.
No, this not an intent. This was something else.
I hope y'all are listening to these men spill their horror stories.
How's they horror stories? We just basically illustrating to you that there's a spectrum of women. Some women would do it in this time. Then there are women that's gonna make you wait. We done had them all.
She posed a very good question earlier that y'all didn't answer.
Sweeney,
we did answer.
Sweeney,
why don't y'all find those women if that's all that you want?
If you see that you out there like that,
Common. We was talking shortest. They're not.
We just mentioned
that happened a couple times in my entire life. That's it's like
how do we
I put it
identify
like
Cookie? How do we
1%.
identify the cookie? How do we identify the cookie?
Huh?
How do we identify them?
How do you identify them? The same way Marcus did.
No. So you mean the chick that give you the eye and don't go in 5 minutes like that just happens every day? Maybe for Marcus, but I'm just saying like
it's
that
like
don't happen
1%. 1%.
That was a rare
1%. 1%.
I had a lot of them scenarios.
Yeah, I was about to say that. He was a college ball player, like who was going pro like that. Like that nigga, that is not.
There's no way I can come in here with some pizza and get some ass, bro.
Like, come on, it don't happen every day.
I have a question.
Yes, you can.
So you're just available for any woman if she wants to be with you. You have no standards for yourself.
They was bad. They was bad. If I showed them, she was like a video vixen from that era. Like she was bad. She was
from
super
what
bad.
era?
What was that? 05, 04? She was bad.
Talking about the tip drill era? The Nelly?
She wasn't slugging like that. She had like a
he said slugging.
Like a Buffy the Body type
Eva, what's the girl? Eva
Pickford?
No.
Marcel?
That might be like the girl off of I'm Still in Love.
Like Eva Mendes?
Oh, you know that girl?
It was and maybe I'm saying the wrong name. Was Sophia Vergara maybe was the name?
I don't know who that is, man. Y'all know all these hoes. How y'all know all these hoes?
I used to get the King magazine. You remember King magazine back in the day?
Oh yeah.
I used to whack off to the
like
King magazines, bro.
Yeah.
I used to have a
baby on the plane. I used to always.
So once again, do you guys not have any standards to for yourself?
Them King magazine women ain't had no BBLs.
You know how many? You know how many women? So,
Paul.
So, all right. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. So, Shan, check this out. This is what you have to understand, right? When you're talking about what was the objective, let's just answer that real quick. What was the objective? What was the objective? In your opinion, what was the objective?
For what y'all talking about?
Yeah, what was the objective?
To get into the pants.
Sex, no? Great. All right. So guess what? Check it out. You have options, right? You saying standards, and they weren't. I kind of stayed away from the boogers, unless it was like I did take a couple for the team's sake or whatever. What? But I'm not even gonna get into. I'm not even gonna get into that. I'm not even gonna get into that.
No.
But all right. No, we don't. So you have an option. One, you got Pamela, or you got this chick over here. So which one you think is better? Which one you think is better?
The booger or Pamela?
I'll tell you your hand.
I'm telling you, Pamela, most definitely.
I didn't say the booger because I wasn't dealing with a booger. She's saying we have no standards. I don't think any one of us said we was out here beating up a bunch of uglies.
Got really high standards. Okay.
Shan said we don't have no standards.
You know what?
But the only thing matters is sex. We're not worried about if she's a good person or if she grew up with her father or not. It didn't matter because the objective was only sex. That's all I was saying. So there's not so much. Only standard is beauty. If you look good enough for me to be aroused, winning. Other than that, it doesn't matter.
My question.
So this is when I was.
Do you honestly believe that? Like you don't think it affected you at all?
You guys.
What's that?
You don't think it affected you at all? Like it's just like
I know it didn't. No, not at all.
Okay.
My question is,
I'm able to function life just fine.
So what I'm saying.
I don't do that anymore. I'm retired.
Seconds. Give me 2 seconds.
Go ahead.
This is my thing. So when you are intimate with somebody, they're sweating. I don't even hug a runner after a race, okay? Because I don't want keep that to yourself. But it's amazing to me that you're just the only criteria is she's beautiful, no matter where she's been, because beautiful women can be nasty too. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, they can. Absolutely.
Have a conversation with a gynecologist, and they'll let you in on all the little, that's probably what you need.
Oh, I'm familiar.
You definitely have standards, even as a man, with who you link up with. Period. I'm just saying.
But my question is why are we being judged off of some chicks we smashed 15 years ago, and all of us are married? Why won't we get judged off of us more married?
No, but we're talking so my point is saying that is in real time because there are people who are doing this now. So this would be, if you're on a college campus, more than likely these people, right? But I'm talking about in the culture that we're in now, there are men they just go around, and that's just not healthy. Like I don't know why y'all think that that's okay.
I guarantee the ladies on the
I didn't say we wasn't going raw diggity out here. We were protecting ourselves and stuff, and they certainly wasn't sweating on me or nothing.
The thing is, my point is that you talk.
I'm trying to help y'all.
Marcus is married, Bruiser is married, I'm married, and Trev are married. So you asking us a question about some booger, some chicks we smashed way back when, and like, oh man, y'all ain't got no standards.
What I'm saying to you is not about you. It's the mentality that's still going, not in your body, you, but it's still a mentality that men today are still practicing. So my question to men:
when have men not ever wanted ass? When has that ever been a thing that men want?
That's a great question.
Never been a thing. Like you said it as if this is some new phenomenon that men all of a sudden popped up on the planet. It was like, oh man, like we've always.
Shan, and I'm just to say again, this is typically why men are not honest.
Oh,
typically,
she did say we ain't had no class, but I don't think men care about that because
I'm like. Judges off the line, at least.
Do y'all, ladies, do y'all even measure us by our past like that?
No, they don't. They don't give a fuck.
Not typically, no.
They judge you off. They judge you off. Do the girl look better than them?
Let me see judge you off women that you've been with. I want to see because I want to compare them. Like you don't want to be the one that's.
You don't want to see all that. No, you don't.
Maybe
we do.
You do realize, like, for men, that is not a disqualifier for us. I don't think most of it. If we went outside and talked to 100 women, and we talked about if everything was right, but he had 20 sexual partners, 80 of them will probably still be like, yeah, I'm gonna marry that guy.
I'll take it further.
Having a bunch of multiple partners is not a disqualifier all the time for me.
I'll take it even
Never,
further.
not for
If you
me.
if you got a beautiful woman and you take her someplace and you come back by yourself next week, you'll get more women based off of that. You get more women based off of that.
If you ask 5 female friends to get in the section with you, and you go in the section, you say, "Hey, I need 5 of my homegirls to come hang out with me." You more likely to bag something with 5 women around you than you are to be in that booth by yourself.
And why is that? Because that he looked like he got money, right?
Confirmation bias.
Or women like, or they think, oh man, if all them women want him, then there must be something
about him.
So this is what this is what I'm saying.
That's why they have sex with 20% of the
listen,
time.
this is why you just proved what I said. This is why we do want to see what your history looks like, right? I'm gonna want to know what your past girlfriends look like or who they are, because I need to know if we are even in the same environment. Like, is this a hit? Like, I just fell in love with somebody who ain't supposed to be, like it must, I be wanting to know that. Okay.
If he bagged a whole bunch of yous, all the women in his past were variations of you. You're gonna be like, oh man, you bagged a bunch of. What you gonna say? Oh, he got good taste. like, come on, man. What are we talking about here?
Shan, why do every time when a man go in the club, he's sitting by himself, chilling, he dressed nice, he cool. All of the women walk past him and go for the dude that's in the section with all the chains and shit on his neck. They don't even focus on the dude.
What women are you talking about? Listen,
what
are you talking about?
I'm telling you, that's how it be. I see
Them
it
be
all
the
the
ones
time.
so what I'm telling you, Bruiser. Remember how we talked about earlier the women that you should go after? Maybe those are the ones. The ones who can just go to a section and he just get because he got a section.
Okay, how about this, Shan?
Okay.
Okay, I got a question for you, Shan.
Go for
Where
them.
would a woman like you find a good man at?
I told you I like men through friends. I like there to be somebody who there's a connection there. Like I can do a research. I like familiar people, right? That's just what works for me.
She probably done
But
busted
if I were to
open.
go somewhere, you say what, Bruiser?
You know how women are. If she know him, she probably done. Be careful with.
Shan, though, that's why
Okay,
Shan
but
got
if you-
quiet. When I asked, I said,
go somewhere, what?
Huh?
But if you was to go somewhere, you would find a where, Shan?
If I were to go somewhere,
Home Depot.
The bank. I would go to like conferences.
Yo, she ain't lying, yo.
Go to a conference.
Go be that day at the bank, at the goddamn ATM.
by the end of the night, y'all be cracking me up. What's
Good, what was that account balance?
Let me see that receipt again.
What movie was that when dude went and found fake receipts to show him with $100K in his account and then dropped it so Shorty could find it?
You can go and you can
She
see
could have said church. She could have said church. She could have said school. She's
most
in
of the
the
men in my
bank.
church are already married. It can't be my job because I work, mostly around women. But homecomings, colleges. Like I've met some great people, even though I didn't date them, but I've met great people. Like if I go to the AUC homecoming, those are great places to meet people, like places like that.
The bank.
Like, would you date guys that's in fraternities?
So what if he was the janitor at the bank? Would you still holler? See, you got to be.
I'm not going down this rabbit hole.
You know when you got Shan when she get quiet. She got
Hey, hold on a minute. Let me get to your super chats right quick. Lord Giatron $5 says, hell no. In this day and age, men can and should be straightforward and straight up.
Agree.
I purport to a real man, and I'm a regular, so better men can.
Hey, I'm with that.
AP Accountability Partner $5 says 100 brother Mark has been cooking all night on all points. Max Echelon 999, amazing insight from the panel. Fire emojis. Lord Geotron says $5. Sadly, women don't know we men love them more than they are capable of loving themselves. That's why we make and take all the sacrifices that we make. AP $10 says I'm looking for my next ex-wife, Cookie. We've had our differences, but our wedding song, Cookie by Rob Kelly, and put it on repeat. Seriously, great points tonight. AP again, $10 says JR, fantastic show tonight. Trev and Brother Mark is strong arm emoji as always. Sweeney is 50-50, but definitely rock with the brother. Shannon Cookie, yes, Lord. Let's go half on the baby. Darwin still be trolling.
I'm still lost on her saying the bank.
You was trolling earlier, Darwin?
So when I said that, Sweeney, that was the last time I saw a guy. I was like,
No,
oh,
not
he
always.
was, attractive guy at the bank.
About the segment about the girl saying you was trolling?
About the who?
The girl saying, the white girl saying that you was trolling?
Yeah.
No, I think she was wrong for that, bro. I'm serious about that.
Oh, all right. I was
She wrong, bro.
I had wrote you off in my head. All right.
No, don't write me up. Pause. She she most definitely wrong for that, bro. She wrong for that. Don't write me
BG Type 98 $2 says so they won't host, but they don't want hosts out here. Lastly, Lord Geotron $2 says women are three-way haters on men, other ladies, and self. Thank everybody that's contributed to the platform thus far. I mean, I know some of y'all tired. I mean, I can hang around a little bit if y'all want to keep going a little bit, but Ariel. Am I saying it? It's Ariel? Ariel?
To go. Look at it. She ready.
Call me Ariel. People from Chicago always call me Ari though. So that's funny.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if y'all want to cut out.
Shane never answered my question.
What was your question?
I said, if you ready,
I know y'all about to head out.
pass, and he found a bunch of views in his pass.
Okay.
You gonna say, oh no, he ain't good enough?
Oh, if he had a few of me, I don't want a bunch. But if he had a few of me, I think that would be good. I'm like, why aren't you married? Me?
A few of you.
I'm confused. And I would definitely know it's him. It's not her.
Shan, don't you
my
find that
auntie
running?
told you, Shan, didn't she?
It
My
sound like you
auntie
got-
told you.
Yes, we know your auntie said some stuff about you.
Did you marry? Oh, Shan.
I'm not married now.
It just seemed like you got it all together. Like you got the knowledge and all this. It's just maybe you waiting.
I
on
don't
something.
have it all together. One, I already told you, I don't think that my I don't like
Crazy
being
as
around
all
people
get out.
all the time. No, I just like you know how men always speak about peace. I like that as well. And sometimes that means I don't want to be around you all the time.
Okay.
You know what I found out about that? When someone actually finds a mate that they are compatible with, you can have peace with another person. So if you find that you don't have peace with the individuals that you were with, they probably were people who you should not have been with in the first place.
I don't have tolerance for that drama.
Not to say you never,
like
and not to say you don't get your own few. You know you have a little separate area that you do your thing sometimes. But if it gets to the point where you feel like just their shared presence is sometimes taxing or a burden, then it's like, damn, you probably should have never got with that particular individual.
Man, I got this one video, man. Can I play it real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's your show.
I was gonna say no,
Can you hear me? I can rap, but I'm not that good, so I'm not going to. I really enjoy listening to hip-hop music, and there is a downside for me in that a lot of the music is quite crude about women and sometimes insulting. So do you think that your music isolates women and prevents us from listening to your music compared to men?
At times.
At times? And do you think that's okay?
Yeah, because I do it to men too.
You do it to?
It isolates men too. I don't discriminate.
Isolates men?
Yeah, at times. How many songs you hear? I don't fuck with you niggas. I don't fuck with you. It's the same thing. Fuck you dudes. Da, da, da. It's just that we diss men all the time. I don't think it's a point of. You really want to talk about the reader thing? Is that what this is about or something?
Sorry?
Is this about like is this like a woman, you know, justice thing about Rita or something like that? Is that what this is?
No, I don't listen to Rita Ora.
What do you want to
hip-hop.
battle me right now or something? Like you just like loud aggressive.
Do
like
I seem mad?
is that not aggressive?
I do enjoy your music, but I just think that it's
I agree
wonder
with you.
myself. I'm listening to Tiger and I'm thinking, I really enjoy this music, but should I listen to it if it's, you know, rude about women or it's making us seem like objects? Should I still listen to it if I don't agree with what they're saying?
Well, that's a question that only you can answer. You know, it's all about
What
your
do you
preference.
think? That's my question.
I would definitely highly recommend you listen to my music.
And if you were a woman, would you still
but here's
make
the thing.
same
Well,
kind
you know, if you know, without justifying all those rappers, what I will say is, speaking for me, I only speak about my experiences. You know, at the end of the day, I'm not here to talk about the difference between bitches and women. I don't, you know, for me, you know, what I will say is, when we make music, we articulate. I'm 26. I've met a lot of women, but I met a lot of bitches. I don't know what you. Well, I speak about both.
Am I a bitch or a woman?
I don't know you well enough to tell.
Damn.
I don't get why she had
And pause. He had a crazy ass line too. Yeah, so pause for
pause,
ASAP Rocky.
A$AP Rocky. That's Rihanna's baby daddy, huh?
Yes, it is.
Wonder how
Yes, it is.
I think he heard the conversation correctly. I just don't know what he thought the woman was supposed to respond with.
Who? A$AP? What are you talking about? She asked the question.
I'm just saying, it looked like she wanted him to respond with something else. It looked like she was looking for a different response than the one he gave.
She absolutely was.
The issue saying,
Oh,
so you okay with it? So you okay with it? Like, nigga, what I just say? Like,
But you know what's weird? You got options. You don't have to listen to his music. There are plenty of artists, good artists, who don't use words like that you could listen to. You could find them. You could get I don't know how the Apple world works with their music, but I would imagine that it's just like the Android where we can hit the E, and if you don't want to hear it, then the explicit words are gone. So I mean, what are we doing?
I
don't think they're going to take that out of music.
I would have asked one simple question. I'd have been like, do you listen to Meg Thee Stallion? Do you listen to Taylor Swift? Do you listen to Cardi B? All of them have said derogatory shit about men, and I'm sure you don't feel no type of way about it.
Listen to this.
I don't think that was her issue. He must have said something specific.
No, she said that she likes his music. She has it.
She said something about rude about women.
So does he not speak?
Look
So I
again.
know, let me ask you a question. So in his, because I don't know. So he made it very clear that there are bees and then there are women, right? In his conversation, does he also make that clear in his music that they're not all one?
Yeah, I guess I get what you're saying. I think in this music, I've heard his music before. For the most part, he doesn't really make contrast on who is.
I think that's probably what she was. I think that
you just say bitches.
So I think that conversation that she was having with him on the stage, he was able to say that there are different people, right? But it sounds like that's not what he does in his music. This is the first time he's ever singing. That's why she said, well, do you think I'm one? He said, well, I don't know. So what it sounds like in her mind, he thinks that all women are bees. But today, which is the day that they were talking, he's clarifying that no, all women aren't bees. Some of them are women, but maybe that was not said in the music. You understand what I'm saying? Does that make any sense?
Yeah,
right.
Basically, what he was telling her was, when I talk about bitches in my song, that's exactly who I'm talking about. I'm not calling all y'all bitches. I'm saying these hoes
but he's
out here.
clarifying it now. Yeah. But that's the conversation she's having now. But I'm asking you, in his music, does he make that clear? So would she have already known that prior to the conversation she's having with him right now? I'm asking.
He don't make it.
He don't delineate between the. No,
yeah, he's not drawing a difference.
People should be able to make whatever music they want, right? That music, if you feel offended by it, then it's not for you. It's not for you. He didn't make that for you. If that offends you, that burns your ears, don't listen to it. It ain't for you. But you're not going to tell me how I'm going to release my art. I'm going to consider what I feel like considering. And there is a mass group of people, which is why he has the overwhelming success he has, that want to hear him talk just like that. And that's fine if you don't want to. Don't listen to it. But you can't tell me how to do my art, and I'm extremely successful.
So is it okay for it? So is it okay for people who are white people to bash black people in their music if it's their art?
Ooh. Yes, it's freedom of speech. Now you're gonna have to deal with those consequences.
It's relative. It's not absolute. So with that being said, so how would that be if you're about to say that there are consequences? Why would the consequence be different? When you're bashing one,
isn't different.
The people who people won't listen to you, right? So if you do something that offends a mass amount of people, then you're going to be missing that audience.
Yeah, they just cancel you. Like there's been plenty of black artists that got canceled over some wild shit that they said.
The baby canceled right now.
Right,
the baby's done.
What is the baby scene? And I didn't know Lil Baby and the baby wasn't.
Oh, he was at a concert and he said something that he shouldn't have.
LGBT
a particular group. Yeah.
Oh, the baby.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, the baby.
In a while.
Yeah.
Ain't he the one that shot somebody in
He
Walmart?
got new shit. It's just no longer being promoted.
Yeah.
He got a new song out right now that released like last week, and it's just not being promoted.
Yeah, if you can write whatever music you want. Oh, what up, Chicago? Really?
Chicago in the building.
You're mute.
Oh, I know. Y'all niggas had me punching the air earlier, man. I said, JR, send me that motherfucking link. Give me that link. The hell y'all talking about over here, man? I'm listening right now, so I see y'all. I thought, JR, there's another clip of this artist out of London. I'm gonna see if I can find it. This young lady asked him, I think he's a professor too, but she asked him about saying the N-word. And he goes through he walks her down about go ahead.
No, I was saying I think I might can find it for you.
Yeah. It's a powerful clip, but I just, I'm paying attention to the conversation now, so I ain't want to disrupt.
What was I know you was passionate. What was your thoughts on the conversation earlier, Rilla?
I agree with you. When you was japping out, dude, I was right there with you, fam. Man. Because every other community gets to gatekeep and say what's acceptable for them, except for us. So with us, it becomes, well, if we say it, everybody can say it. I'm sure we know that in the alphabet community, right? They have terms that they use for each other, and they're terms of endearment, but it's just like the F bomb, right? Is one of them, right? Rhymes with maggot. They say that to each other.
Oh yeah.
Neither one of us can go in their community and say that to them, and nobody's telling them, "Hey, it's just a word. Chill out, guys. Why are you so upset about that? He didn't call you. I mean, he didn't mean it, right?" But we have to gatekeep ourselves. We can't go to the small hats and tell them, "Oh, why y'all tripping over what happened over there in Germany? That was years ago, man. It's just, it's just words." But when it comes to us, it's like a ton of scrutiny. Why we so upset about the word? Listen, I know my grandma not necessarily, I don't use that word in her presence. I wouldn't use that word in the presence of elders. But that is our word, man. Like, I don't care what nobody's saying, fam. That's our word. That should be very simple to understand, especially when we have these conversations. We say, well, black people are not a monolith. That's right. It's nuanced. It's complicated. Why do we keep trying to oversimplify things and put everybody in a box? No, that's our word. I can say it to Marcus. You cannot. Period. And if you do, you run the risk of getting mollywopped. Period. I don't understand what's so hard to understand about that.
So how you feel about saying it in the presence of?
I agree with you there. That's cringe. So so for people that don't look like us, I agree with you there, Trev. When I lived in Atlanta, the dudes that I knew that was like in music, and we would be like either, let's say, Atlantic Office or UMG or Sony, and they would be having these conversations around these people that don't look like us, the sun seekers. They'd be having conversations around them, and they let it fly. They calling each other, ooh, blah blah blah. And the first they be, you know, the people be sitting there looking like, you know, awkward, right? So I agree with you. I think, you know, how it used to be where it wasn't prevalent, it wasn't a word that was used outside of our community, outside of our homes and stuff like that. I agree with you. In public, it should be a little bit more restriction. It should be, but again, Trev, the further we get away from community, because remember, we're in the age of exceptional individualism. So I'm going to do what's right for me and mine, and it doesn't bother me, so I don't care. But you should care, because eventually it will impact you. Because regardless of whether you want to believe it or not, we're all still in community. We're all still grouped in together. We're all still lumped in. You can move where you want, do all those things. We're still in a type of community. So no, I agree with you. I don't think we should use it. That's cringe, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. When I hear people talking like that in front of other people that don't look like it's cringe. I don't think we should do that. But again, these conversations are very nuanced. It's very complicated and it's very nuanced, man. So, you know, I just don't understand why when it comes to us, like we oversimplify it, and then it's like, well, I don't get it. It's just a word. Like that's insane to me.
What I don't get is why everybody got an opinion when we don't be in their business saying shit to them about what they got going on.
I heard you say that too. That's like you going to Little Italy or Ukraine Village. What y'all tripping on over here, man? Y'all tweaking, you know.
That's not my community.
Exactly.
Like, even if I move over there, even if I hang out with them, I still, like, I don't know. I got respect for other people, right? So if whatever they doing, that's what they doing. That shit ain't got shit to do with me. I'm not going to interrupt they thing. I'm not about to say that they music is now my music. They style of dress is now my. If I emulate them, I will pay respect while doing it. I won't be telling them what it means to be Ukrainian. I won't be telling them Ukraine supposed to dress. I won't be telling them what's acceptable with Ukraine, and then turn around and say, you know what? It's just our culture. Motherfucker, who? Like that shit crazy to me.
So let me ask you this. You're saying country that are people that's not part of our culture or part of our country shouldn't be saying anything about our culture or our country. Is that what you're saying?
If I don't be going over there talking to them about the fuck they got going on, don't come over here talking to me about what I got going on. I didn't ask your permission. I didn't ask you no questions. You volunteering your opinion. It's not warranted nor wanted. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, because I'm trying to understand like the context. I get what you're saying, like, oh, this ain't your hood or whatever. This ain't your people. Don't talk about my people, right? Right. So let me understand. What is this? Where is, as far as ADOS, okay, African Americans, and if we want to be honest and just be clear, what does our culture, Black American culture, come from?
It's a collective amalgamation of a story of reconstruction, destruction, reconstruction, and it's constantly evolving and growing. But we're doing that within the community that we created. So for people to come in and then decide that we no longer have a culture and they're gonna kick our walls down, that's extremely disrespectful. Yep. And you will often find those same people will say you don't have a community, you don't have a culture, while emulating that culture. And the proof of it is they have a culture they come from, and they're not behaving and operating within the metrics of that. They're behaving and operating on the metrics of the same culture they're saying we don't have.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but I've heard
in other words, a bunch of non-ADOS people coming over here trying to tell ADOS people how we should be behaving.
No, well, I get all that. I've just heard people speak. It's like I think Leo Muhammad was one who said something about Black America in our culture. The culture we currently uphold or whatever, or the principles or whatever, it didn't come from our original country, from where we were stolen from. We picked up our names, our culture, the foods we eat, all of the stuff came from the white man. So I'm saying, is it safe to say that those who created our culture?
No, that's kind of off though, Bruiser. Like, everything didn't.
If I can find a video, he explained it in a different way.
Yeah, but see, that's
talking about Time and Soul. Are you talking about? Are you quoting Time and Soul, Bruiser? I mean Darwin.
No, I'm talking about Leo Muhammad. He went to Nation of Islam. He used to speak in Hyde Park over there in Great Britain or whatever. I mean, not Great Britain, but in England or whatever. But he a part of the Nation of Islam. He a black man.
What's his name?
I seen some of his speeches.
Leo Muhammad. He
He would do it outside on the podium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The problem with that, again, the problem with him, and this happens a lot to us, right? They'll come over and tell us, oh, well, your culture comes from white men. We've been here for 400 years. 400 plus years. We built our own. There ain't shit that's coming from Africa that we actually remember or are part of our culture. It's just not. We built our own separate thing over here. So for people to come who are outside of that, to come over here and tell us there's something missing from us or that we lack something, as if we didn't build something over here already, is the problem. Because you're basically trying to sun us or make us to be like we're not real people or we don't have anything unless it's attached to Africa. And that's simply not true.
But Sweeney, so I gotta say this just really quick. Fam, we gotta do the knowledge a little bit more. So yes, I agree with you. Our culture and all that stuff does not come directly from white people. White men didn't give us our culture. And there are a lot of things that we carry that are directly tied to like Ghana and the west coast of Africa. When you think about, I forget what food documentary that is on that. It was a series, but they talk about how goulash, gumbo, all of these things, like what's the thing, jambalaya, right? That all that stuff comes from Africa. Jambalaya is a type of jollof rice. So when you think about correlating how you look in the church and how people catch the Holy Ghost, and you make the correlation to Santeria, when they're conjuring spirits or conjuring the ancestors, there's a lot of correlations, customs, and traditions that we carry over from wherever we came from. And we incorporated that and built culture and made culture out of what we had to work with. So no, white man didn't give us everything. We kept some traditions and customs and incorporated that for the time that we were in.
So basically, our culture is like a hybrid of what.
Yeah, all those cultures. Yeah, all those different cultures.
We are the descendants of slaves and slave masters. We created something different from from others. Like as a barber, I can tell you right now, as a barber, I can damn near tell every single time whether somebody is ADOS or not, just off of the texture of their hair. Just off of that alone, I could tell whether you ADOS or not.
Oh shit! But they got that 4C hair or something?
No, it ain't even that. It's just sometimes it comes down to the hair follicle, the thickness of the hair, the curl pattern of the hair. And I would say actually, if you think about it, ADOS actually has a softer curl pattern. We actually have a more fragile hair texture when it comes to like dealing with the sun and being out in the elements than a lot of other cultures.
I think Kenny P, he don't look like he's ADOS. He looked more like he came.
And somebody else even said texture, head shape. Like I could tell a lot. Like, damn, I don't know if you from around here. Shit, and then sometimes it just comes down to the hairstyle. Because that's been.
The thing is, it's not to say that other cultures ain't great. We can respect and appreciate other cultures. That's not the issue. It's not hate for other people. It's please don't come over here and disrespect us. And if you participate with us, please do that respectfully.
Yeah.
And for anybody that has a problem with that, they could suck a dick.
Awesome.
No, he right. There ain't no pause in that. If you got a problem with it, you can suck a dick. Like that, like why are you coming over here to tell another group of people and what they deal with? Like, man, I think y'all should really not do that anymore. In regards to something that don't actually that is part of us that we like and that we do, and you come over here and tell us, well, I don't think you should do that because I don't like it. Who the fuck are you?
I mean, I get what y'all saying, but I don't know if I'm sure if I've heard anybody say that.
We literally had somebody come on the panel that was a first generation immigrant tell us that tonight.
Who?
We literally had somebody who was a first generation immigrant come on here and tell us that tonight.
Ooh.
Ariel.
Oh, she's not. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, she did tell.
Yeah, she said Jamaican and Panamanian.
Saying fundraise to bring some.
Don't go there, Marcus. We're gonna leave that alone.
Okay, so I get what y'all saying. So basically, somebody from a different country who don't have any descendants that had experience being called the N-word has no grounds to say you shouldn't say it or you shouldn't gatekeep it or you shouldn't.
It would be the equivalent of us going to South Africa and using kafir and then telling them what you tripping on. Like, well, y'all should, telling them how to run their culture. We don't know. When I say kafir, we have no idea.
I have no idea what you're even talking about.
Correct.
I don't have to go over there and say that shit then.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. Right? Nor will we run in there and ask them why y'all tripping. It's just a word. Like we should be, if you don't understand the importance around it, because a lot of times we just get reduced to whining and complaining. I'm not gonna sit there and say like I don't see enough of that, right? Like that exists. But there is a saying: those who say it cannot be done should not interrupt those who are doing. So when you see, like, I almost like this stage in life, I'm at Unk stage, right? I'm big Unk. So when I see two young bloods squabbling, my instinct sometimes is to, go in there and break it up. Hey, but sometimes, man, you gotta let them handle their business. You gotta let them get it out.
So
you see somebody handling their business, let them handle their business.
Now check this out. I know a lot of people get it confused, but like a lot of where most Caribbean nations are descendants of slaves, like definitely Jamaica, and I can say for a fact that as a first generation Guyanese American, right? That's our ancestors were slaves brought over from West Africa. So pretty much anywhere there was black people outside of Africa, we was probably slaves.
But it's a unique Guyanese culture.
Right. We wouldn't go down there to Ghana, or we wouldn't go down there. We wouldn't go to the Caribbean and tell them
no more Carabana. That's dumb. Y'all can't do that no more.
Like
we to tell y'all that. Like,
so
can we come participate? Yeah. Like, but it's not ours at that point because we dancing with y'all. We respecting your culture and hopefully you inviting us in. But
no, that makes sense. But
that's fucking crazy.
So all right. So we could go that route, or we could say, all right. So we pretty much origination is this place, and now my bad. Tell me when it. Y'all still
think about it. Think about it this way, Trev.
No. I'll say this. Hold on. I just want to say this point.
Go ahead.
So we originated the same place, and right now we're at the same destination. So, at that point, it's like, damn, do we really want to be factions at this point? Like, the more unity we have, the better off we are. We started out in the same place, right? It's just your boat took. One boat took the slaves here, one boat took the slaves over there.
Yeah.
So at this, and this culture, but this culture is like a blend of everything now, right? A lot of things that we had, like a lot of. You don't think so? You don't think a lot of the like influential rappers and all of that were like Jamaicans and all that? Like a lot of hip hop culture and everything is.
Oh, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Somewhat. Like if you talk about Biggie, Busta Rhymes, and shit like that, you talking about like a lot of the culture is now all woven together from bits and pieces of everything.
But even if that was, because you are right, like because Biggie was also his mama was Jamaican, like he come from a Jamaican background. Busta Rhymes comes from I can't remember.
Jamaican.
So like yes, but that what I mean. But you have to understand that still speaks to what Marcus was saying about New York City. It's basically that everybody else came over here and they picked up on a lot of things that we were already doing, kind of blended in, and then what that did was that blurred the lines. That's why you see a lot of Latino cultures saying it in New York City as well, is because those lines were blurred because a group of people who weren't necessarily from that cloth that we're from were also blending in and saying it because we all black the same. Because black people have been very inviting to other black people into we flatten blackness in this country. Like there's been a problem with flattening of blackness in this country for a minute now because when other black people came over, everybody was cousin. But what is happening now is that when you start seeing people tell ADOS like, hey, maybe y'all shouldn't do this, now we got to start asking questions like, wait a minute, you can't tell us what to do. We let you participate, but don't come over here and then start telling us how we should move. Like it's even coming down to like, and just to take it to a broader point, the reparations conversation. Majority of the people who have a problem against black ADOS getting reparations in this country are black, are either first or second generation immigrants, or you know what I mean, people who just came over here, yada yada yada. They're the ones that's speaking out against it. And so now we have to disaggregate ourselves from them because it's like, hold on now. Now we have to create this difference between us because you're speaking for a group that you're not a part of.
Against us.
Against us.
We want to have everyone interconnected. But if you identify as us and then go on behalf of black Americans and start cooning and telling white people they can say nigger, and then they say, well, this black person said it, it's like, oh no.
Hold on.
They don't speak for us. Like you don't speak for me. Stop saying that. Say whatever the word where you from that you are connected to, that you have an issue with. It's cool for them to say that to you. Like
I can hear that, and I think that's a stupid stance for anyone who would come here and then do that. So we could absolutely agree on that. I think it's a stupid ass stance. But my deeper
is he a big
my deeper concern is that us just factioning off for no reason. Like, so I grew up here, so everything that y'all witnessed, everything that influenced all of you influenced me too, right? I was born here. All my older brothers and my sister, they were born there. I was born here, so to me there's really no difference, right? Like, I don't see any different than what it is that I do. We all have, as individuals, we all have different opinions. And when somebody from the outside see any one of us, whether it be police or whatever, trying to get at us, they all see us the same, right? They all see us the same. You know what they're going to call us. We all the same when it comes to that. So if that's the case, then why not do as much as we possibly can to actually all be the same, all be united and work together against some of those forces.
That initially was the goal. And then people started, like, black people in America have always known that we could coon and get over and get rich doing it. We have refused to do it. But then people come over who don't and we refuse from a specific place in reasoning. But other people don't have that specific place in reasoning. So when they come over and they do things that's against us, it's like, bro, you can't speak for us. Like, if you come over and we're speaking on behalf of what the agenda was that the majority of us won't push, then ain't nobody got no issue with that. The issue is coming over to speak against it and try and derail it and speak on the half of assimilating to whiteness and then looking at us saying, hey, y'all need to just assimilate with us. No, we don't want to do that.
So that's not what we want to do. I don't think that most people of Caribbean descent do that. I think there are some people who do, and I think there are some elitists in all groups, right? There are some people who will tell you what to do, and there are some people who will be considered FBAs that will have a similar opinion to what you're describing now. But I think it's all silly to suggest that.
If you think about it.
Well, as individual people, but not as a group, right? So anybody who on that bullshit, whether you FBA or not, it's F you. But if you as an individual, I'm not going to put you into a group and say, hey, all y'all Caribbeans here or all y'all FBAs here. I don't think we should get to that point where we try to put them into that.
So Trev, it's like
or Marcus. So I'll say this, Marcus. The one thing you did was you suggested that a certain type of people who come from a certain place will do these types of things, and I think that's the part right there that we have to be careful with, because you don't want to drop it. You don't want to throw people into a bucket. You know what I'm
So I
saying?
don't-
We're individuals.
I don't want to say, because there's a lot of cool ass Caribbean people, right? That is actually black politically. I don't got no issue with that. I'm talking about the people who
are not black politically.
Yeah.
Getting in the way. Don't come over here and get in the way. Like, for instance, like, and the thing is, to your point, Trev, everybody does it. Even black coaches. Like, you ever try to call a Caribbean a person that was from Barbados, Jamaican, or Nigerian or something like, or you called a person that was from Nigeria, Cameroon, they'd be like, no, I'm from here. It's the same thing.
Just like if somebody said you look like a New York nigga, man. Now
No,
guess what? You're like,
no.
no, I'm from Dallas. So no matter what, it's the same thing. We all would have some point of contention when someone tries to identify us as what we aren't, right? Whether even if it's the city. No, I'm from the South Side. Fuck you talking about? So it's different. That's just how it go. But it doesn't mean that it's me against you because of that, right? Or I have to take great offense to it. It's just about no one likes to be put into a bucket to say, all right, you assume. Anytime somebody assumes something about you that's correct, then it's going to be offensive. Right? It's just like that.
It'll be like me going to New Jersey, right? And like,
Mhm.
say for instance, you got New Jersey has a specific problem going on out there in your neighborhood, right? Like, there's been potholes in the streets, and some shit
There
going
is.
on in the school, and you trying to get the potholes and shit in your neighborhood fixed, right? And I come in from Chicago, I come in from Dallas or Chicago, right? And I be like, I run for office and say, ain't nothing wrong with these people's streets. They just been over here complaining the whole time. Because I'm from Chicago, we got real good streets over there, and our streets is worse than this, so everything is okay. You'll be like, hold on, who is this nigga that just came out of nowhere trying to tell us that there's nothing wrong with our neighborhood streets? It's the same way that we feel when people come over and try to tell us what we should be doing politically.
Yeah, and I think you should attack. I think you should attack it, but you attack the individual. That's all I'm saying. Just don't group it up. Don't group nobody. If an individual come up, shut that shit down right away. But as an individual, to attack that person, not an entire group.
So, Trev, can you think of like the top 5 people that you would say probably is the type of people we talking about that's famous, or celebrities? The top 5, or maybe not quite internet famous. The top 5 people that you would say do
that your gripe that you have a gripe with.
Yeah.
Kinda. Yeah.
Can you
Are
give
some
me
of them like Red Pill Space? Some of them Red Pill Space.
There's some there.
Yeah, I got an idea. I know what you're talking about. I'm on that energy. I know what you're talking about.
Before we get into this.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Go ahead. First.
Hey, sorry, what'd you say?
I say you go ahead and end this live first before we get into this.
All right. All right, y'all.
Good night, y'all.
Make sure you subscribe.